So I'm really excited, and yeah, it's a lovely thing. I think thanks to all the Indian fans and the Indian players, and we already have kickoff of the games. The games have begun. So the 4 Indian players, the Vidit Anish game has started. Vidit Gujarati, India number 3, and one of the strongest players in the world number 24, and Anish Giri in the world top 10. This is going to be a very, very interesting game.
Absolutely. And because Anish is such a great friend of ours, it feels like both of them are own. And this will be such an epic game. I'm really glad that this is the first game of the event, so the fans will get what they want right from the first round.
Indeed, indeed. As a fan of Vidit, I always get what I want just because Vidit is part of the Champion Chess Tour, and he's playing so many tournaments. In the month of June, Vidit's performances has been exemplary. He has finished really well in all the online events that he has played. He won the Banter Blitz qualifying event, Group E, with a very, very convincing score. He defeated Simon Williams 5-0. And the next match, I don't exactly remember who you played against. He played against Laurent Fressinet, and I think he won that 5-1. And in the finals, he very convincingly defeated Clementi Saichev with a score of 4.5, 2.5, and very comfortably sailed into the Banter Blitz, the final stages of the Banter Blitz Cup. And here we are with it playing against Anish. And with the first thing, what do you think of this move E4, Soumya?
Oh, actually, exactly, Shri. This is such a common position to be seen at the top level. The Slav defense was played here with the B3 setup, and usually Black takes on D5 after seeing to D5 and Knight B5. That's how the game goes. But Anish has gone for E4. Anish, our opening expert. Vidit also is great at openings. Of course, Vidit has worked with Anish for many years, so it will be interesting. Clearly, it's something that Vidit did not expect. And let's see what's the idea. Black is basically sacrificing a pawn on E4 for counterplay for faster development, because Black's, as we can see on the position, Black's development is much more than White right now. And in return, White has an extra pawn. So we will see what counts in this position.
Yeah, E4 is definitely not a common move in this position. And as far as what I can see, it is a novelty. So I think Anish has caught with it successfully in the opening. And I'm not entirely sure what the idea is, because you can't figure these things out in a few seconds. It's something very complex, suggested probably by the computer, a mixture of computer and humans. And Anish has compensation somewhere along the line, but I'm not really sure where exactly that is going to happen. I'm also curious.
Yeah, definitely, Shri. But I actually think that the main idea is that the king is still in the center, and Black is just faster with his development right now. After maybe he'll go scene to D5, and after short castle develops his bishop, and the rook coming to the open file after the bishop on C8 vacates the C8 square for the rook. So that, I think, could be the compensation for Black. And of course, this beautiful knight on E4, as Anish has just played the knight to E4. So I think piece activity, on first sight, it seems like piece activity is the compensation that Black gets.
Yes, indeed. You're absolutely right. Black gets a lot of piece activity development, and it's a very interesting thing chosen by Anish, because if you look at this position after scene to D5, I was just busy checking out, and there have been about 450 games at this point. Not a single one of them have gone with E4. And Anish, of course, knew that E4 would probably be a surprise, because it's not suggested as the top 2 moves of the computer either. The computer suggests either c into d5 or knight into d5. So what Anish has done here is he chose to analyze a position after e4, which looks appealing to a human but not to a computer. So therefore your opponent is unlikely to anticipate it. And he has gone quite deep in his preparation. Even after the 13th move, 5 moves after VD went out of book, Anish is still prepared and he knows this position with knight e4. So Vidit has to solve these problems on the board using his human brain, human calculation, while Anish has it all worked out with at his home with his computer and his team of seconds. So I think it's a very smart move by Anish. He has gone one step ahead of VD in his home preparation, and we can see the results on the board here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think in rapid, it makes it even more difficult for the players to find the right kind of continuations for against novelties. But on the other hand, Vidit is a very, very solid player, always likes to keep control. So let's see how Vidit approaches this position. I would yeah, exactly. The problem here is now bishop f5 followed by knight g3 is one issue. And the second issue is bishop g4 followed by some attack on h2 maybe, because the bishop on d6 is really well placed. So these are the two issues that white is facing at the moment. And even though bishop b2 looks very logical here, it looks like Vidit might instead go for a move like h3 or maybe something else. That's what he's considering, whether he needs to prevent bishop g4 right now or just allow black to carry out his plans.
Yeah, I think that was very well summed up. Also, for viewers who are just tuning and watching us, the big board we have in the center is the analysis board where we show the likely moves that can happen. And the live action happens on the right corner, the live board, the smaller one, where you can see the evaluation bar. The more it is for white, that means white has a slightly better position. If you see the white bar over the number 4, over the half of the board, and that's how you make sense of what is going on in the live position. And the analysis board in the center is where we show how the likely action is going to continue and the critical moments of the game. So that sums up how things are here.
Awesome. And let's have a look at Adiban's game, the beast from the east, as he's called. And he's playing, by the way, his idol, Levon Aronian. Adiban has mentioned it many times that Levon Aronian is his favorite chess player amongst the current players. And he's playing against him with the white pieces in the first round. And just look at the opening. He goes for knight f3, d5, c4, d4, and third move b4, a very typical Adiban style opening here. This actually, for the chat, I would like to tell the chat that this is actually an opening setup, very, very aggressive. And black needs to be careful, against a well-prepared opponent. So c5 here, e3, knight f6.
Soumya, I'm really sorry, I have to interject. Knight f3, d5, c4, d4, b4. This is actually a really interesting position, and the reason why I had to interject was there are very, very interesting moves for black here, and one of them is g5. You have seen this move, yes?
Of course, I faced this against Vishnu Prasanna in the AICF World Cup qualifier, and I was completely shocked because I hadn't checked it. And g5, a very difficult move to face as white in case you're not prepared.
Absolutely. I remember Nihal showed this to me sometime in 2019 or 2018. And it was one of these moves which was suggested by this engine called Leela Chess Zero, which is an artificial intelligence based engine. And the game goes in a very interesting way, knight into g5, e5, etc. So g5 is a very legitimate move here. f6 is another move. But Aronian went ahead with c5, and you can continue, Soumya, where I interjected you.
So c5, definitely one of the main moves in this position. e3 was followed by e3, knight f6, and b5. He does not take on c5, Adi, but chooses to go b5 because after bc5, black has some options. Like black can go knight c6 here, followed by e5. And the c5 pawn, even though at the moment white is materially up, the c5 pawn is actually extremely vulnerable, and usually black can just pick it up after bishop into c5 or queen a5 and bishop into c5. So this is the issue. That's why white instead goes to grab space on the queen side with b5, queen c7, e into d4, c into d4, and d3, e5 here, and bishop g5. Wow, I would have expected something like a quick bishop e2 and short castle had it been any other player here, but because it's Adi, he always just plays very direct moves and tries to attack black as soon
No,
as
I think
possible.
he felt compelled to try and control this e4 square as soon as possible. Black just played e5, and in these situations, if black does get e4, which he can achieve pretty quickly with some bishop c5, it can go really bad for white. So I think the reason why he played bishop g5 and knight b d2 first, he wanted to prioritize the control of the e4 square, and then complete his development on the king side.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a fair point. And Aronian goes knight f d7 on the ninth move, not knight b d7, but knight f d7, because he wants to put the knight on c5 and probably kick back that g5 bishop. And then what does he do with the b8 knight? Does he go a6 first, or does he go to
No,
d7 with it?
he just puts this d7 knight to c5, and
Right.
the other knight comes to d7, so it's all smooth.
Right, and it seems like after like the first 10 moves, bishop e2, castle, castle, knight c5, knight b3, knight bd7, and rook b1, it seems like black has achieved a lot in the center, whereas white needs to probably control the position, because black's development will be really fast now in the center, especially he's controlling the center. So white needs to take a break or put a knight on e4, which is not easy to achieve, because black always has this move like f5, right?
Yeah, black always has this move like f5, and in essence, black is looking to break with e4. Yeah, I think what you're going for is the control of the e4 square. Yeah, this is like it's a bit like Panipat, the important strategic point, which if you control, if you control, you have a really big advantage strategically. So b6, f5, bishop b7, all these moves come to my mind, and then later black will look to play e4 himself in order to try and press home the advantage, the strategic advantage. In the meanwhile, for white, as you said, it's not easy to do the same. It's not easy to get control. And another thing is white committed this b5 pawn really early, weakening the c5 square. I think he's paying a lot of consequences for this. He did this on the fifth move. At that time, it was maybe a bit hard to imagine that this knight will come and sit on c5, but this is what happened. And after knight into b3, probably queen takes b3, the bishop will move back, and the other knight will sit on c5. Black will go all out towards the e4 square and the center. So yeah, the long-term strategic consequences, that's what chess is all about. And I think black has a bit of an advantage here after the opening.
Yeah, I actually agree, Shri. And perhaps this B5 idea, even though optically looks very nice, grabbing a lot of space on the queen side, it was important perhaps to simply take on C5 and instead play that position. But on the other hand, right now, rook B1 and black has taken on B3. White's idea after rook B1 was to take on D4 with the knight, and the bishop on B4 would have been hanging after knight D4, ED4, and rook B4.
Ah, okay. Let me show an illustrative variation. Just to, yeah. This is the tactic you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah, so that's the reason black took on b3 instead. And after a into b3, at least he has gotten rid of one of the knights. White has gotten rid of one of the knights, and now he needs to find a way to attack the e5 pawn or put his own piece on d5 or e4, which are the outposts in this position. Still, it is more comfortable for black to play because white is mainly preventing black's ideas right now, but we never know.
Yep. We never know. It's a very long game ahead. Aronian just playing a6. I imagine, he wants to get something like rook g6. It's quite possible,
Oh,
but essentially,
wow.
it's a nice way to bring out the rook. And AD does not allow that. He tries to prevent it with rook a1. But after knight c5, the danger for AD, sooner or later, this b5 pawn can become weak as soon as the a8 rook is protected. So he has to watch out for that, and he is also under pressure on this side. This bishop has this very comfortable spot c3 from where it can never be disturbed. It doesn't look good for AD at the start of this opening.
Yeah, absolutely. I would imagine a move like bishop d2 here actually, because the problem here is after knight d2, let's say, black has a move like h6. And
Mm-hmm.
after bishop h4, we have a move like g5 even. And after bishop g3, f5. And the bishop on g3 is suddenly so uncomfortable. It's
Yes,
completely blocked.
on the whole, I think white just lacks coordination, whereas black seems very well coordinated. So AD has to defend, and he has his task cut out. But this is what AD excels at doing. He's very good at fighting himself out of corners. So let's see how this goes. Meanwhile, do you have want to have a look at the other two Indian games?
Yeah,
I see
absolutely. Let's
something
have a
really
look at.
interesting. Yeah, I see something really interesting going on in the Gukesh game.
Exactly. Gukesh playing against Daniel Dupov. This will be fun to watch, I assumed, and it is actually, because the bishop on d4 controlling all the dark squares. Bishop into d4 is forced right now, isn't it? Or do you think black can play a move like c3?
Uh,
Interesting
I,
choice.
I yeah, I'm a bit. I have to say, I'm a bit speechless looking at how this position is. It's so interesting. Gukesh playing the champion chess tour for the first time. The young, lovely Gukesh against Danny Dubo. And I can't help but notice that he's doing a Dubo to Dubo himself. So Gukesh is the one who has sacrificed a pawn in this game. And he has got a wild, wild position against Dubo. And yeah, I'm starting to think of D Gukesh as the Gukesh. He's starting to really set himself apart from all the others.
By the way, do you want to quickly look at how the opening went? Because I thought it's a Benoni, but black actually did not develop his g8 knight until the 15th move. So let's just quickly see the opening moves, because it's very interesting how black got into this position after e into d5, c into d5.
Yes, Soumya. It's always a good habit to check how the opening went, especially in the Arjun game, which we'll see at some point. Let's
All
move
right.
on.
We will quickly look at this first and go to the
Yeah,
Arjun game.
yeah.
So d6, e4. Usually in the Benoni, black plays, the Benoni setup is after 1 d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, e6, knight c3, e into d5, c into d5, and d6. This is how we reach the usual Benoni setup. But in this game, black avoided developing his knight to f6 altogether. So d4, e6, c4, c5, d5, ed5, cd5, d6, e4, and black played g6 here, still not committing knight f6. So he has the option of going knight e7, and after knight f3, a6, bishop d3, bishop g7, short castle, he goes bishop g4. It's actually a very good thing for black to get to exchange this bishop against white's knight in the Benoni, because black usually lacks space. So it's very good for him to exchange one minor piece in the Benoni. So he has achieved that. After knight bd2, knight e7, still not developing the knight. The knight is still on g8, h3, bishop f3, knight f3, knight to e5, exchanging one more minor piece. But suddenly it looks like this was too soon, because after knight e5, bishop e5, White's development is so much more after bishop e3. Just look at White's position. White has developed two of his pieces and castled his king, controls the center, whereas Black's bishop is on e5, but his knight is still on g8, king is still on e8. Bishop on e5 controls a lot of squares, but it can always be dislodged with f4. So already White is better in this position. And after b5, a4, c4, bishop e2, Gukesh playing so well, handling these complications so well. He's willing to give up the b2 pawn in order to exchange the dark square bishop. After knight f6, f4, bishop b2, bishop d4, we have this position on the board. And black has played c3. Can you believe it? The bishop on
Oh,
b2
sorry,
looks
sorry,
like.
sorry. I was a bit too slow to update the position, but here we are in sync. I'm really
Oh my
sorry.
God, look
We are
at the
back.
bishop on b2, Shri. It looks like such a big pawn right now. But in fact, black is threatening c2. And it's really not easy to face it. How does maybe queen c2 is the move here and just giving up the exchange?
Yeah, queen c2 is definitely one of the moves. You can also go queen d3. Essentially, you just have to move the queen, yeah, and put it at a place where it's doing something useful. So you just have to move it away from c2 so that the bishop on d4 stays alive. And that bishop is like the most important piece for white out there right now. So I think that is the top move. But also I'm thinking maybe you can play something like A into B5, because for C2 you can always go Queen D3, right? You take one pawn in the process, and in the meanwhile, a position like this is not too bad for. Yeah, he has taken A into B5. That's exactly what he played. So a position like this is not too bad for white, because after C2, yeah, it does attack a lot of pieces of white, but everything is defended. And white is not really worried about giving up this exchange, because as long as he keeps this d4 bishop, everything is good in the position. It gives enormous compensation, queen c3 and stuff like that. Yes, Dubois has taken bishop into a1. This was the other variation I was going to show. So bishop into a1, queen into a1, a into b5, and now queen into c3. And this is very bad for black. He will lose a
Wow.
piece.
Wow, just
So
look
Dubois,
at white's pieces. They look ferocious, right? I would be very scared to play this as black, actually.
yes, but I'm
He
not
has
sure if
this
Dubois
position
knows
on the
fear.
board. That's also true. That's also true. He has
So
this
he goes
position on the
short
board.
castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Thumbs Up was going to choose chess players for their campaign, I think Dubo would be the first choice. They
Also,
can
by the
come.
way, before we move on to the Arjun game, I wanted to mention that Gukesh has been giving a lot of exchange sacrifices recently. I noticed this in some of his other games as well. Even in the AICF World Cup qualifiers, he was giving a lot of exchange sacrifices. And here as well, he's very happy to part with his exchange in return for the pair of bishops who have an open board, open field to play. So I'm sure Gukesh is feeling very comfortable in this position. And now that we've had a look at this game, let's have a look at Arjun's game as well and do a quick overview.
Yes, so out to Arjun's game, and of course, the opening chat. If you don't know the name of this opening, then I really have nothing to say. You really have to go back to the chess school and learn from the beginning. But
But to be fair to the chat, this is not exactly a Catalan, Shri. This is a Bogo Indian, isn't it?
no, this is Catalan. This is Catalan with, I mean, when the Bogo Indian, it comes after knight f3 and now bishop b4 check.
Right?
But this position with g3, bishop b4 check, knight d2, c5, a3, bishop into d2, queen into d2.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of the Catalan. And one of the drawbacks of this g3 move order is supposedly, this that black has these few extra options, like bishop b4 check, c5, and things like that. Black tends to equalize very forcefully in this variation with bishop b4 check. But this move order with knight d2, this is a interesting and a lot less explored, and this is also the direction that I recommend in my course. So knight d2, c5, a3, bishop into d2, queen into d2. Now, if you see, if black had gone d5, then this goes into that Catalan mainline, which starts after d5, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, one of the main lines. But the advantage of starting with 3 bishop b4 check, uh, black has the additional option to play something like c5. He's not obliged to go d5. But a3, bishop into d2, queen into d2, c into d4, knight f3, all of these theory, b6, b4, bishop b7, queen into d4. It's all theory all the way, and white gets a slightly better position because of these pair of bishops. But no, it's not quite Bogo Indian as far as I understand.
Mm-hmm.
If we put it in one of the websites, I think it would show the opening.
All right, all right. I trust you, Shri. You have done a whole course on this opening and have been
Yes,
talking
but
about it,
I can
thinking
still
about
be
it.
wrong. So
So yeah, d5, bishop to b2, knight e5. Let's
yeah.
go through the game, and then knight on e5 looks like a very nice piece. Also, you cannot take d to c4 because the bishop on b7 is under attack. So after knight f5, queen e1, knight d6, rook c1. After knight d6, knight has
Now,
actually
yeah.
protected the bishop on b7, so he's ready to take on c4. Bishop b7, knight
Sorry.
b7, rook c4, knight c4. Looks like a completely symmetrical position, but in the Catalan, the c6 square is always weak. The d6 square is also weak. The knight on c4 is actually quite well placed. So I would say white still has good chances, especially
And
with the
of course,
b2
the dark
bishop.
square bishops. Yeah, exactly. We were on sync there.
Absolutely. Knight e4, f3, knight ed6, queen c3 coming in, threatening mate on g7. So black has to block it with f6. He would also like to put the pawn on e5, and white decides to play rook d1, still avoiding an exchange of the knights. Queen e7, and now he decides to go for this knight exchange. Okay, I would have assumed that he will not exchange it, because let's say the knight remains on d6, black's knight remains on d6, then the b7 knight, what do we do with that, would be a great question. So I would have assumed that black would have instead gone knight d2 and knight b3 maybe, or knight e3 and knight g2 and knight f4, one of these options. But white decided to exchange the knights. So knight d6, knight d6, queen c6, playing for initiative, rook d8. White definitely has the initiative here, but let's see how black handles it. Maybe he manages to equalize.
Yeah, maybe he managed. Yeah, I think slight, very very minute edge for white, but I think black is pretty close to equalizing. Arjun has played at pretty impressive speed so far, considering that it's his first elite event in the Champion Chess Tour against someone so strong, Jan Christoph Duda. But yeah, I think black has much higher chances to make a draw here than for white to squeeze something out. But nevertheless, yeah, this is the update we have in the Arjun's game, and back
By
to
the way,
Vidit's game.
things are looking very bad in Adi's game. Let's just have a look at that, because this game could end anytime. Looks like Aronian is just cruising through in this game. Won. He's got a pawn on c3. He's actually a pawn up, and also white's position. How does he save it? It's really not
That's
clear.
that's see the exact reason why I don't play here is because I don't want to answer such questions. Uh, Defending this with the white side, it's a very difficult question because for black, I think he can just take bishop into c2, bishop into c2, knight c2 check, king
Mm-hmm.
moves, knight to d4, and this itself is one simple way to get a fantastic position. And Aronian plays knight h3 check. Aronian has a 10-minute lead on the clock as well. AD has very, very little time. Next, he's going to come rook d8, rook d2. The rook is going to come to d2. And there is absolutely no way to prevent this for white. So it looks like white is on the verge of his position collapsing.
Yeah, looks like this game will be in Aronian's favor. And also Aronian has a huge lead on the clock. He has 12 minutes. Adi is down to 40 seconds. Looks very tough. But of course, it's just the first game. Aronian handled
Oh,
it really well.
now rook into d1 is actually going to happen. I mean, it could
Oh.
happen. It has happened because after rook c1, there's bishop d3 check, king e1 c2, and king d2. Maybe the game can go on here. Maybe AD has some hope because if the bishop moves back, then he can create a passer. He has one more pawn on the queen side, and this knight is a bit out of play. And the king covering the c1 square, the rook can also move out and play. So I'm really not sure if Aronian needed to do this, at this point. He could have, AD had like just 1 minute remaining. So I think there were also options like rook d2, which Aronian could have considered. He need not have played rook into d1 so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there is a ray of hope for AD because now king g2 is also an option, attacking both h3 as well as c3. So I think there
Oh,
is clearly a ray of hope for AD. Rook c1, bishop d3 check, king g2. He goes knight g5, rook into c3. He'll probably take the f3 pawn, or yeah, I think he's going to take this f3 pawn. But still, I think it's not over yet.
oh, this looks defendable, no? I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, probably Aronian did not have to go into this position because the c3 pawn was the triumph of black's position. I think Aronian missed this king g2 idea maybe and just played too fast. After
I mean,
bishop
even
e2,
even even if this worked, even if this is good for black, if I was Aronian, I would at least take like 30 seconds to make sure, because I have so much time. So what's the point of having such a big advantage if you don't make use of it?
hey, what's happening? Knight e4 on the board with the idea that after rook e3, black can take bishop c4, rook e4, and bishop d5, pinning the rook. After king f3, black has f5, and he just picks up the rook. So white goes back, rook c1, and now actually it's yeah. The problem with rook versus two pieces is that if the rook has open files and if there is a passer, then rook can actually create a lot of problems for the opposite side. And here, if he manages to push, let's say, c5, c6 and exchange this pawn, then the b pawn will become really strong. Um, of course, if let's say let's say now black plays knight d6, then white can play c5 and next move c6 as well. So actually, white has hope here, I would say.
Definitely, I think white has hope here. And
Nice.
we never write off AD, never ever, never ever. I mean, Gukesh is doing these things a lot these days, wriggling out of very difficult situations. But before that, it was AD who did this the most successfully for many, many years.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was this Olympiad in 2014 where the Indian team won a bronze, and it is actually our first medal in the FIDE Olympiad. And AD was a part of the team, and AD had bad positions in so many games, and he managed to save so many of them just because of his tenacity and resourcefulness. So that was an epic tournament, just to see the amount of resourcefulness that Adiban showed. He was also like really young at that time, and comparatively inexperienced. So I have, yeah, all of us have seen what he's capable of, and I think he has chances to pull it off in this game as well.
Yep.
So let's go to Vidit's game, shall we? Because
Yeah.
by the way, chat is saying that Gukesh is winning. So you want to look at Gukesh's game?
Oh, yeah,
Let's
sure.
listen to our chat. Wow. Wow. Is it winning? Yeah, I mean, the pawns look menacing. The knight on d7 is hanging at the moment. Uh, yeah, next move, he plays rook d8, white can go e6. Wow, e6 coming in, right? After fe6, there
Yep.
is queen e6, and rook f7 is
Queen,
forced.
yeah.
And then you can play d6 and bishop d5. Uh,
D6. But also can we just take D into E6 and E7? Is this also, it's complex, yeah? Some
oh,
knight
yeah.
E5 and stuff coming.
Yeah, I just didn't want to allow this 95, but maybe it works as well. Because
I
knight
think it's not
e5,
easy. I think it's not
yeah.
easy. I mean, the position looks very, very menacing, but concretely, it's not easy to find the exact way that gives the maximum advantage. E6, F into E6, Queen into E6 check, Rook F7, this variation which you suggested.
Mm-hmm.
And now after D6, I think the variation goes on here. Yeah, he has taken Queen into E6, Rook F7, D6. Bishop D5 is not an immediate threat because the D1 rook might be hanging.
Yeah.
So then white has to maybe start with something like king
King
h2 and
h2.
then go exactly.
Yeah. I think I think it's not so hard to find king h2, no, because actually black doesn't have anything. The problem with black's position is after d5, maybe he goes queen c4, maybe, but then we have bishop d5. You don't attack the d1 rook anymore, and you can't move the knight because then I have queen e5 whenever you move the knight. So what does black play is my question.
Yeah, he has played d6. D6 is on the board, and um uh, I think he cannot move most of his pieces. He has to move either the queen or the rook, and the rook on d8 is probably being um, a bit superfluous at this point because this rook on f7 is defending this knight on d7. So you probably have to try and make use of the remaining pieces in whichever way. Yeah, he has moved the queen. He has moved the queen, queen to c2. And now if king h2, rook and f3 is not possible because the queen is spinning. But maybe something else. What does Dubo have in mind? Queen c. He's surely going to try and disrupt White's attack in some way, but I don't see immediately what exactly how exactly he can do this.
Yeah, I think it's actually not possible to save
Maybe
it because
maybe he just
after
plays
king
rook
h2,
f8.
rook f8, we have bishop. Acha, rook f8, and now the rook on d1 still is attacked.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
right,
something like
this
rook
is
f8.
possible.
Black has defensive resources, of course. The game can keep going, and Gukesh is down to 10 seconds. So this is already a
Yes.
bit of a difference from the earlier level in which he was playing. His opponents much faster, and they see things much quicker. So the challenge for Gukesh to adapt to a completely new level, which we saw Prag do very admirably in the previous champion chess tour, that is going to be a difficult challenge for Gukesh.
Rook e1 is probably a better move than king h2 because after bishop d, now actually white is threatening bishop d5 on the next move. So black has to act fast.
Yeah, but this also invites something like queen d2 and
And queen d4 is a check. That's the problem,
yeah,
right?
exactly. So he's literally playing living off his 10-second increment at this point in such a complex position, which he has done very successfully at the junior level, but against people at the elite, they really find these very strong moves at such critical moments. So that really sets them apart, and I'm not sure if Gukesh will successfully convert this.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d2 is one option. Queen f5 is another option, trying to exchange off the queens.
But queen f5 runs into bishop d5, and then white is. Acha, you want to go into that position after
Yes,
queen
yes,
e6 and
yes.
bishop e6. Okay.
Yeah, I think here black is relatively out of danger and queen f5 on the board. So he has played it. Meanwhile, we had an update in the result of one of the games. Arjun Erigaisi has drawn against Jan Christoph Duda in a very solid game. So I think that's a solid debut for Arjun.
All right. Good result for Arjun there. By the way, queen a2, I really like Gukesh's move. Queen a2, a very long move, and you are threatening bishop d5 on the next move. So queen f4 here. Can we play something like, oh, but can we play something like bishop a1 now after queen d6? We go bishop d5. Is that possible?
It's possible, but you have to be really careful, I guess. I'm
You're
because
skeptical, is it?
the yeah both the sides have to be really careful. For black also, I didn't see an immediate defense, but I understand that if there is a defense, then the initiative can get watered down really quickly. So I'm thinking maybe just wins. Yeah, maybe black shouldn't take queen into d6. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
even looks really strong though, I should admit.
Yeah, bishop a1 with the idea to play queen b2 at some point, maybe not right now, but after bishop d5, queen b2 is even a threat because there is no knight f6. You just take the queen, take the knight because the rook on f7 is pinned. Uh,
Yeah, exactly. In a lot of variations.
so like,
Instead, Gukesh has gone bishop f2 though, and I think this really gives black a lot of breathing space. King g7 on the board. There's no longer the spin. This does allow rook e7 check, but I think Dubo should be able to take queen into f2 and go for this endgame, where he will probably be out of danger. Takes everything and knight f6, and both d5 and d6 are attacked. Bishop c6, and I think it's going to end in a draw because black has to take rook into d6. If he doesn't, if we play something like b4, then d7 can. Oh no, yeah, d7 can get very dangerous. Um, so I think queen into f2 and it goes towards a draw.
all
What do you
right.
think, Soumya?
Yeah, Probably. I mean, queen f2 looks like the only move, even, right? Because if you play something like rook f6, then there is rook e7 coming in. So queen f2, queen
Yeah,
f2,
I
rook
mean, this
f2.
variation can also possibly continue. I wouldn't do it, but it can possibly continue if Dubo decides to get ambitious against his young opponent. But yeah, I wouldn't do this. It's too risky for me. I would take the draw after queen into f2. But this is what Dubo is thinking right now, because he knows that he has a draw in hand. He's looking for a win in the bush.
No, he
And he
goes for
takes the
queen
draw in the
f2.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah, very practical decision there. And after king f2, knight b6, and rook e7, king h6, maybe, right? Or king
Yeah,
h6.
no, king h6, bishop e3.
No, there's no bishop
Not
on
here.
e3.
No,
After
which
queen
question you are
f2.
saying? Queen f2 takes, rookie sun check intermediate move you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like I just thought, like even here rook e7, or after king f2, rook e7.
Okay, you mean knight f6, rookie sun check now.
Yeah, and
This
I thought,
question?
yeah,
Sorry. I lost track. Yeah. Yeah. So
and maybe king
yeah,
h6.
king h6. Yeah, king h6 looks the most.
Right,
Yeah.
should be okay. So now that we are, yeah, this game could be a draw. Let's just have a look at Vidit versus Anish. If there
Yes.
can be what is happening on the that board, bishop
Well,
e2.
I
Oh my
think
god.
I think this game sums up the story of Greedy Vidi. He got a pawn early in the opening and he has never let it go. But at this point, Anish can take this pawn. He can take bishop into e2 and rook into b3. Meanwhile, there's an update on the other games. Yes, the Gukesh game is likely to end in a draw, and AD has lost against Aronian. So we have a result in that game. VD, Anish, probably the final game that is going on right now. And I think Anish is not really in much danger. Yeah, in fact, he's the one who has these dangerous threats with rooks. But this rook e2 is a really really important move. I think Vidit has a clear advantage now. If Vidit had hallowed these two rooks on the 7th rank, it would have gone really bad. It wouldn't have gone bad, but Black would have been able to take a draw at any point. But this rook e2 move, the intermediate move, I think this is something Anish missed. It's very likely that Anish missed this. And this really changes the complexion of the game because this kind of forces the exchange of one rooks. And with the exchange of one pair of rooks, what happens is white takes this b5 pawn, and the b7 and d5 pawns are also falling. So I think Vidit has really, really promising chances to convert this game. And he will at least be a pawn up in the rook endgame, but maybe even more than that. We have to calculate. The king goes into the first rank. Probably I would put it on e1 towards the center. That feels the most natural, and with less time, you play by instinct. You don't mind giving. He goes king g1. So black goes rook c3, and now Vidit has to take one of the pawns. So he takes it, rook into b3, and rook into b7 comes with check. So Vidit will be 2 pawns up, and he will have enough time to bring his king onto the second rank. So AG goes rook c1 check. He keeps giving these checks, trying to push this king onto h3. I would have probably not minded giving the h2 pawn and taken the other pawns. Play king e1 and just give up the h2 pawn, because holding on to this pawn on h2, it can put your king in a very bad place, and you really want, king f1 is towards the right direction. You give up this pawn and you try to take these pawns and try to get the king onto the center. This should be the way.
Yeah. In fact, I think after rook c3, white can play king e2. Okay, black has played rook c1, king e2, and after rook c2, just king d3. So I think it's more important to save the e3 pawn. But now after the king is on d3, black plays rook b2. I thought the idea was to take on h2, and after rook b5, rook g2, and the g3 pawn also falls.
No, I get the
Black
feeling that Anish is already on a tilt. I think he's just upset that he missed rookie too, and he doesn't look too happy at this point. I think Vidit has a really huge advantage. Allowing this king to d3 doesn't look like AG. It's not the most tenacious resistance. He basically handed on a platter what White would have struggle to achieve in with two more extra tempos. And now after rook into b3, just king d2, he will take this b7 pawn. This is a very, very comfortable and winning position for white. So guys, get set to celebrate VD's first win in the uh, Gold Money Asian Open.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the B pawn has no opponent. Black's H pawn is too far away from the queening square. The G3 pawn is still alive, and the B pawn just rolls basically. This is looking very bad for Anish and great for Vidit.
Yeah, actually, Vidit can even play b6 here and ignore everything else, because this b pawn supported by the king, it is completely unopposed. It cannot be stopped. I'm not sure if Vidit will do that. He likes to minimize his opponent's counter chances, but he might well do it. It's very easy to calculate. Yeah, he
Yeah,
has
he
gone for
goes for it.
b6.
The problem with keeping the e pawn is black plays rook b2 and there is not much progress to be achieved, whereas this way there is a clear path to progress. So that's why white gives up that pawn, plays b6, and now he'll move the rook. He'll move it to he's taken the h pawn as well. Now he goes b7 next and supports the b pawn with the king. White black is likely to play rook f1, b7, rook b1, king c5, and then white plays king c6 and king c7 and makes a queen on b8.
Yeah, I'll
So
just
that
show it on the
is
board. And yeah,
wow.
black's pawns are just too weak, too slow. They're too incredibly slow. And when we reach a position like this, for example, white just can easily give up his rook for this pawn. He just needs the king to promote it. So there are just so many ways. And at this point, Anish is just making moves. He's not really trying to defend. So king c6, king g4, and rook h8, and we'll see resignation from AG pretty soon. I can clearly feel how tilted he felt after he missed rook e2, which was a turning point in the game. And after that, he really didn't put up the best resistance. But I think Vidit kind of provoked it. He played pretty accurately till that point. Yeah, after being surprised in the opening.
Mm-hmm. And also Vidit now takes the d5 pawn, so I think he'll just make a passer out of the d pawn as well.
Oh yeah, there are many ways to win here. So this is the greedy way. Take another pawn.
But
So,
okay,
no,
this
Soumya,
needs to
don't
be
be so tense. No,
calculated.
no, don't be so tense. Vidit will win.
Okay. No, I'm not like tensed, but I just need some more time to calculate than both of these boys playing there. They're playing f4, d6, and f3, and now probably rook f7, or does he play d7? What
It's
does
a
he do?
bit of a strange decision from VD. I think this king into d5. Honestly, I thought it
Uh-huh.
was simpler to just play king c6 and play rook h8. But here he has to be a bit precise. But the thing is, after rook into g6, he will go rook f6. So it's pretty easy. Okay, rook g7. The threat is rook into g6 check. It comes with a check. Black cannot prevent it, so he'll probably go f2. Now you take this pawn with a check. The king moves away wherever it goes, and wherever it goes, white has this one tempo to attack this f2 pawn. And once you remove this f2 pawn, even the pawns independently, without the support of the rook, without the support of the king, they can advance and make a queen. So this is exactly what Vidit has calculated. Rook g7, he takes it with check, rook f6, and there is no way it can go wrong because it's done with mathematical precision. So it's simple calculation. You just need to see forced moves for 2-3 more moves. Rook into g6 comes with a check. Then rook f6 comes by force. You remove that f pawn, and you are in time to get this pawn to d7. So it's all worked out till the end with absolute precision. Now Anish might try to make things difficult with some king f2. Yeah, he doesn't want to allow Vidit to do what he wants. So he could do something like this just to prolong the game. He understands what Vidit wants, and he tries to prevent it. And uh, now white also has some extra time, so he can go king d5, king c6, pawn to d7. This is one way to win, and I'm pretty sure there should be more ways to win if we sit down, put our mind and calculate. Maybe rook c7 is a move with d78 incoming. So So
Yeah, rook
yeah,
c7 looks very convincing. King f2, king d5, king e2. I was worried about king c6 and f2 here, but then black always has rook. White always has rook f7 there,
yeah, you can
and
even insert this rook e7 check, just to gain
mhm.
a tempo, and then play rook f7. He has gone king h3 with the same idea to disrupt VD's rook into g6 rook. So the idea is same, yeah. You just eliminate this f3 pawn and then put this pawn on d7. Ah, this is even simpler because rook
Oh
into b7. Yeah, I know.
no, but rook b7, d8, rook g7, queen h8. We have king g2, and after queen g7, f2. But the king is very near. Maybe that's
Yeah,
the
the king is
point.
within
Queen
the winning square.
g6.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And
queen.
I think Vidit knows these things really well.
Yeah.
But he'll probably for him the problem is he has too many good choices. Yeah, paradox of choice, and he has too little time to work out. So he just goes
Wow, what
d8
happened
queen,
here? Wow, what happened here? Rook e1 check is
and
on the
yeah,
board.
Anish flashes out rook e1 check. It's very complicated now. It's
King
very
d4.
complicated. Oh my god, rook d1, king
What
e3, and
exactly?
here
You can take
knight
the
check.
queen. Oh, knight
Yeah, you can
check.
take the queen, but you can also give this check.
Oh my god, what's happening?
This is like this Vidit Prag game all over again.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Oh my god, this was so unexpected. He made a
I
knight.
know.
Anish made a knight. This is on the board, the position. Oh my god. King e2, rook b8, king f1. Oh my god. This is a
Literally
draw
everything
now.
was winning. Literally everything was winning. And now, but how does it end in a draw now? Maybe,
No, he
maybe,
just
maybe there
takes
is
on
still a
g6,
sliver
no?
of hope.
Ah,
No, no.
but if
White,
g5
white
now?
will, white will, white will
No,
king.
g5 and g4,
Just
right?
g5, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, true. But maybe I set you some small practical problems. But yeah,
No,
you're
I
right,
actually
Soumya.
don't
This is
see
a
any
draw.
problem.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. Um, you're right. You're absolutely
Wow,
right.
this is unbelievable. What happened there? I think this whole idea with allowing this, uh, I don't know, man. This D7 was maybe the blunder, I guess. I don't know. It's very hard to
Uh,
understand what went wrong.
yeah, I mean everything was winning. Yeah, just play Rook F7 here, and the plan was pretty simple for White. Everything was winning.
Rook f7, probably he was afraid, like he was uncomfortable
F2,
with
yeah.
f2. Yeah. And after rook f2, there is rook b7. So maybe this was the
Yeah, but
issue
this
that,
question is just so comfortably winning too. I mean, just take this G6 pawn, yeah. Just take
right.
this G6 pawn and support this rook with rook D2.
Mm-hmm.
And these things are also so straightforward to calculate.
Absolutely. I think that was a, oh my God, this was an epic blunder. And
I mean, the
after king
problem for Vidit
d6,
was that he had this so many winning options and he had so few seconds. In such situations, you just have to choose one and go for it. You cannot
yeah,
compare options and try to find which is the best way. But yeah, I have no words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you guys. I'm sorry to do this to be so confident.
oh my God, right. And it's a very difficult draw to get over from for Vidit, but okay. He played a really good game, and maybe d7 was the only blunder of this game. Maybe he was winning throughout, and d7. I don't know.
I'm not sure if he was winning throughout because from what I checked in the game, I think Black kind of equalizes here. You see, at this point, Black does have enough counterplay. He has these ideas like Rook
Yeah,
into E2, but he has to be careful and execute it in the precise way. If you take it directly, then after Rook C2, there is Rook into B5. Yeah.
yeah, that's
So
a
Black
very
has to
nice trick.
play. Yeah. So
And
Black
this
has to.
endgame is not draw because even though, like, let's say rook c1, no, rook
Oh
e2, rook
yeah.
b7, rook e2, rook b7, check.
Nice, 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 nice.
So white has to Black has to give rook
Black.
c1 check, and after rook e1, rook into e1 check, king e1, a b5. This endgame is not a draw because white has this break with e4, I think, and then he wins it because he's a pawn up.
Yes, Soumya, you're absolutely right. So this black shouldn't have done. He shouldn't have played rook into e2, but he could have started with b6. Kick away this rook, and then taken rook into e2. And here black equalizes because white will try to defend this. He needs two moves. He has to play rook a1 first, rook e1 first, and then play king f2, and that is enough time for black to take one of the pawns at least. So it would have gone for something like this. Then white will take one pawn, and this would probably be a draw, equal pawns, but an interesting endgame nevertheless. And black is not really in a lot of danger, so this would have been the right course. But the critical point, AG went rook b2. What he probably thought was he will get two of his rooks onto the 7th rank, and then VD has no way to win because it will be a perpetual at any point. And I think AG was counting on this bishop into b5, a into b5. Probably he thought rook into b5 by reflex. He thought that this would be taken automatically. But this move rook e2, which Vidit had foreseen, out calculating AG, this turned out to be a turning point in the game and gave Vidit a huge advantage. After rook e2, Anish really went on a tilt for some time and just started giving checks. The next few moves he didn't play the best way possible, and I think this was really the turning point. From rook e2 onwards, white was absolutely winning. White had such a large advantage, and I really thought Vidit would definitely take this. But I can understand to a certain extent, Soumya. I recently played against the Polish number 3 Grandmaster Maciej Bartel myself, and in these situations where you're down to absolute seconds, 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, things can really go wrong. Things can go really wrong, even if you have practiced them extensively. It's we see it happening in sports all the time.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
on the other hand, I also feel, I also feel, I should say, I just feel bad about how things turned out and the way they were. And to make things worse, Gukesh has also lost his game against Dubo. So it was very promising for our Indian guys, but Vidit ended up drawing an absolutely winning position, and Gukesh lost a game which he couldn't have lost unless he had overpressed.
Oh my God, this was so hard to take, by the way, even as a spectator, the fact that this game ended in a draw. But I completely agree with you, Shri. It's so hard to convert a winning game, and that's one of the reasons why chess it gets very difficult. There are these moves on the board, they exist, but you need to find them within that much time. You have 20 seconds on the clock. Nerves play such a big role. And chess is, after all, a game of making a choice, right? It's not about just sitting there and the position converts by itself. You need to take those decisions and make those choices on the board, and with every move, just imagine how much effort goes into playing a game of chess where in with every move you're actually taking a decision.
Yes, Soumya. I think you make an absolutely valid point. Chess is a game of skill primarily, and these are I mean, every one of these players who are playing here are excellent players. They're capable of playing very, very good chess. But in high pressure situations where you're really down on time, in these little moments, this is where people really distinguish themselves, even amongst the elite in every sport. They take these little moments, they win these little moments. This is how important high pressure games are won. The quarterfinals, the semifinals, the finals of any sporting event, all the teams are good, the players are of very high skill, but under general circumstances with absolutely no pressure. But under intense high pressure, it really comes down to the player who has more skill in that particular situation. Meanwhile, round two about to kick off in a very, very short time. Expected to kick off anytime. It's 5:30 now. And the pairings for the round two, Jan Christoph Duda, the Polish number 1, facing with the white pieces. And Gukesh will play against Vladislav Artemiev with black. Arjun will face black. against Dubo, who needs no introduction. And AD will have the white pieces against Ding Liren, whose pronunciation, please forgive me if I get it wrong.
It's Ding Lijen, as we have learned from Raja's streams. He kept correcting us
Lijen.
many times. Yes,
Lijen.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lijen. Like legend, almost like legend. Adi looking very calm, by the way. I just had a look at his camera before we switched to VD. He was looking super calm, and this is VD. VD is still thinking about his previous game, probably, but I guess Black Lotus helps, and I'm sure he will be able to keep his calm and come back in this game.
Yeah, it's easier to recover when things go wrong at the beginning, because you still have that energy and
Mhm.
a lot of time to recover. But whereas if the same thing happened at the 10th round or something, then it becomes harder to do it.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
yeah.
You made a great point there, because it's a critical game, and you feel like it's your one shot. You spoiled it, whereas in the beginning you feel like you still have many more chances, and there'll be many more chances to take. So your mind psychologically adapts better when things go wrong in the beginning.
Yes, and it's also easier to deal with unexpected tragedies when you're relatively when you have more energy. And when you're drained, when you have less energy, it's so much harder to fight. So I think the Duda with it game might take a bit of time to begin, but meanwhile we have kickoff in the other games. Adiban repeating his line against Ding. I'll just say Ding. Uh,
Oh, oh my God, I can't believe he went for b5. So this is his preparation clearly, because he goes for b5 once again. Let's see what AD has in store against Aronian's idea, which Ding Lijen might repeat.
yeah, but I have to say that there is absolutely no way Ding could have checked the first round
Exactly.
game.
Exactly my thoughts, that they probably don't have enough time to go through all the games. So we will see a completely different game here. Queen c7 is not very
No, no,
likely
no. This
either.
was this was the this was the previous game with the
Exactly.
same position,
Mhm.
and this is the present game which we have on screen right now.
So let's see what Dinglish opts for. Uh, on one
You're just
hand,
flexing your pronunciation now, no?
I don't know how to call him Ding. Like, I'm just not comfortable with calling Chinese people by their first names. It's always Hu Yifan, Ding Lijian, Ju and Jun. It's always like full name. Have you
Okay.
have you ever
Yeah.
called a Chinese player by only their first name? Like, address them only by their first name?
To be honest, I haven't spoken a lot with them in general because, English is not the most comfortable for a few of them. But
Right.
with Hui Fan, she's very fluent in English, and I almost don't. I don't think. With her it was pretty easy to address her and have conversations with her.
Speaking of Huyufan, she is playing in this tournament, and she is in fact playing against Magnus Carlsen in this round. Do you want to have a quick look at the position, because she's, after all, the women's world number one, and Magnus Carlsen the world number one in open section? Just can we have a quick look at how that game is looking like?
Yeah, we have it on the screen right now. The queens are off. Magnus playing against the women's number one immediately takes the queens off. And it's a queen's gambit accepted. A typical endgame where white has a very slight advantage, but much more pleasant position for white, and something that Magnus would love to, squeeze. Um, so yeah, this is the position we have on the screen right now. And I should also mention that Magnus lost the first round against the Iranian super talent Ali Reza Firoja. So he's probably going for something safe and solid against which it's not easy to lose.
Oh, and Magnus, of course, loves slight pulls and games, and Yifan taking her time here. We will see how this game goes. Meanwhile, with this game has begun, it is a English opening. I don't know what to call it. C4 is an English opening, but C4 replied by c5 is usually the symmetrical system.
Yes, symmetrical English. You got that
Yeah.
absolutely right, Soumya. You got it absolutely right. And after G3, D5 is a system which Vidit has been playing for many, many years. One of the most critical responses here is to go D4. But Duda doesn't go for that. Instead, he opts to take C into D5, knight into D5, bishop G2. In general, these positions are comfortable for black with precise play. And VD looks very well prepared at this for this tournament. There are some people, who are asking. There are some people who are asking in the chat about, you know, uh, so many years of practice, and still these things happen. First of all, yes, so many years of practice, so much supernatural talent, but your opponent is also a supernatural talent with so many years of practice. This is the same in all international sports. Secondly, a big difference, I should say. These 20 years that we have spent practicing is for over the board classical chess, which is very similar to the online rapid chess format that we are seeing right now, but it's not exactly the same. It's not 100% the same. These kind of situations where you're playing online with 15 seconds, again, to quote my recent experience in the Banter Blitz Cup, when I got to this point with 15 seconds, yes, I've been in this situation in over the board chess 1,000 times, but when it happened online in a format where I had to speak while playing, I started shaking even after so many years. And even after, in general, I managed to stay calm in most of the situations. But when you're put in that situation, it feels different. So the online rapid chess, it has slight differences. And and yeah, we have to accept it. Yeah, some people are just stronger than others in these critical moments. And Anish is just a bit stronger than VD. He has shown that consistently over several years. He's 50 pounds higher ranked than VD, and that is for a reason. So I wouldn't really dig too deep into it or be too critical of VD. Yes, it was a good game with mutual chances. Anish made a mistake at first. Vidit was winning. Then Vidit made a few mistakes under pressure, gave it back, and that was the story. That's how international sports happens. People make mistakes under pressure. Everyone does. Magnus Carlsen does. Fabiana Caruana does. Ding does. Vidit does. Anish does. And some people are just a bit more consistent than others, and that is the reason why the rank, world number 10 is better than world number 20. And it takes a lot of time, and there is a huge difference to cover these gaps. So back to the game which we have right now. um, I think Vidit has got a pretty nice position out of the opening. He has this very nice central pawns, and I think he has completely equalized. White White will try to break with something like d4 here, I think, or he will try to put pressure on the c5 pawn, which is not as well defended as this e5 pawn right now. The e5 pawn is well defended in the center with this pawn on f6 defending it, but the c5 pawn ideally should be defended with b6. But for example, just a random move with white, and if black plays b6, there are possibilities of some tactic occurring on this diagonal. So black has to watch out for this. And so this is one area where white can try to put some pressure against the c5 pawn. Apart from that, apart from that apart from that yeah, I think black has done well in this position. He's got a good position out of the opening, and also chances to get better. Also, I remember Vidit did defeat Duda, so he has played e3. So one of the ideas was to try and get this d4 break, where if white manages to achieve it, the e3 and the d2 pawn will be exchanged with the e5 and the c5 pawn. And in the remaining position, white will hope that his pieces are more active than black's. Black, on the other hand, will use the time taken for white to try and get his own pieces in position. For example, bishop g4 is a move which develops black's own piece and prevents white from playing d4. So bishop g4 is an example of how black can make use of the time of one or two moves. And yeah, so this is how the direction of this game is likely to go. The focal point is the d4 point. White tries to get d4 because at the moment, white's pieces are just a little more active than black's. A lot of black strength lies in how well a center is maintained. So if white breaks the center, then it will be good for white. On the other hand, black can try and prevent this with active concrete play. And welcome back, Soumya.
Hey Shri, happy to be back. And let's see, Vidit seems to be, as you explained, his idea is to get d4 in as fast as possible.
Vidit is black against, so Duda is white. He's trying to get d4 in. And I'm expecting bishop g4 from Vidit now. What do you think, chat? What are you expecting?
Yeah, bishop
You
g4
sound.
looks like a great move actually. Bishop e6 also comes to mind, but I really like bishop g4 so much more. Pinning the knight. Pins and skewers, we are always fond of them. Also, maybe queen d3 at some point is possible. Knight to b4 is also possible, coming to d3. There are so many nice ideas for black here, actually. Queen
Yeah,
d7
but
is also queen d7, and rook d8 is also something that is very logical after bishop g4.
I think what you're saying is absolutely right, Soumya, because if white is not able to execute this d4, he has committed e3. And by committing e3, he has weakened this d3 point, which the e2 pawn was controlling. So after e3, bishop g4, if white is not able to successfully execute this d4 move, then white has all these weaknesses all over his position. And all this knight b4, knight d3 ideas which you are suggesting is a direct consequence of this e3 move. So white is really under pressure to try and execute this d4, but this is not so easy to do because after d4, black can just take this knight into d4. So maybe VD can get revenge against uh, a Polish grandmaster, considering that a Polish grandmaster defeated me some days ago.
Nice way to put it there. Did we already have a look at the other games, by the way?
No,
Did we
no, no,
have a look
Soumya.
at
How could I do
Adi's
that without
game?
you?
Oh.
Yes, we can
So maybe
cycle
we
through the
can,
other games. Yeah.
yeah, because especially Adi's game, I'm really curious what did Ding Lijian reply to Adiban's opening idea with this b4, c5, e3, knight f6, and b5. So Ding actually went for knight bd7, not queen c7, with the same idea to play e5 next. And white took on d4, c into d4, and knight d4. So white picks up a pawn there. After knight c5, white simply protects the knight on d4 with bishop b2, a very natural move. The knight is still on d4, e5, knight b3, and bishop f5 coming in. Again, the d3 square looks very weak. Basically, what we can learn from these games, both the games with it as well as Adiban's game, is that if you push the c pawn as well as the e pawn forward and keep the pawn on d2, then the d3 square becomes really weak and white has to worry about it. By the way, he has given up the e5 pawn, but it's actually not really hanging because we can always play queen e7.
And
And
if
after queen
d4,
e4, it is bishop. Sorry. You can play
if
d4.
d4.
Wow. I completely missed that.
No, I think
I actually thought,
bishop into e5, maybe there is no tactical refutation, but the important point, black has his knight d3 check, and this bishop sits on d3. Once he does it, white can't really castle, and no easy way to evict this bishop on d3. So I think there is enormous strategic compensation here.
oh, maybe this is also the tactical refutation because after bishop d3, like there are immediate problems for white's king. And I actually don't see how white deals with the threat of queen e7 now.
Yes, another
So,
typical position where I would happily tag you in and watch you crush white's king.
so yeah, like white needs to be careful. He has taken on c5, makes sense to exchange a few pieces when you're a pawn up and basically materially up. He plays bishop e2. And now Oh wow, now is knight e4 an option?
Knight e4, then white can castle. Yes. Do you have a follow up?
Queen b6? Queen
And
b6?
yeah, there is
How
no
does
way to
this
defend. Yeah. Oh, it looks strong. It looks really strong.
Maybe queen e1. Maybe queen e1
Yeah,
is the
queen e1.
move.
Queen e1 is the only move. Ugly, but temporarily, because d3 is incoming next. And then once white evicts this knight on e4, he will start bringing his pieces out. And black's pieces, which are very well coordinated for an attack, is not in a position to defend.
So maybe white is able to defend it. Still, I really like how black has handled the opening. But of course, if he cannot, like if white gets d3 in this position, for example, then white is
Mhm.
okay, right? That is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
point of it.
absolutely. It's all based on time, time and. But also there is more than one problem to solve. Yeah, not just d3, but also these pieces and
Exactly.
castle.
The lack of development is a very high price that white is paying for the pawn. But if he
Yeah.
can prevent black's, prevent an immediate tactic, then he will definitely get d3 in and he'll definitely get knight d2 in and then he can be comfortable. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
as
problem is,
Sri
for example,
time.
yeah, so he already prepares against d3, yeah. Um Queen d6, trying to get in rook d8, and maybe also e4 at some point.
Mhm.
No, I don't. I'm not too thrilled at the position that AD is getting for himself in this tournament, because this is clearly not AD's strength. Taking a pawn and defending. AD should get these kind of positions with black, not with white.
Exactly. I also thought of the same thing that usually it's the kind of position he would like to play with black. Maybe he had some specific idea in mind. That's the reason he went for this b5 line, but we are not getting to see that because his opponents are playing it differently than he had imagined.
Yeah, they
So
are well
sometimes
prepared.
that
They are ready.
happens.
Maybe they didn't expect it against AD in general, but this 3b4 line, it is hot. It is trending, and it is known for 2 3 years by now. And maybe c5 is not the variation where he spent a lot of his attention.
Not
So
just two,
clearly,
3 years. Actually, you won't believe it. I was checking a really old book by Reuben Fine. It was
mhm.
probably written in the 50s or 60s, and he mentions this move before.
Oh yeah, yeah. The variation itself, it has a lot of strategic base, because you're basically playing Benoni reverse, Benko reverse. Yeah, you're basically playing
Right.
Benko reverse. So that comes from d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, b5, and let's say white plays knight f3. So if you see, this position is very similar, except white has this one extra tempo. So from that, oh, h5 on the board. H5 on the board.
Wow, H5, Ding Lijian just going all out. And he can, by the way, also long castle because it is really not so dangerous for black to put his king on c8 at the moment. If he can bring his rook to the d file quickly, it seems like, oh God, I think white has to be very, very precise here.
Yeah,
Um,
I just don't feel comfortable with what AD has gotten himself into from with the white side. This is his second white game. He lost his first game with the white, and if this doesn't go well for him, the tournament is going to get really really tough for him.
One idea here, by the way, is to exchange the dark squared bishop with knight c3 and knight a4. I know it is not what white would like to do, but I think that after you exchange the dark squared bishop, the pressure reduces a lot. And anyway, when we are materially up, we should try and exchange pieces. So even logically, I think knight c3, knight a4 would make sense if
It makes a lot of sense, Soumya. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's extremely logical, but you also have to watch out against concrete ideas, yeah, like e4 and knight g4, and sacrifices on
Exactly.
f2. Um, these are the threats that face white at this point.
Exactly. So it is a very like it is the kind of position where you have to make sure that you don't lose immediately and try and improve your position at the same time, which is hard to do. But okay, let's calculate some lines maybe. After h5, we play knight c3, and here Srinath is suggesting e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
E4. So let's go for what we have decided. Let's play knight a4. Then black plays knight g4 here. After bishop into g4, you take 8 g4, and you are
Yeah.
threatening queen h2. And after g3, there is queen h6.
Yep. 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 You got
So
it right.
this is already very difficult, because after h4, you won't even take gh3, but you will play g5. But the c5 bishop is actually hanging, but maybe we can. You can't play g5 because the rook on h8 is hanging. So it's actually, even
h4.
that position could be defendable, no?
Uh, I really feel black should have a
Oh,
way
maybe
to win
after
here.
g3, you simply take on h2, Shri. You simply take on h2,
Ha.
and queen h6, and long castle, and rook h8.
Uh, yeah, and there's no way out. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no way to defend it. Oh, this is so beautiful. After knight c5,
Yeah, I
rook
think I think
h8. And
AD senses all these dangerous variations. So he has played d4. He's trying to give his pawn
right,
back like blood money to try and get his pieces out. But now black takes this pawn back in really good circumstances, and I think uh, not looking great for AD. It's apparent, and we have
right,
repeated this a few times, but yeah, I think we can really
right.
emphasize that.
I agree with you, Shri. Maybe we can do a quick roundup of the other Indian games as well. Like, let's have a look at how Gukesh is doing. He's black against Artemiev, who's one of the strongest players, 2,700 players, whom we don't get to see often, actually. He's a really strong grandmaster from Russia. He's playing in his first Champions Chess Tour um, event. And knight on f4, knight e3, king g7. Both the knights have an outpost on f4 and f5. The difference being, after white goes knight f5, black can take on f5, whereas the knight on f4 cannot be taken by the bishop, and the bishop on b3 is basically a little locked out.
Yeah, but I think
So
the G6 bishop is a lot more locked out, no? And frankly
exactly,
speak,
it's a question
this
of
knight,
whose bishop is worse, no?
yeah, yeah. No, I think the black bishop is clearly worse, and I think white has a slightly better. Of course, I'm a bit biased by what the live engine is showing, the evaluation bar, which shows an advantage for white. But when I think based on that, white probably has a little bit of an edge.
But why is it
Also,
an advantage? I will play h5 now. Then, why is it an advantage for white? I'm
no, you
wondering.
you you have to be very careful with h5, yeah, because g into h5, knight
Right.
into h5, and I can take this.
Oh, right. And also, after rook h8, let's say, you can play rook g1 now. White has played king h2, which is a wonderful move, because after rook h8, we have rook g1, and after h5, we simply take on h5 and knight f5 coming in.
Yep, yep, yep,
So
yep. Yeah,
king
rook
h2
h8
is very
played, and
prominent.
rook g1 also played.
So I'm expecting the other rook to g8 and king to f8. That is what I'm expecting from black right now.
Yeah, also I can't help but notice that Gukesh seems to be struggling a bit with his time here. Yeah, he is badly outpaced by his opponents in the 2 rounds that we have seen so far. We saw this happen in the the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour as well. But there, Gukesh was able to wriggle out against some of his lower ranked opponents. Here. it's a huge difference. They're the highest ranked opponent, Abdusatro, 26-36. Here, I don't really see many people below 26-36. Even the 13th seed is about 2700. So completely different challenge for Gukesh here, and he has to be careful with his time management. But it's a difficult situation, because you need to take time to solve difficult problems. But if you take too much time, then you get into trouble later. So this can only be overcome by playing a lot of games at this level and getting used to it.
Mm-hmm. Also, the more I look at this position, the more I understand why you were preferring white, because after rook a g8, there is a move like a4. And the black king, basically, I first thought that the black king would feel very comfortable if it goes to the center or the queen side. But the truth is that it is not comfortable anywhere, because after a4, the rook on a1 is suddenly open. The bishop on b3 is suddenly not bad. And the bishop on g6, on the other hand, will really struggle to come into the game.
Yep.
Right.
So I
So
think
these are the problems black is facing here. Do you want to go and have a look at Arjun's game, because he's playing Daniel Dubov with black pieces?
yeah, this is the position we have right now. Dubo doing the typical Dubo thing. He has sacrificed a pawn for, I think, excellent initiative. Yes, and the move that comes to my mind immediately is rook into e4. But now there is f3, and now there is rook a4. So this doesn't really work for white. So rook into e4, bishop into e4, queen into e4, and I'm not. How does this go? Rook d6, and is the knight trapped? Bishop d4. I think black looks okay, no? Yeah, he has taken rook into e4, and Arjun also has quite decent time. Yes, he's 2 minutes down, but the position is not that complex yet. So the 5 minutes that he has, enough time for him to calculate. But after rook d6, the position becomes really complex. Black has these two minor pieces against the rook, and black seems to be doing very comfortable at first sight. But on the other hand, the knight on basics risks being trapped, and
Exactly.
therefore black has to be really careful. Rook d6 and bishop d4 is one move, queen b4 is another move, but I have an odd sense of fear that something can be hit here.
Oh,
Queen
absolutely. I
f7, rook
also feel.
c7. Yeah, Soumya.
Yeah, I totally agree with your feeling, because I feel the same. Your rook d6, queen b4. I'm worried about queen e6. The knight on d6 doesn't have good squares. I mean, it only has a square like a4, and once it vacates, leaves b6 square, we have back rank issues, because the knight on b6 actually also guards the c8 square. So let's imagine a variation like rook d6, queen b4, queen e6,
We
and
have it
knight
on the
a4,
board.
and now yeah, and now we have rook c8 coming in. So black has two problems here. One is his knight on b6, and other is his king on h8, which is actually very vulnerable in this position. So
Yep. Yeah, sorry, I'm
solving
just.
both of them is going to be a task.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes
He plays
queen
queen
b3 though.
b3. Yeah.
But now there's bishop d4. Yeah, it's a nice move, centralizing and rook f8. The problem I saw with bishop d4 at this point was queen f7 and rook c7 coming in. But after queen b3,
Uh,
bishop d4, you have already moved the queen once. Yeah, queen f7 feels odd. Probably not his intention. And without the rook on d6, with the rook on d1, it makes a lot of difference in the position. So black can maybe do something like knight d5, and it still looks scary, but black also has counterplay now, knight e3 and stuff like this coming in.
yeah. Actually, I did not understand this move queen b3 at all. I mean, it is very unlikely of Dubo also, right? He usually likes to go in with all his pieces, and he played a quiet move like queen b3 here. Maybe he saw some specific problem with rook d6 which he could not refute, and which we have not known.
Yeah, true. But at the moment, we really only can second guess.
Yeah. So yeah, I think black will be able to solve his problems with bishop d4 and should be okay. This should be okay for black.
Yep.
Um,
And
do you
back
want to
to
look at with its
yeah,
game?
yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
the chat will make the chat very happy. Chad was
Yeah.
screaming for with this game, like I noticed it, but
But you also
there's
wanted to
only
do
so many
justice
games
for
we can
Arjun,
cover
yeah?
at the same time. Yeah, I also exactly like justice for Arjun and Gukesh and Adi. So I
Yeah,
just thought that.
also chat Arjun's style of play is not too different from VD, to be honest, you know. When VD was like 17 or 19, he also used to play like Arjun only. So we can have VD's face cam and Arjun's push in, and maybe you won't notice the difference. Oh, I didn't. Meanwhile, yeah, do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess 24 India. Thanks to your help, we have 4 Indians out of 16 in this event, and there's just more and more events to come. So, chat, you can really help us go a long way in helping more Indian players get opportunities at the global best tournaments. We have some very interesting action happening on the board. Do you understand what's
Exactly.
going on, Soumya?
Oh my God, exactly my thoughts. I was like, what is happening? Am I counting the pieces wrong? So basically, Vidit has sacrificed a piece for a very strong pawn on d2, and he can actually take the rook on c2 now, which is quite likely. So after bishop c2, queen into c2, um, he will have one rook and two pawns for a pair of bishops, which is usually not good compensation, but the pawn on d2 is really menacing. And if he can manage to keep it, that will provide enough compensation. But I cannot really assess the position very well, because let's say bishop into c2, queen c2. Now white is threatening bishop c3 on the next move, and he's threatening to take the pawn.
Yeah, that is
So
exactly the biggest problem. Yeah, I mean, the prima facie, if you just look at the position, at first sight, the D2 pawn really looks menacing. But the problem is, it looks also really weak. It's a bit like Abhimanyu, you know, it has gone all the way forward, but we are not sure if it can queen. And bishop c3, rook d1, all these things coming in. This is the exact problem that black faces. So if black can somehow save the d2 pawn, black will have a better position, but concretely, if this will happen, that is the question.
right, and just to go a couple of moves.
Also, it's not forced to take bishop into c2 right now. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not forced, and uh, maybe you can attack the c2 rook.
Oh, really? With rook c4?
Yeah, rook c4. Rook c4 is one way, for example. Rook into d2, I take the queen, you take the
Mm-hmm.
queen, and I take this bishop, and in the end, I'm a pawn up. So, but I'm not
Hmm.
sure if black keeps this pawn. Rook a1, rook c7, bishop d4, and this is. So I think VD has a draw in the hand again. You know, he's looking for more in the bush. That explains the long thing. He has seen these variations where he knows that he's absolutely safe. So he has to decide between making this, going into this liquidation, or to look for something more. What
Wow.
would you do here?
Um, I will probably go for rook c4 because he goes for queen d3. Queen d3 is a move I did not consider at all. Queen d2, and after what is queen d3? After queen
Uh,
c2, there is queen b4, no? And
yeah,
after
yeah. After
queen
queen into c2, there is
bishop
queen into
d5.
b4, but you can take the bishop on f3 first. And queen into b4, bishop into c2.
It
Oh, queen c4 check.
Hello.
Yeah, you can't hear me, yeah? Queen c4 check. So what is VD's? Ha. So he bishop into c2, and if he takes queen into b2, then there is bishop d5 check. So what exactly is VD intending here? Surely something that is surely something we haven't yet. Queen into f3, queen here, and now bishop d5. Maybe this is the idea. And
Oh, bishop d5 is very pretty because uh, the mate cannot be saved after bishop d5. So he played
the
queen
mate cannot be
f3.
saved.
Wow, that is a very nice idea actually.
Yeah. So white goes rook c3, preventing this, anticipating this, and preventing this, and uh, but now the material is equal and VD is a pawn up. Although there is a huge difference in time, VD's position looks very safe because it's an opposite color bishop, and he's the one with one more pawn. Queen b7, for example. It looks. No, bishop a3 is there. Okay, this is the problem. Bishop a3 is the problem. In this case, black has to be careful. Um, how does he prevent this? There's no
Queen
bishop
b7,
a3.
is it forced? Can't I play
No,
queen
no, no, no.
d5?
Yeah, you can play queen d5, but I was thinking takes, and now bishop a3 nevertheless.
Oh, anyway, bishop a3. Okay.
Yeah, and the variation can go on. Takes. This pawn goes to b3, an advanced pawn, but not desirable. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure what is the best advice for black here. Oh no! I'm missing something, Soumya. Sorry. Bishop a3. Black has rook c4.
No, but rook c4, the rook on f1 is attacked. I saw rook c4, but I did
Yeah.
not spot that the rook on f1 is attacked in the end. Wow, very nice variation. And he actually finds this. He goes queen d5. So it is quite likely to be on the board now after.
Yeah, true. Queen d5, yeah, this is likely to happen. Of course, white also can play other moves, yeah. Rook d3, bishop a3. Position is ridiculously complex. So many things to calculate. And so many things to calculate. It's very hard to do this with 2 minutes. But the saving grace for black in all these variations, he has this bishop c4 against bishop a3. So this is the counter that black is counting on in all the variations, and logically it should go into something equal.
But he goes for queen rook d3 here. So queen b5, and after bishop a3, what is his idea after bishop
Bishop
a3?
c4.
Oh, so he anyway always has this bishop c4 idea, and bishop b4, we have bishop d3.
Yeah. The typical saving grace.
Right.
So yeah, I think this is likely to go towards a draw. This is
Right.
likely to go towards a draw. Meanwhile, no, nothing else. I mean, no major. I did see that AD is a piece up, but his position is bad in any case. So, what is going on in Arjun's game, Soumya?
Oh, Adiban's game is
Arjun is winning.
crazy.
Arjun is winning. Hang on.
Oh, wow.
Stop the press. Arjun is winning. He's clearly winning.
Oh, wow. This endgame, wow. This is a outside passer endgame, and maybe just how does black win this endgame? Let's say a4, king d4, king f6, h4, and a3.
Yeah, black just plays fetch with the white's king. Yeah, he says go
Exactly.
fetch the a pawn. The king runs to fetch the a pawn, and then black cleans off the white's pawns on the king side in the process. Wow, this is such a stunning start for Arjun. And once again, I have to emphasize, I have seen Arjun working for the lead up towards this tournament. He has absolutely worked incredibly hard, and I feel very confident that he will make a very good score in this tournament. I'm not sure if he can go to the top 8 on his first attempt, but I'm sure that he's not going to struggle here or look out of place. He's going to belong here.
Wow, that's And that's amazing insight, Shri. And I'm really, really glad that Arjun is winning this against Daniel Dubov, one of the strongest players, most imaginative players of our times, actually, and holding his own. Uh, Also, once this game is over, we have to look at Adiban's game, which is also completely
Yes.
crazy, as
I
usual.
think we can already go to that, yeah, because I think this game is winning, and it's just going to be a few more moves. But I think Arjun is going to win for sure.
So
He
hard to
cannot mess this
understand.
up. Do you want to switch over already?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. And it's so hard to understand what is happening there. Black has played rook e2 check. King f3 will be followed by rook c2. But then white has a move like bishop f6, maybe.
This looks bad, no? I mean, at the very least, what if I just take this and play this and prevent white from going d7? It's a straightforward win, right? The king comes to e6, prevents white from playing d7, and then takes all the other pawns.
Oh, he has played knight a5 actually. So after rook b2, knight b7 is the point. But then rook b8, this is so difficult, man. Rook b8, we have c6.
Yeah,
Such
actually,
a nice
I
line.
don't, I would think twice before taking on b2. You know, I would first try and eliminate these pawns first. These are the troublesome. These are the menacing pawns. You know, this is the problem for black in this position. So I would try to eliminate them first, rather than taking another piece. That is the, you know, something like rook into c5, knight into b7, rook into b5, knight into d8, rook into b2. If this works for black, I would try to go towards this first, but I'm not sure about this. Also, yeah, we can have a look. This also comes to something similar, yeah.
He has taken rook b2, knight b7 on the board. I'm really curious, what does Ding Lijian have prepared here? Because rook b8 runs into c6. And c6 followed by rook b5 maybe. Because the idea is after c7, black has rook 5 b7, and
Yeah.
he holds
This is an
the.
important piece of calculation, yeah.
But can I play d7 here? But d7 anyway, rook into b7, right? Rook
You mean
5
here,
b7.
yeah? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is
Oh.
just lost.
But this was crazy, like to have this position on the board, and completely crazy. Yeah, Ding Lijian has won the game. Adiban resigns, but uh, in general, a very crazy position. Just if we go to move number uh, 20, 26 in the game, black played c5, and look at the pawns. The pawns are on d3 and e3,
Yeah,
and pawns
I
are
know,
on
Soumya.
c5,
This was the
d6.
point where I was going to shout out about this game, you know. And then I noticed that AD was actually losing, because initially I imagined that this rook was on f8, and I thought rook into e3 wins. But
Oh,
later I realized that this is just bad. And there is also, yeah, so we have results on 3 games. So the only live game going on is Duda with it. To give you an update on the results, Arjun won against Dan Dubo. So he's the first Indian to win so far in this tournament. And Gukesh has lost his second game in a row against Vladislav Artemiev. So both Gukesh and AD have had a bad start. They have lost the first 2 games. Meanwhile, Vidit against Duda, he has only 19 seconds, but the position looks thrilling and dangerous. It could go either way. If Duda can somehow find a way to set problems for VD, which I don't see how, it's actually Black's position which looks nice. Queen F1, rook E2 coming. Black's king quite safe on G8, and overall it looks very safe for Vidit. Even though he has only 19 seconds remaining, it's not really easy. So maybe Duda will make a practical decision to exchange of the queens and go into this endgame where the bishop on h3 is out of place. So although VD has 2 extra pawns, the a7 pawn is likely to fall, and the 2 versus 3 will be probably be too less to create any winning chances. So I think this is the likely direction that the game can go, because any other move apart from queen d5 on the board, and takes rook a5, bishop c5, probable direction, and very good chances for white to draw this. Meanwhile, Soumya is back, so let's welcome her back. Do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess 24 India.
Wow, that would be a very nice welcome back indeed. And what were your thoughts about Vidit's game, Shri? I think Vidit has chances, no? The
Two
bishop
less
on h5
chances.
is
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bit, sorry, the
exactly.
bishop on h3 is a bit stuck. That is probably a
Exactly.
big.
The bishop on h3 is stuck, and the a7 pawn is too brittle.
Mm-hmm. Right. So this is likely to end in a draw, but in rapid, we never know. We can never really be
Yeah,
sure.
both the players less than a minute, but VD has been perilously low on time uh, through this game. And with f5, he seeks to release the bishop on h3, which was being held hostage, and also to create an hedge passer, which can give him winning chances if white takes g into f5. But maybe he will just go g5, yeah, not allowing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. I'm a little worried for the bishop on h3, and it reminds me of Fischer's bishop on h2. But the good part is that after f4, now the bishop is free. So this definitely is good news.
yeah, the bishop is free, but the a7 pawn is falling, and white creates all these counter chances on these dark squares. So it really seems very hard to win from here. The pawn on g5 effectively ensuring that black will never get a passer. So this one pawn advantage, it's pretty much neutralized. It's pretty much neutralized and diluted, with it giving a few checks to give himself some extra time, a few extra 10 seconds, so that he can wonder if he should just make a draw or try for something here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Chad is very happy about Arjun's win there. I just had a look at what our Chad is saying.
Oh yes, chat and you and me. I'm sure all of us are quite happy, and
Absolutely.
also not just for the wins, but how well he has belonged at this level. Yeah, so far he has made a very very favorable impression, like how Mohammad Siraj made his debut a few months ago in Australia.
Yeah, it is his first elite event, right? It is his first elite event.
Yeah, it is his first elite event, and for Arjun, he has been an exceptional player for a really long time. But for him, the biggest problems has been the lack of opportunities. So, for example, he couldn't even make it to the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour because there are so many prodigies in India,
Mm-hmm.
and it hasn't been easy for him. But he has done it the hard way. Instead of feeling bad about being excluded, he just simply chose to win the Indian qualifiers. And he's here in the Champions Chess Tour. And here also, he has made a fantastic impression so far. And his preparation has been excellent. He has been beating some really strong players prior to this event in training games. So I think he's already a fantastic inspiration. He's just 17 years old, but a fantastic inspiration to all of us, including me. And he's also a great and well-behaved kid in general.
Oh, thanks a lot, Shri, for that insight. You, of course, know him really well because you've been working with him for a few years now and seeing him climb the ladder. Um, Bishop b5 on Vidit's board. Do you think Vidit can create some chances? Because after Bishop c7, the rook. Okay, now King d7, Bishop a5. I mean, if we can get our King to e5, but Black will never allow it, right? Black will.
Yeah, no, I think as long as the pawn on a6 remains, there is always a bit of chance. There is always a sliver of hope. And Vidit also
Oh,
has 47 seconds now, yeah. So it's only going to be either a Vidit win or a draw. He's playing for two results. As long as we have a lot of these two results positions, we are going to win some games and draw some games, yeah. It's just probability.
right. But I think maybe Vidit will bail out with rook b5. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He plays
No, no,
King
no. I think
d6.
I think he Vidit will play for a long time because he
All
has no
right.
chances to lose. It's
All
the
right.
professional approach.
Mm-hmm.
F5, step towards liquidating the position and taking the game towards a draw. Also, Soumya, I should say, that how much Vidit has changed over the years. For example, the last match against Anish, when as a child, when you would surprise Vidit with something like that in the opening, and when he was uncertain, his first reaction would be to try and liquidate and try and do something very safe and make a quick draw. That used to be his first reaction for a really long time. But what I noticed over the years, the people who grew up to be really successful from my age group were those people who were very successful at making changes in themselves, the hard changes. And Vidit has done that in a lot of things. One of the things, he just goes for the initiative no matter what. He tries to fight, he tries to create chances. This was a very big improvement that he did from his childhood. And also his opening preparation, he used to just play one opening. He used to have not such a great opening preparation compared to his peers when he was a teenager. Later, it turned out to be his strength. So what I noticed in what the changes I noticed from VD the teenager to VD the person in his early 20s, a lot of things which were his weaknesses actually transformed to become his strengths.
Mhm. Wow. Wow. That is a very hard, very difficult thing to achieve, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that is one of the big reasons why he grew to be stronger than most other Indian players. Between number three and number two, he surpassed a lot of people who were equal or stronger than him in his teens because he made these changes very, very successfully. And he also grew up from pretty limited means. I remember he had this one very small place to practice on when I visited his home. So, again, a big inspiration for me.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like it's heading to a draw now because Black is repeating with Rook E3 and Rook E4, but White is playing on because now King A3 and now Rook E3 doesn't work because of Rook C3. So Black needs
Yeah,
to take pawn into pawn now. He needs to take
yeah,
pawn.
but I mean, black is not really realistic. Black doesn't really have any realistic chances.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry, white doesn't really have any realistic chances.
yeah, it is heading towards a draw actually. Most likely GF5 will be on the board. I'm wondering what Vidit is thinking about. No, he does take GF5, and after King goes back, Rook F7 and Rook H7 will be on the board as well.
Yeah, and then but nevertheless, it's still going to be a draw. Yeah, regardless.
Mhm. Yeah, sure. So, is this the last game going on? I think this is the
Yeah,
last
it is
game
the
going
last
on.
game going on. Yeah. You're right. And I guess VD's third round will also be delayed a bit. He really takes the game to the end. Yeah, Bishop A5 check. I don't really see why White is continuing here. Just press the draw button and get on with it.
No, but Black is also playing on. No, that is the
No,
point.
Black was repeating a bit earlier, no, and
Mm,
White insisted on continuing
maybe, yeah.
that King B to King A3 thing.
Right.
But no practical reason to do this. So yeah,
Just maybe
this
some psychological pressure, just trying to put some psychological pressure, I guess.
yeah, maybe Rook G3. Yeah, maybe Rook G3.
Now, Rook.
Well, I just see no rationality to White being the one to continue this position.
Mhm.
But yeah, maybe you have some insights.
No, I mean, I just thought that neither of the players are taking a draw, so they're just continuing to play. That's all. That was my logic.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why VD continues to play. He's a pawn up. Duda, on the other hand, yeah, the king is going towards c4, so don't worry about rook d6 check chat. King goes to c4, and now everything gets traded. This rook will come to h6, rook g7, and yeah, then the king, white king goes here, and it's a draw. So finally, we have result in this game. Both the players bulleting out the moves because it's such an elementary position, bound to end in a draw. Going towards two kings each. Yeah, thank God, thank God. Thank you, Duda, for finally agreeing to make the draw.
So we have two bear kings on the board and a draw on Vidit's board. Next round will be between Vidit versus Daniel Dubois. Vidit will be white. There is Gukesh versus Adiban. By the way, Adi plays all three Indians in a row now for the rest of the day. He plays Gukesh with black in this round. Then he plays against Arjun in the fourth round. And then he meets Vidit in the fifth round with black pieces. So Adiban having a small Indian championship right now. Mini
Yes,
Indian
small Indian
championship.
championship again. Thanks to the immense support shown by our wonderful chat and the subscribers here, and yeah. So again, very happy with the fact that we have 4 Indians out of 16. Quick look at the standings again.
Right. Dinglijan is leading the tournament. Playing at the appropriate time really makes a difference to your form. It's not
Absolutely.
very late in China right now. It's only evening. He must be feeling very, very fresh. And he's won both of his games. The first round he won against Artimev, and the second he won against Adiban. Then there is Anish on 1.5 out of 2. He won his last game against Firuja. Wow. There is Arjun on 1.5 out of 2. Wow, he must be feeling really good there. Being tied in second position along with Anish Giri, So Wesley, and Levon Aronian on 1.5 out of 2 points. Firuja, Duda, Vidit, Magnus, Dubov, Artimev, Swidler, all of them on 1 out of 2 points. And Salam Saleh and Yifan are on half. Adiban and Gukesh are yet to score their first point in the tournament, but of course I think it's also their style, right? Like, I mean, they like Adiban, as we saw, was playing this very aggressive opening, and somehow it was not really suiting him. Maybe we'll
Yeah,
see him
yeah.
change the opening in his next white game. I'm expecting that.
Uh, Possibly, yes. Possibly, yes. Um, Also, the good thing is, at least by third round, one of the Indians is going to get off the mark because it's going to be between Gukesh and AD. So
Oh yeah.
at least one of them is going to score, or maybe both of them will, if it's a draw.
Oh yeah.
So
By the way,
looking
in
forward.
Gukesh's game, the bishop on
Mhm.
g6 never came out, against Artemiev. Whereas the bishop on b3 after a4, it did come into the game.
Oh, sorry,
And
I got the first round. Let me go to the second round.
it's a
Yeah.
very instructive game. There was this game by Kasparov, I think, or was it Capablanca? I don't remember it. But White's bishop basically gets stuck on g3 in the same manner. And this game was annotated by Gary Kasparov. That much I remember. And it's a similar concept, like the bishop on g6. It just never came out after 8g, rook g4.
Yeah. Also, when your bishop gets stuck like this against these pawns and similar situations, the typical way to get the bishop out is by playing f6 and getting the bishop from this route. But what Artemiev did in this game was he cleverly took this knight on f6 at this point to force the black pawn to f6. So this went to such a situation where this bishop on g6 was permanently condemned, doomed to being life imprisoned behind these pawns, the light square pawns. And then Artemiev is maybe strategically one of the best players in the world, maybe on par with Magnus Carlsen, or even better in some ways. He has outplayed Magnus many times strategically himself. So he's an amazing player strategically, and his games are a fantastic. His games are fantastic examples if you want to improve your strategic understanding.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He also won Gibraltar, isn't it? In 2019, he's the current winner
Uh,
of Gibraltar, I think, or
Possibly,
2020. I
yeah.
mean, sorry, 2020. before the pandemic happened. So,
Meanwhile, Soumya, we do have a kickoff of some of the games. The Gukesh AD game has begun with the Kings Indian Defense. And the game between Arjun and Artemiev is also going to be very interesting because Arjun, a junior with a fantastic strategical understanding, but Artemiev is at a different level altogether. So that is also going to be interesting to see. Gukesh thinking right on the third move.
wow. Let me also bring up the game and wow, Kings
Yeah,
Indian
we
on
do
the
have the Kings
board.
Indian defense. Yes, we do have the Kings
Wow.
Indian defense. This is going to be a very interesting, very, very interesting derby because, Gukesh himself is a Kings Indian player all his life. AD also a Kings Indian player all his life. Their styles are very similar. If at all anything, I thought AD is a slightly more experienced and a stronger version of Gukesh. But let's see if this can be proved wrong.
Oh my God. Gukesh goes for the G3 variation and Adi goes for the Benoni setup. Let's see if Gukesh plays knight f3 here and goes for the Morazzi or plays d5 and we see a Benoni on
No,
the
knight
board.
f3, won't this allow some bishop g4 stuff?
Oh, actually, right? Yeah, it will allow bishop g4. So, so what does
Yeah,
white play here?
I think
He
you
has
just
to
take
go
the
d5, is
pawn.
it? Ah, you take dc.
Yeah. Because black cannot take d into c. This endgame is not so great for black. So black will probably play queen a5 here.
Yeah, queen
Oh, he
a5.
goes for d5. Okay.
Yeah, because
Uh,
after queen a5, you cannot take on d6 because knight e4 is coming in.
yeah, so you defend the e4 pawn and you have this Marozzi structure. Yeah. So
Right.
this is one way the game could have gone.
Oh, I am really excited to see this game now. It's d5, e6 most likely, or maybe black castles first and then plays e6, and it will be g3 Benoni setup. Let's see how Adi
Yeah,
handles it.
there was this one time, Soumya, when me, VD, and AD were teammates in one
Mm-hmm.
of the chess leagues. Oh, yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
Maharashtra chess league.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we prepared this Benoni quite a lot
Mm-hmm.
against one particular opponent. The structure
Mm-hmm.
was such that all three of us, we could choose our colors, but not our opponents. So we used to choose the same colors in the tournament. We all three used to take black and score a lot of points and give white to our other teammates. And we were very successful with that strategy that particular year. We just defeated everyone and won the tournament. And we prepared this quite a lot, but it never occurred in any of our games in that tournament.
Oh my God. So you had all this preparation and then you couldn't use it, but I'm sure it came useful at some other point, right?
Yeah. That's exactly how it happens in professional chess. Your opponent sidesteps your preparation. They always try to surprise you. But what you prepared, the hard work never ever goes wasted. So what you prepared now may be useful 3 months from now, maybe useful 6 months from now, but not always. Not always immediately because your opponent anticipates and sidesteps.
Yes, absolutely. Um, so we have a pure Benoni coming in on Adi and Gukesh's board. Meanwhile, let's do a roundup of all the Indian boards quickly. Let's see how Arjun Erigasi is doing against Artemiev Vladislav. He is white. We have a Grunfeld on the board. Okay, and e4, knight c3, bc3, bishop g7, knight f3, c5, main line of the Grunfeld actually, bishop e3, queen a5, and knight d2. And here there is this famous online
Draw.
draw after c into d4, knight b3, queen c3, bishop d2, queen b2, and bishop c1, followed by queen c3 and bishop d2, which we have seen in many of the games recently. But knight d7 is the other way to play this
But you won't see that
position.
in Arjun's games. Not yet.
Yes, and Artemiev actually was the one to make the choice as well. He plays knight d7. I think this move was played first by Nepo if I'm not wrong. But anyway,
You
knight
you know your
d7.
Grunfeld, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a Grunfeld player, and uh, I always had problem against this knight d2 line, but then once I discovered this cd4 draw, I'm like, okay, fine, at least this line exists. Yeah. If you don't remember any of your theory, you can simply take on d4 and be happy. But black has played knight d7, queen c2, short castle, bishop e2, knight b6, short castle, and queen a4. Okay. So he wants to exchange queens, queen b2, cd, cd. And now
Mm-hmm.
the knight on d2, where is it going? It's going to f3 next, right? And black on the other hand wants to put his knight on c4 probably. So he could go bishop e6 now, actually, with the idea to play knight c4.
Right. No, also I want to clarify why I mentioned that Arjun won't be the one to make early draws, because when you're younger and if you tend to make early draws, you stop getting invited to high level events.
Mhm.
But if you're more established, you can afford that leeway because there are only a few handful of elite players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Magnus Carlsen has just made a draw against Wesley So in the famous Berlin.
Yes, they can afford to do these things because Magnus has to get
Yeah.
invited and Wesley too. But
Yeah.
if Arjun or Gukesh does it, then it's bye bye to the Champion Chess Tour and Vikanzi and everything.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus and Wesley are currently two of the most strongest players in the world. Magnus, of course, world champion, but Wesley also really playing so strong in all his events. And this has been Wesley's strategy as well in these events, to conserve his energy and qualify to the knockouts, making a draw at will and winning at will, basically. So
Yeah,
this is a strategy many of the top players do adapt, but as Srinath mentioned, the new challengers, so to speak, need to um, always always play fighting chess,
full game.
because
Yeah.
it becomes hard to receive invitations otherwise.
Yep.
So Vidit's game, let's go to Vidit's game now that we have had a look at all three other three
Yeah,
Indian
the Vidit
games.
game has kicked off. And go on, Soumya.
Oh, there is a Nimzo Indian on Vidit's board, and Vidit plays Queen C2 Nimzo, D5, C into D5, Queen into D5.
Yeah, the Queen C2 Nimza is also an arrow from with its childhood repertoire. He has played this a lot,
Mhm.
and very solid variation, I should say. And after E3 short castle, with it already thinking, I'm after E3. I guess Queen F5 is no. That is after Knight F3. Knight F3, Queen F5. So how exactly does the theory continue after E3 here?
Actually, I don't even. I'm not much familiar with Nimzo Indian, and I really have don't have much clue with this Queen D5 line itself. So E3 short
Ah,
castle, Bishop D2, maybe. Um, I would assume black wants to take a break in the center, so now he moves the queen. He took on c3 and will probably play c5. Huh?
yeah, but strategically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to give up one of your bishops without getting a lot in return. So if you want to give up your bishop in the Nimzo Indian, you at least try to, break opponent's pawn structure a bit. You try to create this shatter. You want to give up this bishop into c3 and make white take b into c3. But at this point, what black has done is he just gave up his bishop after short castle. So after e3, typical main move would be to play c5 directly. Try and create problems for white, concrete problems for white, so that he cannot play moves like a3 or bishop d2 that easily. And if at all white plays a3, you want to try and get something in return for the uh, bishop given. But on the other hand, the variation that Dubo has played, he has just given up his bishop with nothing to nothing to show for return. So, and yeah, bishop e2 it looks nice. The bishop goes to f3, queen into g2, there is bishop f3, and this doesn't allow black to play queen into g2. If he plays bishop b7, now also there is bishop f3. So
Or
I
maybe
don't know
just
what. Yeah,
maybe
sorry.
maybe black just wants to put his queen on g5, and after bishop f3 pawn to c6, but it looks so weird, like I mean and like put his bishop on a6, but looks, yeah, looks very weird. But maybe this is one idea.
Yeah,
Or
it looks icky.
the other idea is to put the bishop on b7, and after bishop f3 knight e4.
This is logical. Yeah, this is
It's
what I was missing.
probably far more logical than the other plan, and then put the pawn on f5 as well. So the knight on e4 is very happy and has a lot of scope.
Yep,
Maybe that's
yep,
the
yep.
way. Dubo
Yeah.
is always up with all these curious opening ideas, no?
Indeed, he's always very creative, always looking for ways away from the conventional path. Um, I think I think that's how you develop your. He goes queen d8 though. I can't really appreciate his opening choice in this game though.
Yeah, I'm not yet I haven't yet understood his idea, so that's another reason why I'm not able to appreciate it.
No, honestly, it's just something gone wrong for him in this game. Something has went wrong. Maybe he got tilted after his loss against Arjun in the previous game. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so Vidit is going to play all the opponents that Arjun has previously played. So if Arjun performs well and beats his opponent, that's actually quite good for Vidit because they will come to face Vidit after a loss. And maybe they can just double team all their opponents, like one hit from Arjun, and then he gets dazed and comes to VD, and then another hit from VD.
It's a nice way to put it. Queen d8, wow. I didn't even consider it actually. So we can conclude that this opening has gone very well for
Very
Vidit.
successfully for Vidit. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice question. Awesome question.
Wow, let's have a look at Gukesh versus Adiban, because so much has happened since we left it. Knight g2 on the board, ed5, cd5, rook e8. This is the position we saw, I think. And after
Mhm.
castle, Adiban plays b5. In Benoni, knight is usually on f3 in the g3 setup, and knight on e2 is not that common. So black just, this e4 setup basically is not that common in g3 setup, so
Yeah, true.
that's why I think Adiban decides, like Adiban played b5, because usually the pawn is on e2 and knight is on f3. So there is this target itself doesn't exist. And after b5, white played e5. Okay. So rook into e5,
Yeah,
bishop
this is
f4.
actually a very interesting moment, Soumya, because if he takes knight into b5, knight into e4, it's a bad exchange for white. Yeah, you give a
Mm-hmm.
central pawn for a flank pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and it's probably not a good idea to allow b5 like that so early. The e4 pawn being overextended, but I thought this e5 move was a really good move. I didn't see it at first. Very very nice move by Gukesh,
Yeah,
and this
forcing
changed a
black.
lot. Yeah, exactly. So rook into e5, he plays bishop f4 with the tempo. And now after rook e8, he takes knight into b5 now. So this attacks the d6 pawn. You see how there is a whole lot of difference, yeah, between what Gukesh did and what would have happened if he had taken knight into b5 immediately. Then knight takes e4 and not the rook. So this knight defends the d6 pawn and there is no pressure on d6. So this would have been better for black. Instead, this e5 insertion, the insertion of bishop f4, and now knight into b5, this changes a lot. Knight into b5. And now
But
after knight c3, yeah, sorry.
no, but isn't black winning a piece here, or what am I missing? I'm trying to understand. After knight ec3, knight h5, and black can actually take on c3, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. This is exactly what I was trying to wonder. Not easy to understand without engine. And I was also thinking, why Gukesh goes for, why he always tries to go for something so incredibly complex, never going for simple things in life. But
Is this working for white? That's what you mean. After bishop c3,
Yeah. Looking at the evaluation bar, there should be something. Bishop
what are you
c7.
saying? I would, okay, clearly Adiban has also found it, or he's thinking about it, because he's not yet played his move. So let's say after bishop d6, let's go for the simplest move, bishop b8. This doesn't work
No,
because
no,
of
no.
bishop into
Yeah.
b5, pawn
Let me
into
just show that.
c3,
Mm-hmm.
and rook into b8, and black would be a piece up here. So this doesn't work out well for white. The other option is bishop into c3, knight into c3, but then the d6 bishop hangs. So that's why white cannot play some simple move here after bishop c3. I was also looking at knight c7 here, but I think knight c7 we can simply play bishop b2, no?
Knight c7. I thought we can take this first.
Bishop f1 as well, right?
Yeah, take this first, and then maybe take this, and
Right. So
at the
many things
end,
are
at least a
hanging.
piece. Yeah.
Right.
No, but I think logically white should start with bishop c7. Yeah.
Right. So logically, bishop c7, but then I move my queen to d7, again attacking your knight on b5.
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
what is it that you have which I am
Yeah, yeah,
missing?
yeah. I understand the point, Soumya. I just understood the point. So what white is relying on is whenever you take this bishop on c7, okay, at any point you take this bishop on c7, white is going to play d6.
All
So
right.
I'm going to move my knight, which is hanging, the vulnerable knight,
All
and then take
right.
your bishop. So right
All
now
right.
our material is equal. You'll probably take my rook, right?
Yes.
And here I can either take with the queen or I can take with the king. The point being that whenever black plays queen into c7, white has this d6, attacking both
But
the queen and the rook.
wow, this is very deep. Mukesh
So
found
maybe
this
I
in
take with
how
the
much
king.
time? Wow. This was
I'm
very,
I'm
very
not
deep.
entirely sure if Gukesh saw through this whole thing at the beginning of the variation, but yeah, he certainly did a fantastic job so far in this game, and clearly seems to have outcalculated AD a bit.
So this is on the board actually. Adiban has taken on c3 after a 4-minute 39-second think, and Adiban Gukesh flashes out bishop c7 in 1 second. Queen d7 is also likely, so we can see this position on the board. But maybe after queen d7, knight c3, bishop f1, king into f1.
Mhm.
Is it possible to simply play knight a6 and like what do you think about this position?
Yeah, actually, that is the reason why I wanted to play queen into f1. Prevent the development of this knight. And I thought if white can get to this position, it is just better for white. Yeah, better pawn structure. These pawns better than these pawns, and the bishop better than knight. So if this comes by force, I would be happy to
Oh,
have this
but
as white.
but
Sorry,
you
yeah,
can't
please
really
go.
retain that bishop, right? I can play knight c6 here, and the
Yeah, yeah,
bishop will
knight
get
c6.
exchanged.
I thought rook d1
Oh, and you're
and
getting
some
everything
few
in
tempos.
tempo. Yeah, right, right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And after
But
knight
maybe
d4,
maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe after knight d4, it's not such a bad position for black. Maybe it's just equal. Yes, I have the bishop, but you have active knights. So yeah, this is the direction in which the game is going somewhere.
oh, they
So
have this position on the board. Oh my God. So knight
yeah, not the
c6 is
exact
also
position, but bishop into 8. Yeah, knight c6 is going to be flashed out, I think. Rook d1 will come, knight d4 will also come, and now let's see how the game continues. Yeah, knight c6 played on the live board, and rook d1, knight d4. The bishop will come back, and I think black has enough activity to claim equality here. Initially, I thought white was better, but with this knight c6, knight d4, it shows that black has enough activity.
right. Knight on d4 is feeling very good for sure, but the knight on h5 needs to come back, and knight after even black can even play knight g7 and knight f5 support the d4 knight.
Yeah, true, true, true. You clearly prefer the knights here, yeah?
Actually, I don't think black has much choice, so he has to go into this position. And
No, but
I
if
don't
you
think
had
that
a choice, if you had to choose between white or black, what would you choose?
oh, I'm not sure actually, because the reason that I think black is fine is because I don't think black did anything wrong. You know,
Ha.
that's the reason I believe in black's position, because I really don't think black did anything wrong to be punished.
He did make a 1v3 course, but let's not get into that.
Okay, that apart from that, which by the way, Srinath has also benefited from. Let me just inform the chat in case they are not yet updated. She did get a score a important point.
I
So
had to
I
choose
think
friendship over everything else.
I think it's debatable how wrong that was now. Anyway, after Bishop G2, so black, if black gets knight G7, knight F5 in, I think black should be fine, but white is also fine. I think both sides have their trumps here.
Yeah, true. But I have had similar questions with white where I have gotten crushed in recent times in blitz.
Uh-huh.
So I find black a bit nicer for this time control.
Okay.
The activity, it's hard to
Mhm.
play. So maybe Gukesh might even take bishop at c6. You never know. You don't want to allow the knight on d4, yeah?
Right,
Oh, he
right,
goes
right.
knight b5.
He goes knight B5. Wow.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to take this pawn.
What?
Greedy, greedy.
Knight on A7.
It comes back.
Oh
It
my
comes
god.
back in
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it does come back. Okay. Yeah, for a second. I
But
didn't.
but also it feels not nice. Yeah, black has
Yeah,
said P2.
allowing rook on E2, but maybe it's okay. Maybe, yeah, it looks dangerous, but uh, maybe white is still okay. Uh, how is Vidit doing against Dubov? Let's have a look.
Sorry. Yeah, with it Dubo. With it Dubo. Actually, Dubo has got some good counterplay here.
Yeah, looks like he managed, right? After this weird opening idea with Queen D8.
Yeah. Also, the speed at which Dubo has played in this game. I mean, that is usually after a tilt. After a tilt, you start playing really fast. But so far, it seems to have worked in Dubo's favor. And clearly it has not sat well with it.
Mhm. This knight on B3 is not doing much.
The thing is, sometimes when you're really good and you play bad, that also becomes unexpected for your opponent, and sometimes that works for you,
Mhm.
if that makes any sense at all.
I think the word you were looking for is luck, but managed to elaborate it in a lot of words, like a big sentence. Hmm. So yeah, I think knight on
Can I play
B3.
h3?
H3, yeah. You
I
can,
mean,
you
why
can
not?
actually. Yeah, why
Why
not?
not?
But I think white is anyway trying to open up, no? So white will play G4.
g4.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
g4, then I'll come to f4. I'll try to come to f4. e5
ha,
maybe.
but your queen on B7, acha, you will play E5.
So also it's an idea to start with c6 and then play e5. Because if you take, I have rook d3. If you don't take, then I have some knight f4.
Yeah, probably. H3 looks really good now. After no, I actually like direct E5, but direct E5 you don't like because of D5, right?
Yeah, I
That's
thought
why
it
you're
would
playing
restrict the
C6.
b7 queen. Yeah.
Right.
So also Dubo played c6 himself.
Oh, he
C6
first
rook
plays
c2.
C6.
Now how does VD want to respond to e5? E into d4, knight e5, all incoming. Yeah.
He can take on c6, and after ed he can play queen g5.
Um,
Yeah. We don't know.
no, I don't
Variation.
like this song. Yeah, I don't like this.
The knight on b3 is very odd, but even then I think like white has some chances. No, he can like take on like he can create some counterplay on the king side if the queen goes to g5. That's what I thought. He goes bishop c3.
Yeah. True. Bishop c3, knight d4, knight f5. Actually, again, I can't. Yeah, I think. I mean, subconsciously, I'm biased by the live evaluation bar. I have to admit that,
Hey,
and
but knight
it shows
f4 is
such a
so
big
strong.
advantage for black. But practically, is knight f4 so strong? If I take d into rook d1 check,
Rook
yeah.
d1 is the problem, right?
Sorry, rook d1 check. What if I just block it with bishop e1?
Rook d3 and take on knight f4 is, I
No,
mean,
I will take
sorry.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I think practically it's not all that simple for black. Yeah, computer was showing such a big advantage. First of all, Dubo is not really thinking through his moves, and there is only so much you can maintain quality with such pace. And secondly, D into E5, and here I don't actually see
maybe
anything
rook
concrete for
d1,
black.
maybe rook d1, bishop e1 and knight h5 just support the knight, the other knight to h5.
Yeah, he can do something like this, but then why is white worse here? Why is it so bad for white? Takes rook d2. I have things under control, right? And
Are we missing something very easy?
the evaluation bar shows equal, and after d into e5, maybe the computer finds some way to equalize. But what did Dubo or Vidit? What are they thinking? That is the question, yeah. Not what.
We are thinking.
No. Not
nobody
what Stockfish is
nobody
showing.
cares about what we are thinking. Hey, I have a idea, but it probably doesn't work with knight to h5 right now. The f6 knight to
Ah,
h5.
yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
But maybe white
True.
can go knight d4 now. But then c5 is possible, right? c5.
Knight d4, yeah, c5 is one possibility, but maybe there is even something stronger. So this is the issue, yeah. D into e5, just knight h5, just pure strategic chess, not really thinking too much about concrete variations. He's just playing purely on instinct, but it has worked very, very well for him.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f4. Meanwhile, an update on the scores of the Indian players. Vidit has 1 out of 2. Arjun Erigaizi with 1.5 out of 2. Gukesh and AD not yet off the mark, but they are playing each other right now. So they will be at the end of round 3.
There is a funny tweet by Magnus, which I can see on the Chess24 website. He has tweeted his Berlin draw game, and he says that my team always works so hard preparing me for tournaments, and it is so rewarding to sometimes see the fruits of their work on the board. Savage. Absolutely savage. um, on the other hand, let's have a look at how our new kid on the block, Arjun, is doing against Artemiev.
Arjun Artemiev. It's not going to be easy for Arjun against Artemiev because I think Artemiev is, a kind of a better version of Arjun. He's
What are you saying?
Arjun's strengths are also Artemiev's strengths, but it's at a slightly higher level. If you understand what I mean.
I get it.
Like
I
for
get it.
example, yeah. Like for example, Arjun and AD different styles. So
Mhm.
Arjun has some things better than AD. AD has, but when you're playing with the same style but a stronger opponent, that's the most unpleasant thing to face. So I think Arteme has some initiative here, and he has a bit more time. Arjun under some concrete pressure, some problems, he's forced to give up his pair of bishops, and but on the other hand, if he can somehow get this a6 pawn, he can fully equalize and neutralize the position. If Arteme manages to keep the a6 pawn, it's going to be difficult for Arjun.
Yeah, but after bishop b5, there is no way to get to the a6 pawn.
You have to exchange this bishop. You have to try and
Maybe just knight f3 and knight d4 now. But then rook c8 is coming
Yeah,
in.
that
So
would make
maybe rook
sense.
c7 first. I would.
Bishop
He
b3
plays
is what I
bishop
was
b3.
thinking. Bishop c4, because rook c8 there is rook into e7.
All right,
So
all right.
bishop b3 is the most natural move. But is some bishop c3 an option now to prevent bishop c4?
Yeah, bishop c3 looks good, no? And put the bishop on c5. What do you think?
Yeah. You have to attack the e3 pawn. Very sensible, I should say. Very, very sensible.
Bishop c3, knight c4. Then we black has rook c8, but then white has knight b6, and he should be fine.
D6 is also an option here, I thought. You have to be careful as black to not allow such counterplay. And
d6 is very, very cool. d6 is very cool.
thank you.
So black has to play bishop b4 after knight c4 because of d6. Like d6 is a threat.
Yeah, D6 does create this counter chance. But this allows some knight e5, knight c6. I think this gives enough counterplay. Maybe bishop c3 is not the right direction because of this knight c4 coming with some counterplay. So Artemiev has to expertly show how he's going to nullify Arjun. He goes rook c8. Okay, rook into e7. Why is he allowing this?
I like rook c1 followed by bishop c3.
Knight
Does this
f3
work?
now?
Rook f1. Oh, no, not rook f1. I'll play rook b1 and take your bishop on b3.
Yeah.
Because after bishop c2, I have rook b2. So, but you can win back my bishop on b7 after d6. Sorry, I think the variation continues after.
Oh, rook into e7. He starts with bishop h6, Soumya. King f2, rook c3. This is his point. And
yeah, because
something is lost. This is super strong. Yeah, I think Artemiev is on his way to handing Arjun his first defeat in elite chess.
Bishop h6 is very strong. Bishop e3 followed by rook c1 is checkmate. So white cannot allow that. White has to play king f2. If white plays knight f1 here, then rook c1 pinning the knight. And king f2 is met with rook c3. Much stronger than the variation we were looking at, because in that variation, the d6 pawn would have been still very, very strong.
Yeah. That is Artemiev for you guys. That is Artemiev for you. He finds all these things which doesn't occur as easily to other people. Amazing player, man.
Also now, after rook c3, I think we still have like the variation continues after rook c3. There is d6, bishop e3, and king e1 is forced. Then bishop into d2, king d2, rook b3. And after d7, there is rook d3 and take on d7.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is just lost for white. I don't see a way back for Arjun against Artemiev of all people. It's like being caught in the jaws of a crocodile. You're not going to get out of this. Especially considering the time situation. Arjun has too little time to do anything about it. Artemiev is under no pressure at all. So to induce pressures from people of such high level, you have to try and create some pressure. It's not going to come out of a vacuum. They have to be placed under intense pressure in time as well as position, and only then they will make mistakes.
All right. And how are our other Indian players doing? Let's see Vidit's position against Dubbo, which is maybe slightly out of control. What is happening here?
Yeah, this also doesn't look good. This round is not going great for us because VD and Arjun are, two of the safest players with white that we would have for India. Very solid players. And with white, they both have the positions that they have.
Oh my God. Can we just quickly go to Adiban's board because it might get over right now? Like after...
The draw, yeah?
Yeah, he has just played knight f4, and I think this
Do
will
you
end
think this
in.
is a draw offer basically?
Yeah, because um,
And if white
I,
tries to escape,
how does white escape exactly?
king f1, king e2. But you just go queen g4, yeah? King e3 is too adventurous because there's queen e6 check. But queen g4, if I play f3, no, just start with queen e6 check. It's a draw. King f1, queen h3. King has to go to f1
Right,
because king f3
right.
there's queen into e1. And
Mhm. So
yeah,
he
so
has
queen e6.
taken gf4. Uh,
Yep.
rook rook e8 would have been met with king g7, by the way, instead of gf4, and I think white would have even lost that game. So gf4 was forced, and now it's a draw.
Yeah, that was a thrilling draw. A lot more thrilling than the Berlin draw. Maybe it's
Yeah, very
good
nice
that
game. Nice game by both the players, actually. They both played very creatively, and I think, yeah, fair result there. Um,
yep, very
af-
creative, very interesting.
after,
Sorry.
yes,
Yeah.
Shri, sorry, I keep interrupting you. Tell me.
No, no, I was saying back to the VD's game.
Yeah, I'm also on with this game, and it looks very tough. Knight h3 on the board, queen
Knight f4
f1.
coming in next.
Yeah. Oh my God, the knights are just super happy to be on h3 and f4.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Maybe he's thinking
Looks.
about queen d7 even. I don't know what is. Ah, no, knight f4 is more likely actually. He doesn't want to exchange one knight, right? Ah, he
He
takes
does
on
want to
c1.
exchange one pair of rooks though.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a question of total dominance, yeah? A picture of dominance. The knight on f4, the knight on h3,
Yeah,
and yeah, the queen d7, queen d4 incoming. The pawn on a4, pawn on f3, weak pawns. So how shall we try to be resilient and defend here? Yeah, we know the position is bad. Sometimes we do have these situations. How do we fight it out now? Maybe exchange one pair of knights, yeah, at least.
exactly. Yeah,
And then I
knight
want to try
e2
and go
maybe.
bishop g3.
Yeah, he does go for that. Uh, and can black play? Okay, for example, now queen e7 will run into knight f4, bishop g3, and now we are attacking f4 knight as well as the d3 rook. So this is out of question. Black will probably play queen d7 here, keep the rook on d3 supported, so that after knight f4, bishop g3, he can move the knight. Um,
Yeah, too
go,
bad.
yeah, exactly.
E6, yeah, you can go to E6 also. It's not such a tragedy. Then you come to G5.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe even knight h5. I was thinking is okay.
Yeah, knight
Actually,
H5
black
also
is
looks.
just better in this position. That is the problem. Whatever he plays, he's fine.
Yeah, strategically superior. Yeah, it's amazing how Dubo managed to outplay someone as strong as VD with just his instinct.
Mhm.
But that's also a result of enormous skill of Dubo.
Mhm.
I've myself been on the receiving side against the Russian boys, being outplayed like this. The Dubose generation, it had people like Fedosiv and uh, Fedosiv, Shimano. Shimano was much older, but I remember he defeated me in a similar way. So they have fantastic foundation and they have fantastic understanding. Now Dubo is just slowing down a bit and calculating out. So maybe the momentum shift will maybe it gives some hope for VD. But it's a bit of a blind hope. I should admit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there is a poll on our channel. I see who will score the most points amongst Indians on day one. So, chat, maybe you can cast your votes.
Yes, do cast your votes and do like the stream and subscribe to the Chess24 India channel. And the poll is out there on the Chess24 India channel, so you can participate in the poll as well and make your voice heard.
Nice. We have some progress in with this game. Knight into e2, knight into e2 was taken. We need to queen d7, bishop g3 followed by queen d4. So he keeps the knight on h3. And after queen f1, he wants to go knight g5, attacking the f3 pawn. Right, that is his point.
Yeah. He's just bringing one more piece into the game. Also, Queen D4 supports ideas with C4, C3, so bringing another dimension, more problems, attacking on two fronts. So if you attack only on one side, it's easier to defend because then you concentrate all your forces on that one weakness. But if you create more and more problems, if you stretch your opponent, they cannot be there everywhere. So that is a pretty effective strategy as well, stretching your opponent thin. And I remember when, so rook f1 on the board. And why is the bar unhappy? Is
Rook d2
something.
coming in, no? Rook d2 is coming in.
Yeah, rook d2, queen e1.
Rook d2, queen e1, queen b2.
Yeah, queen b2, or maybe just c4, c3, c2 as well, yeah?
Yeah, maybe just c4 as well.
Because if you play f4, e5, there's always queen d5 check.
No, the problem here is black has to be careful, okay? Bishop e5 is coming in. But
yeah,
bishop
but that's
e5,
just one move, no?
knight f2 you always have.
Yeah,
you have
knight f2 check.
Yeah. No, that's not just one move.
Knight g4 check.
That's not just one move, because after bishop e5, you move the queen, let's say, but you can move it to d3 and keep the f1 rook attacked. Because I was thinking if you move the queen back to d7, then there is queen h4. But you can also move it to d3. But of course, knight f2 solves all of black's problems.
Yep. Knight f2 is winning because king g2 does knight g4. But you can go king g1, yeah? Not
you
totally
can
close.
Actually, yeah. You can go king g1. That's fair point.
But queen d3 is simple. e5, the problem, he's trying to get e6. So white's position basically gives the impression of, someone who cannot move his arms or legs in a fight. He's completely pinned to the ground. Arms are broken, legs are broken. Reminds me of this fight between the Dark Knight against King Arthur from the Monty Python. The knight loses everything. There's also a fight between Chuck Norris against Bruce Lee, where Chuck Norris, all his limbs get broken. I don't think you're getting any of my references, yeah?
I know of them, but I haven't seen any of them. So I only have my imagination to rely on. But yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine Bruce Lee tying down a lot of people.
Yeah, even Chuck Norris.
So that's the thing. I don't know who Chuck Norris is. I'm sorry for my ignorance.
Chuck Norris used to be the Rajnikant of the Western. All these Rajnikant jokes, right?
Yes. I know.
Basically, it was a replacement of Chuck Norris.
All right. Okay. And Vidit has gone e6, by the way. So knight e6 can be expected, or do you think he'll take?
No, knight.
Yeah, knight only. No, why will he allow? But now queen e5, then queen into e5 is also fine. And bishop e5 means queen d3. We already covered that. Basically, queen attacks the rook on f1. So you don't get queen h4 easily. So white plays queen e5. Okay, he has played queen e5.
Yeah, it's like live today, fight tomorrow. I mean, just surviving for more moves. But as black, I'd be happy to take queen into e5 and liquidate into the endgame, because here the c pawn it's just going to be decisive. Knight c5, rook c1, there's knight d3 incoming. So this is a pretty simple
But isn't
transition.
but isn't Queen D3 winning on the spot?
Yeah, a lot of people would prefer Queen D3, especially if they have time, they can calculate it out. So this is also,
Because
yeah,
after Queen B8, you only have one check after King H7. And if you play King G1, I have Knight D4 coming in. But maybe not immediately. If the queen is on E5, then not Knight D4. But if the queen was on
yeah,
B8,
Queen E8 check and some counterplay here. Yeah.
yeah. So
No, but here also, okay, Queen D4 check you King H1, yeah, because I would have liked to have my Knight on D4 in the endgame, getting C3 by force.
no, I just thought we can play Rook E2 actually over here after King G1. We can play Rook E1, Rook E2 because Queen B8, King H7, and Bishop E5 doesn't work because of Queen E3 check.
Yeah, but you're allowing some Queen into A7 counterplay, no? It goes on. No, I think either you find something completely concrete that
No,
wins
but this
immediately, or
but this is concrete. No, Knight G5. You think it's not? Okay. I thought
I
it's
mean, I wouldn't
concrete.
allow Queen into A7. Yeah, but
Uh,
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, Knight G5 and it is over. It is winning. Maybe yeah. I'm being too coachic, not thinking like a player.
okay. No, but okay, it will be interesting to see what Dubo chooses. So, as we mentioned earlier, also chess is about making a choice.
Yeah, so
Most
is
of the
life.
times, and life as well, and especially in the top level, because it's not like they don't calculate. They do calculate, and they need to just make a choice between the two moves. They can see all the moves, but they need to make. You can only choose one. So let's see what approach Dubo chooses.
Maybe you can also just go C3, yeah? The paradox of choice.
Oh my God, really? And after c3, queen b8, king h7, bishop e5? What was the point? And he takes on
I just
e5.
didn't say it.
No, you can always go queen d8, of course.
Yeah, you can, but it's.
But then you give up the c3 pawn.
I think you have to not play King H7 at all. You Queen B8, you directly go Queen
Yeah,
B8.
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this is what I expected would happen. Rook C1, there is Knight D3. In the first place, the safest, the safest, the
Yeah, this
safest way.
looks like over for Vidit. About the other games, Arjun has lost against Artemiev, and Gukesh
Yeah,
and Diban drew their game.
no surprises there. So Arjun is at 1.5 out of 3. Adiban and Gukesh respectively at half out of 3. But two more games to go. And as you mentioned earlier, AD has two more Indian games coming up. There's so much Indian theme in the Gold Money Asian Rapid, and you're looking lovely in a sari, right, Soumya?
Oh,
Is that
thank
also part of the theme?
Definitely. I was super excited to, see that so many Indian players are playing in this tournament, and I just felt like wearing Indian and looking all Indian. Thank you so much, Sri.
Yeah,
So,
so that has been the theme of this tournament, and Rook D1 check is. I would consider Rook D1 check, but maybe you don't want to go into that. Yeah, better to have the rooks on because it's restricting White's king.
yeah, and also, like, if we just compare the two rooks, the rook on d2 is so much better than the rook on e1. Why do we need to exchange it? Like,
Yeah, exactly. It would make sense if the c pawn runs without the king reaching, but it is reaching it on time. So now VD is trying to threaten some rook 8, rook h8 mate. The game is still not over, Soumya. The game is still on.
yeah. I just noticed it. But okay, he played knight f2, king g1,
Knight h3, king h1.
and maybe g5, is it? What does he want? G5?
I'm not sure. I don't see it. I don't see. Yeah, g5. Yeah, true. Releasing the king, king g6. But Still, it looks like white has managed to secure some counterplay. Yeah, takes rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6 is likely, but knight f4, no? Rook a6, knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4 is knight f4, king g1,
Now,
c3.
no. You know what I wanted to play? Can I just show you one
Sure,
idea I
sure,
wanted
sure.
to play? It probably
Uh-huh.
work. It doesn't work, but okay. I wanted to play king g6 here.
Mm-hmm.
And after rook b6, I first thought knight d5, but then you have bishop c3.
Yes.
So that doesn't work. And after uh, rook b6, if I give check on d1 instead of knight d5,
Uh-huh.
you have king f2. And
And
after
now
knight
knight d5.
d5, you have rook d6.
Oh,
It's so
nice.
annoying. It doesn't work. So,
Maybe this still wins after c3. Ah, no, bishop c3 comes with a check. Sorry.
oh my god, wins for white.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
So,
but c3 wins on the spot. Yeah, just c3 here.
oh, c3 is very strong, right?
Bishop into c3, there's knight e2 check,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
so the
bad.
game has moved in a slightly different direction. Yeah, VD did not go for rook a6 at this point, which we were looking at knight f4, king g1, c3. Instead, VD starts with rook c1, king g6, and now bishop c3. So Dubo is keeping his pawn and superior pieces, but with h4, Vidit threatens to take black's passed pawn with rook into c4.
Oh, h4 is a really good move. Rook
Yes, rook
d4.
d4. And yeah, VD is still fighting on. It's not at all easy to win these positions against world class players, regardless of how much advantage you have, because they have so much tenacity, they have so much resistance. So
Yeah,
h into g5 taken.
no, but knight d3 doesn't work here or what?
Uh, yeah, knight d3, rook b1. And is knight into b4, rook into b4, c3, game over?
No,
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 rook
no, no. Rook
d4,
into
rook
d4 and rook
d4.
c4.
Yeah,
Yeah, rook d1 is not allowed. I mean, rook d1 is not possible, but rook c4 is.
but rook b1, yeah, rook b1 is fine. White is holding on. He
But
took.
this is just take king into g5, yeah? Yeah, king into g5, king
Mm.
f4, king e2, and
And
now
now
king
rook
e5.
d2. King e5. Okay.
Yeah, this is what happened in the game.
And just go to c5.
Yeah, I think there are so many ways to win. Rook
Mm-hmm.
d3, king d4, and rook d3, rook b3. I mean, I'm assuming white plays king e3 and rook d3 comes with a check. Yeah, this is what happened. Okay, so Vedit really tried hard in that game, but Black managed to successfully convert this. So that has been the story so far today. Um, Vidit will probably be with 1 out of 3 at the end of round 3. Arjun with 1.5, Gukesh with half, and AD also with half. But it's early stages in this tournament so far. 12 more rounds to go, and a lot can happen in 12 rounds. So stay tuned. Let's see how it goes.
He's now losing the b5 pawn as well. Okay. Very clean technique by Dubo, for sure.
Yeah,
And
very, very clean technique. And I think overall it was a pretty impressive game, yeah, from the start to the end.
yeah, very strong game by Dubo there. And he wins. But with it, whom does he play in the next round?
He plays
With
Artemi with the black pieces. That's not a pleasant opponent to face immediately after losing a game. But I mean, what choice? I mean, in this tournament, I don't think there is any pleasant opponent to face.
Absolutely. It's a battle of titans out there. Whoever you, no matter what your result and form, you are going to face another titan in this tournament. Vidit is facing Artimev with the black pieces in the next round. Adiban faces Arjun Erigasi from white, and Gukesh is playing Ding Lijen with black. All right.
I just can't help but smile every time you say pronounce
Why,
Ding's name fully.
why is it funny? Because why is it funny? Please tell me.
No, I mean it's not funny, but it's just
Uh,
that it's something I cannot do
uh,
myself at this moment, and yeah.
right.
So
Uh,
Soumya, Adiban with the white pieces. You know,
mhm.
this was the final of the Indian qualifiers. Both these players they qualified from the Indian qualifiers. Do you expect another B3?
Oh, I definitely think that Adi is going to not play English against Arjun. Yeah, he could play B3 actually. He could play B3.
Chat, what do you think? Uh, what do you think? I mean, I know there are different chats here, but do let us know in all the chats. One B3, is it going to happen or not? And I personally think AD has broken up with one B3. It was a fling. It lasted for a couple of months, and now AD knows better. That's what I think. But maybe AD will prove me wrong. Let's see. It was a fling or at best a summer romance.
Summer romance. Oh my god.
And we are already in June now. We are in the monsoon. So I think that ended with May. Meanwhile, the poll we put out in the Chess 24 India channel, we have some results now. Most VD and Arjun are tied equally with 38%. Gukesh is in the third spot with 15%, and AD at the last spot with 9%. But of course, many people have written off AD in many situations, and he has come back showing amazing resilience. I remember he started one of the Tata Steel Elite tournaments with 1 out of 4, and in that tournament, he ended up finishing fourth place with an amazing score, which I don't think any other Indian apart from Vishy has matched.
Oh,
7.5
absolutely.
out of 13.
And he played King's Gambit against Wesley, and he defeated Karyakin and with the French defense. Very beautiful games by Adi there, and he is called the Beast for a reason. You know, it was a title that was established by his play more than his personality. So he is definitely capable of coming back in any situation. Let's see how it goes
Yeah,
for
with
him.
AD, you never know what to expect. And yeah, let's stay tuned. Meanwhile, there's just enough time maybe for another poll. So let's ask uh, let's ask the people, um, is B3 going to happen or not? If you want to vote, can go to the Chess 24 India channel. So please put up the poll, the audience poll.
Chris Kane says that one B3 is reserved for AG, I think.
Well, AG, AE, it's all a little close.
um,
Okay, the poll's out. We have like a minute to guess before the game begins. Meanwhile, do hit that like button and subscribe to the Chess 24 India channel. We have come a really long way, guys, with the help and support of you. It's been about 6 months or more, Soumya.
sorry, I was reading the chat. Yes, please tell me, Shri. What
Has
is
it
it?
been like about 6 months or more since Chess 20 or less? I think it was
Much
around
more.
6 months, yeah.
No, much more. We, I think, went live for the first time in December. So it's 7 months.
7 months, yes. Since the 7 months, we have come a long, long way, along with the wonderful chat and the community and the Discord that we have. It's been a pleasure, and it's been the support of you guys which has brought us to 4 out of 16 players in the Champions Chess Tour. And there are so many more things in the pipeline, but you can make a difference by helping support us with your likes and subscriptions, which will go a long way in getting more opportunities for Indian chess and the progress of Indian chess in general.
Absolutely. By the way, do you want to make predictions on all the Indian boards? Like, let's predict the openings. Maybe that would be fun.
Look at this, Soumya. Such
What?
disappointment. There's no 1b3 at all. In fact, the very opposite of 1b3. It's a Petrov.
You know, Shri, I know nobody's going to believe this, but I actually thought that Adiban will play e4, and I was thinking to myself, what does Arjun play against e4? You know, I was trying to recollect. He does play e4. I do get him, I think.
Yeah. So the
Petrov on the
predictions.
board.
The prediction, we didn't quite get the time, but maybe Artemiev with it we can still make the prediction. I'm thinking it's going to be some one knight f3 or one c4.
Oh yeah, Artemiev, I also think he'll play c4 because he anyway plays c4. So he's easy to predict. And with it, I think he'll go for this knight f6, c5, knight c6 setup that he went for in the second game.
Yeah. I think Vidit will stick to the opening.
Symmetrical English. Yeah, the symmetrical English. And
by the way,
about...
yeah, sure, please go on.
Ding versus Gukesh has also begun, by the way, and they have a QGD on the board without knight f6. So
and without knight f3.
Yeah, without knight f3 as well. So, like, does this make a difference?
It does. This variation with 3 bishop e7, it's a bit different from starting with knight f6 for many reasons, and specifically white not playing knight f3 early enables white to get this knight onto e2 later in many of these positions. So this makes a lot of difference. Now the exact reason for black delaying this knight to f6, I understand it to a certain degree, but maybe not enough to explain it in a coherent way. But I can just say that this takes a completely different direction from the traditional QGD. In the meanwhile, AD has just sacrificed an exchange, Soumya. Look what is going on here. It's fireworks on the board. And also I should mention, that I have never seen Arjun so decked up in formal wear ever in my life. He looks, apart from the preparation that he has shown with his openings, he also seems to be well prepared in the fashion department. And it's a bit strange for me to see a kid dressed up. But yeah,
it's just a sign of respect. I think, all of his opponents are, always so dressed up for the tournament. They take it like, all the fans are watching everything. So I think it's just a sign of wanting to also be respectful.
belong.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, be respectful. And so very interesting exchange sacrifice done by AD, but this all seems to be part of the preparation. Arjun certainly seems to be in his preparation, and AD probably tried to surprise the Arjun, and Arjun's opening preparation was one of his biggest weaknesses. So if you go by his data 1 year ago, then openings would have been his weakness. It's the same with Gukesh and Prag to a certain extent. But in this last 1 year in the COVID lockdown, they have really come a long way. So AD going for queen c3, the queen probably going to c6. The king has been and rook a7. Wow, this is totally a stockfish move. He's totally in his preparation. Definitely not something he would have ever found over the board, I think. Maybe he would have, but it's a very unnatural move. So queen c3, the point is if he had played something like b5, then queen c6 check was coming in. And if he did not play b5, then rook into b7 was a threat. So if he moved his b pawn, then queen c6 check, and both e8 and a8 are attacked at once. But rook a7 ensures that the b pawn is defended and the c6 square is also not given up. So I think Arjun has maybe outprepared AD just by a bit here, and uh, but practically this position still looks menacing for black. So even though the engine shows an advantage for black, practically over the board, I think AD can still create some chances. Maybe some move like f4, maybe some non-engine move, because Arjun's preparation has to end at some point. At some point, he has to play on his own, and when that happens, if there is enough problems to solve over the board, then it's not going to be easy for Arjun. So queen c3, rook a7, f4, something like this, or maybe just queen b4, keeping things under pressure, keeping things under tension, so that it's not easy for black to make a move. He makes a misstep and then something gets hit. All these things are possible. So I think this game is pretty much on. There's going to be a lot of fireworks. Really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. This rook a7 move is definitely preparation. You cannot play a move like rook a7 in 3 seconds so confidently when your opponent has just sacrificed an exchange in the opening, and your king is still in the center. The bishop on a3 controls the castle from happening. And f4 would also be my choice here, Sri. It would be interesting. I'm sure Adiban is definitely considering f4, and he's probably calculating some lines here. For example, after f4 d4, there is queen c5, which white can play, because after b6, white can give a check on c6, and queen d7 allows queen f3. Maybe something like this could happen on the board, because now we are threatening f5 with white.
Yeah, this could be a direction. True. I think there can be several different directions. It's a bit. Uh, it's. I mean, for example, after d4, queen c5, d6. The line is relatively forcing. Yeah, queen c6 check, queen d7. But maybe the problem with queen e4 is there is g6 and bishop f5 coming in with tempo. So rook a7, one of the advantages is now black is so much better prepared to face queen c6 check as well. f4, d4, queen c5, b6. And now after queen c6 check, the rook on e8 is no longer hanging. So that makes a lot of difference. And queen d7, queen f3. Here the problem for white, he's not able to enforce f5 in any of the variations. But on the other hand, he can enter via the dark squares, yeah?
No, bishop e4 here was the problem, I thought.
Oh yeah, bishop e4 as well, with the idea of bishop c6. Oh man.
And
Bishop
this
g4
becomes
yeah, we can go on here. We can go on. We can play a whole
right,
game.
right,
I
right,
think
right, right.
we have established the point of how dangerous this is for black practically, yeah?
Absolutely, right.
Despite engine showing a minus whatever.
Oh, engine, I think I mean engine can be trusted in these positions for sure, but it's just that the kind of moves engine will suggest are very hard for humans to really trust
Replicate.
in. Yeah, really trust in. For example, a move like rook a7, you would never play over the board unless you know that it exists, or unless you have thought on the position for half an hour and all the other options are losing.
Not looking good. No,
Exactly.
but even then it's not easy, I think.
Right. Rook a7 is a very difficult move, which the engine spots in 1 second, 2 seconds probably. But for a human, it's a very hard move to find. And that's why I think engine evaluation here is not so important, because finally you have to play the position on the board as a human being, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's look at. Oh, Aarti, with it, can you guess the opening?
I saw it, Soumya, I'm sorry.
You saw
But
it
maybe
already.
we leave it to the chat. Maybe the chat can guess what opening it is. Of course, you can see it from the structure, but if you can't, then guess the opening.
What is the chat saying? Let me have a look.
I mean, I see a guy in pain that 1B3 was not played, but I have no sympathies for that guy in the chat. And it's not Catalan, guys. It's not Catalan. It is something else. Not everything in life comes to Catalan, you know. Catalan is not the answer to every single thing in life. It is brilliant. It is amazing. It is awesome. It is wonderful. It is lovely. It is mind blowing, but not the answer to everything. Yeah, King's Indian attack. Chat has got it. Yes. Smart chat.
Yeah, it's basically the King's Indian in reverse. So white is playing as black and black is playing as white in the King's Indian. So we have the same position on the board. And because white is a mover, white makes the first move. He can get his knight to c4 here and play a4, which is very hard to achieve in usual
The
King's
King's
Indian
Indian
because
descent is black.
exactly, because usually black's pawn on e4, a white's pawn on e4 will already be protected in such positions. So black can see white usually gets b4 in, and black doesn't get to establish his knight on c5 so easily.
Yeah,
Nice.
beautifully explained. Uh, Meanwhile, some developments in the AD game, Soumya, do you want to go back to that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And actually, chat was suggesting this move, which we both did missed, and which Adiban played. Chat I saw in.
No, I did not miss this move, but you know, the thing is, this is the first move of Stockfish,
Oh, really?
which AD couldn't have known. But yeah, it was the first move of Stockfish. And when your opponent is so well prepared, you don't want to play the first move of Stockfish, which he has probably anticipated. So that is why you want to try and sidestep. But then how could AD have known if rook into b7 was the first move of Stockfish or f4 was?
That's
He
also
couldn't
true.
have. So he went for what he instinctively thought. But Arjun still in his preparation after 16 moves. You know, here and so when I first met Arjun in 2018, I never really thought he could be so well prepared in openings. I wouldn't have imagined it. If you told me in 2021 Arjun is going to play like this against AD, I would have been like, oh, come on, you're joking.
Wow, really? And Adiban, in fact, is extremely well prepared in openings, right?
Exactly,
So to out
exactly.
prepare him is a huge task.
And AD has beaten Arjun 3 times prior to this. And a lot of it was, you know, just due down to the fact that Arjun used to be intimidated by AD. So it's also, I think, a spectacular achievement from a mental, psychological perspective that Arjun has managed to overcome that.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's a far bigger achievement than even out preparing your opponent, like overcoming this mental block that you have against certain players, having too much respect for your opponent, being intimidated, you know. These are things, if
Yeah,
you can, the sooner you get over it, the better.
true. The sooner you can get over it, the better. But not totally in our control. Yeah, AD going for another deep think again. He doesn't. I mean, he's I think totally into the position. He's trying to work things out, but you can't really out calculate Stockfish. Yeah, that's what the situation is if you're in your opponent's preparation. So I think AD can take a couple more pawns. He can take this pawn on a6, right? Or do you want to give a check first?
No, I think the check allows queen c8. No, I think that is the problem. I mean, you have to exchange queens then.
Yeah. I miss queen c8. So you take this. I don't want to play c4 as black because this brings in the old problem. Yeah, then you can't bring the rook. So maybe you want to castle first, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And rook c8, and now bishop d4, and It's 2 pawns for the exchange. So maybe this is the position that's going to come on the board. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, this is quite likely. And I mean, it's such an unpleasant position to be in. I was just imagining myself, like putting myself in Adiban's shoes and thinking, like, if my opponent is like blitzing out every single move in a very complicated position, it becomes really unpleasant to face it. But I'm sure that Adiban will not go into the end game, because going into the end game is like deciding that you are going to play for two results only, either a draw or your opponent wins. So Adiban always goes for three results. So he goes queen a6, short castle, bishop c5 on the board. Yeah, very likely rook c8 or rook b8, one of the two, right? And
Yeah, rook c8 or rook b8. True. I just instinctively went for rook c8 attacking the bishop, but with further thought, maybe rook b8 makes more sense. No, yes, what you're saying is true. It's very unpleasant, but from uh, from Arjun's perspective, he has blitzed out all these moves. He hasn't thought for a single moment in this game on his own, and now he has to solve a problem for the first time in the game. Many times when this happens, it's very possible that you might make a mistake because you're not warmed up and you're solving your first problem of the game. So this danger also exists for black. Oh, but he knows this. He's trying to recollect. He knows after rook c8 as well. He knows this so thoroughly, man. My God, rook c8, bishop. I like bishop d4, bishop to the center, and maybe now bishop f5.
bishop f5 is a nice idea, right?
Yeah, if this
But
happens, then yeah. Sorry, Soumya.
no, please continue, Shri. What were
No,
you
if
saying?
this happens, I think AD can get into real trouble because the C2 and A2 pawns are they are fragile, and the time difference is just too huge to defend such a position.
Can I play a move like bishop b5 and avoid the bishop exchange? Because ideally, I would like to keep both the bishops, no?
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Then I go queen e6. No, it looks.
No.
Yeah, sorry. It looks tough for AD because um, also Arjun is kind of very good at putting pressure when the opponent has less time. He has done that so many times to me also in our training games and stuff, and he really sets these nasty unpleasant problems. So if AD gets any lesser on time, if he gets to this 1 minute zone, it's going to be really tough for him. So I think this next few moves is going to be critical if AD can hold on to this or not. But I think Black has the initiative. He's playing for two results.
Yeah. Fantastic preparation there by Arjun. Let's see if Adi can hold his own in this game. Can we quickly go to Gukesh's game, which we have not covered so far? Gukesh is playing against Ding Dijen, uh, whose name we love to pronounce. And what is this position on the board? Gukesh is black. Knight is very good on d4. Black's knight. On the other hand, white's knight, sorry. And on the other hand, the pawn on e4 is super useful. I would say black is comfortable here.
Yeah, at the moment, Black looks comfortable. He has good concrete options, some nice piece activity. But long term, Black has to be careful. For example, even the e4 pawn, which has been extended well and gives you space, can become a weakness in the future. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword for Black. He has good pieces. He has good initiative. But on the other hand, it can get dangerous if white manages to neutralize everything and get his pieces in order. So knight d4 on the board, and also Gukesh is clearly lagging in time in almost every game here, which is not a good sign in my opinion. He plays knight d5. No, overall, I think white is practically more comfortable here. It's not easy to play as black. I just move my bishop now, bishop f6, and um, my biggest worry is this e4 pawn. So let's say I take this, play knight f5, this knight coming on to d6, and I think there is a clear pressure with less time and the pressure in the position right now. It looks bad for Gukesh, the Gukesh.
Yeah, maybe knight d5 was not something I expected. I thought maybe he can play a move like g6, preventing the knight to come to f5, but then it creates weaknesses. Perhaps that's why he rejected it.
Yeah, I also like Ding's move, bishop e5. Nice strategic move, centralizing the bishop and allowing this knight f5 to come in even more with even more potency.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. This changed rather quickly. 2 moves ago, it looked like black was okay, and now he's not.
Well, that's just
Um,
that's life.
right. After bishop e5, I would say maybe bishop f6 is something I would definitely consider. Just exchanging this annoying bishop on e5.
It's a lot of emphasis on annoying there.
It's very annoying. But yeah, black's position still is uncomfortable for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking. It's a different level altogether for young Gukesh.
But on the other hand, do you see any direct continuation that oh, it is on the
Yeah,
board. It is on
yeah,
the
it is on
board.
the board. I was thinking maybe takes and queen b5, you know.
I
He
was
just goes
thinking
rook
maybe
d1.
rook d1. Yeah, rook
Yeah.
d1 because you are anyway threatening to move the knight, so you have to take the bishop.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Ding played your recommendation because you're pronouncing his name so much better. So much likely that he hears your suggestion.
Yeah, that would be a great reason to hear my suggestion for sure. After bishop b5, queen b5, rook c1, rook c1. I think this is likely to be on the board.
So
And
bishop b5, queen b5, yeah, rook c1, rook c1.
maybe a
And
move
yeah,
like the problem is here queen d5 doesn't really help because white anyway plays rook c7.
yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, the knight coming to d6, the pawns on b7, a7, e4. It's nasty problems to solve against someone of such high degree of skill like Ding.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile,
Oh my
it's been a
god.
while since what happened.
Yeah. I'm also looking at Widget's game actually. And so much has happened. Um, Look at these
Yeah,
pawns on e4 and f4.
I was.
Somehow, yeah, f5 is played on the board. White will surely play e5 here, right?
Yeah, white
He
will
will
play
play
e5 here.
e5, open up the light squared bishop to its fullest potential. And if black takes on c4, then white can take b into c4 and control the d5 square as well. So black will not take on c4. Black will probably go knight f7, but then the knight on c4 is so strong.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have summed up the problems in this position perfectly, Soumya. So for Vidit, I think Artemio is basically doing his thing, yeah, gradually taking more control, more control. What we uh, what we were dreaming that Arjun and Vidit would do to their opponents are doing to them. And
Yeah, absolutely.
but having said that, I think Black also has some triumphs in this position. He does control more space for starters. He has good prospects in the center. Now, this flanks of the pawns on f4 and e5 for white, they can be broken by Black playing g5. So this can, if with it, gets the knight to f7, king h8, rook g8, g5, he implements this, then the pressure will be on white. So Vidit has been playing quickly and confidently so far, and I think the game is on. There's a long way to go a long way to go here.
Wow. Do you want to quickly have a look at this beautiful combination with which Anish won against Wesley? So, can we quickly show it to the
Oh,
chat?
yeah. We can. In any case, Anish, Anish, Anish is part of the Indian group. So,
Absolutely. And after this move, 22nd H3, Black
mhm.
played Rook E8 here.
Yes.
And white took on e8, knight e8, rook e8. So here it seems like white got only one knight and a rook for the queen. But after king g7, Anish played bishop to b8. What a beautiful move with the idea to play knight a4 next and trap the queen. The queen is fully trapped. There is no way for her to hide. So Wesley had to give up the bishop on with bishop d4. Here knight a4 doesn't work because of bishop f2. Or does it still work? Knight a4, bishop f2, king h1.
Yeah,
Maybe it
it
would have
still works,
still
but then after queen e3, you get into a position where you're given 2 pawns for the piece. And I
exactly.
think AG preferred c into d4 instead.
Right. So he played c into d4 instead, and now he has a pair of bishops, a knight and a rook against a queen and a bishop, which is incredible advantage. And after cd4, he's also threatening bishop e5 and give checkmate to black. So black played g5, bishop e5 anyway, king g6, rook g8 check, king h6, and rook b8. He will next take on b7 as well, and oh my god, uh, black resigned. What a
Yeah,
nice combination.
absolutely. It was so nice, so unique, so rare that even Wesley so missed it. And I think that says everything.
Right. Great way to sum it up. So let's go back to Vidit's game. Uh, Rook g3, bishop g2. Oh, wow. Vidit managed to get bishop d5 in. He did not. Oh, nice. He managed to get bishop d5 in. So rook f3, bishop d5,
Yeah, he
rook
went knight
g2.
e8, by the way, not knight f7, which
Mm-hmm.
which I understand because the knight's eventual destination is maybe towards d5.
All
And
right.
this is the present position we have. So make way for the one of the knights to go to d5.
Yeah,
Which knight is it going to be?
I think in fact the c6 knight will go to d5 and the e8 knight will come to e6. That would be nice. I think if
Nice.
black manages to get this, then black will even be better.
Yeah, honestly speaking, this position, although the evaluation bar inclines towards white, practically I'm not so pessimistic for white myself because I mean, what's the problem for black? I mean, what's the problem for black? Uh, Organize the knights to d5, the other knight to e6. And I understand white knight comes to d6, queen f3. There are some problems on the g file, king h1, rook g1. But on the other hand, it's not so bad. Yeah, black also has counterplay. It's not. It's definitely not one-sided. I think it's just an interesting position.
Yeah, it's an interesting position to play, and let's see how the players handle it. Um, they, by the way, time situation is also good, looking good for Vidit. He has 9 minutes compared to Artemev's 6.
Yeah. That is something I really like about with its present game, that he has quickly played. He has played quickly and confidently because speed has been an issue for him in this champion chess tour in general, which comes from two things. Yeah, one is confidence and another is just practice in similar formats. But having said that, yeah, you absolutely cannot be too slow in the rapid format.
Right. Talking about time difference in Adi and Arjun's game, Adi is down to seconds, whereas Arjun still has 9.5 minutes. But I think Adi has managed to get a good position, and now I don't see a way for Black to really get an advantage. Can he play Rook G6 here and threaten Bishop H3?
Yeah, that's exactly what Arjun's plan is. Opponent has less than a minute, and he tries to set them problems which cannot be solved with relatively less time. So he will go rook g6 with ideas of bishop h3, bishop e4. Note that white cannot take queen into d5 because of bishop d3, the pin on the first rank. So if I think white has to play. No, I think he will play rook g6 pretty quickly. Just checking some things just to make sure, I guess.
I think rook g6, white cannot play king h2 because of queen f4. Or can he still play king h2? But queen f4 doesn't look right. No, to allow queen f4.
Yeah. No, but just g3, no?
Uh, I actually thought that maybe black can also take bishop h3 before queen f4, but after gh3, queen f4, king h1, I think black only has a draw. Or can he play queen g5? Oh my god, he can play queen g5, but then we have f3. Oh, this is very nice. See this position?
Yeah. I was just thinking about this line. Feels
Oh my
feels
god.
feels tough for white. No, but also if white manages to survive this attack, white could be winning here. This game could go all three results. It's certainly
Exactly.
not that black is pushing and white is defending anymore.
Exactly. And I actually think that after rook g6, king h1 as well, he will take bishop h3. So we are like, I feel that black can go for this position, or he can even play, king h2. He can also play queen g5. But then g3 you will play, right? But then h4.
Now h4, yeah,
h4,
yeah.
yeah. So queen g5 is probably the main threat, is it? After queen g5, you're threatening bishop, but you don't have a threat because after bishop h3, I have king h3.
Rook
King
g6 played.
h2.
AD had anticipated this. He immediately flashes out king h2, and now is a very very interesting situation. Chat, what do you think black should do here? Um,
Yeah, should he take on h3, or actually after bishop h3 he can take king h3.
yeah. Oh yeah. What? I just said yeah on default. But
But queen f4, no, queen f4 g3 we have.
so white is
And
surviving this, yeah,
yeah,
and it can
because
very quickly go wrong. No, the thing is, what gives white hope is this bishop on d4 because white black does not have a light square bishop, dark square bishop, and whatever the dark square bishop touches, black cannot do anything against it.
right. And if we can just continue that line after bishop h3, king h3, uh, queen f4 g3,
Mm-hmm.
queen g4, king g2, h4. Here white can simply play queen e2 and bring back his queen. So even though the queen looks so
Yeah.
far,
Also there are ideas like this bishop d3, yeah, just completely crushing.
oh wow, that was
It's
very
there in
strong.
every line.
Wow. That is very strong.
Yeah.
So unless Arjun finds something very specific, oh, but Arjun can always play h4 here in this current situation on the board after king h2.
h4.
And h4,
Can I take this pawn though?
but queen f4 and you'll come back king g1, yeah?
Yeah, now you no longer have bishop at
But
h2.
rook g2, rook g2 also I don't have, sorry. You have bishop g2
Yeah.
check. Um, yeah. Yeah,
So
probably you can just.
this can turn around very easily for Arjun. And AD really needs this win. Yeah, he has lost his first two games with white. He drew the third game against Gukesh, who was one of the lower rated opponents for AD among the two. And Arjun is the lowest rated player in this tournament, and AD has the white pieces. If this doesn't go well for AD, I think the tournament will be very tough for him. It will be very tough for AD to get back into the tournament.
Yeah. Having said that, we have seen players who have had very bad days on the first day of the Champions Chess Tour, and then they have risen like a phoenix. But yeah, this position itself is so intriguing, and if black doesn't find anything concrete, then as Srinath mentioned, white is going to simply play a4, a5, a6. He's actually threatening queen e8. Right now
Yeah,
is
and
not a threat
it looks
because the
tough to find something for black, Soumya, because the thing is this a pawn is so ridiculously strong. It goes to a6 immediately, and then a7 is also covered. You see, all the path of the pawn is covered all the way to a7 by the pair of bishops.
I would definitely consider a move like king h7 here just to get out of the check.
Mm.
And because,
King h7, now queen e2.
yeah, queen e2 was definitely problem. But then now I play h4. Ah, you're threatening queen h5,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, 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 yeah. Queen h5 is the idea. So this explains the long, long thing for Arjun, but people say long variation, wrong variation. So I,
Hey, Shri, can I ask you a question?
yeah, sure.
In the variation that we saw
Hmm.
after h4, sorry, instead of king h7,
1 second. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
here queen e8 doesn't work because queen e8, king h7, queen f7, we have queen into f1.
Oh, yeah. This is basic. Yeah.
Right. So actually, queen e8 is like not so serious if our queen is still on c1, and maybe if so now actually black is threatening queen f4.
Can I? Oh, yeah. I was thinking maybe I can distract you with something like bishop e3, to move the
Right.
queen away. But now you
Right.
can just take queen into c3 because queen e8
Exactly.
check, king h7. If white takes this, then black takes queen into e5 with check.
Exactly. So this is a problem. So white, oh, but they have a different position on the board. What happened here?
He played bishop e4, queen e2 on the board,
Okay.
and yeah, I think
Oh,
honestly speaking, I really don't see problems for white here.
yeah. Bishop e4, the idea was queen f4, g3, and queen f3. So queen e2 prevents that.
Hmm.
Queen e2 is a very good move by AD. I feel h4 was the direction that Arjun had to take
Yeah, true, true,
instead of
true.
bishop
H4,
e4.
H4 looks practically pretty strong. Um, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. H4 was the direction. Probably he saw something though.
Yeah, which we are missing. Okay, so bishop e4, g3, queen, queen e2, bishop e4, queen f4, g3, and queen f5 on the board. And
We are in the final stages of this game. This game has been thrilling to watch so far. Yeah, like
yeah,
we mentioned in the previous round, the clash of styles between AD and Arjun. It really brings out these thrilling contests, which we also saw in the finals of the Indian qualifiers.
yeah, absolutely. And actually, queen e3 here, very strong move by Adipan because black was threatening h4, g4, and queen f4. So this game is a lot about prophylaxis as well. Even though it looks like white is only attacking, black is only attacking, they're also making a lot of prophylactic moves, basically preventing opponents' ideas. That is what prophylaxis is about. And this game is a really, really good game by both the players.
Yeah, it's like a sword fight with a lot of attacks and blocks. Yeah, and now Queen A4. Oh, Soumya, there's a trap. Okay, Queen A4. What do you do?
Okay, what is your trap? I'm not going to fall into your trap. Let's see. Um, okay, maybe.
Chat. Good luck. Queen A4. What do you do?
Oh my God, what is your trap? Um,
Actually, I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working.
no, okay, so most obvious move here is a6. Let's see what is your trap.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, so my initial intention was to play Queen A1, and I thought Queen A1 combined by Rook into A6, it allows Queen H1. But what I missed was that Queen E2 simply defends A6. So Rook into A6, you can just take Queen into A6, and H1 is not. Then what I saw, a6, you have to take rook into a6 directly, which is what happened in the game. Bishop into a6, queen into a6, and now queen f1 is a threat, which is deadly. So you have to prevent it with f3, right? And now I think queen a2 check secures a draw for black.
Oh, but even queen
Because
e1 is possible, no, Shri? Or do I have to play f3?
queen e1, then queen d3, queen f3 is dangerous, I think.
And bishop e3 now? Like, I just want to block you.
Yeah, this is possible. This is possible, Soumya, but it's very hard to make a move with white here.
That's true. I think white, even though white is materially up, black is the one who is causing a lot of problems for white. So maybe f3, as Adiban played, was the best direction.
Yeah. But now black forces the exchange of the queen. And since there is no passer, it's white has no way to create something. Because
Wow.
queen c2 check, queen f2 has to come at some point to escape the tirade of checks, and this position is basically just a draw. Black goes bishop e6, sits with g6 and just moves the king around. So that's a good save by AD though, to be honest. Maybe not the result he needed, but the result he deserved.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's so hard. It was a very hard situation for him to face, where his opponent was so well prepared in a very, very complicated line where you could go wrong at any point. You have already sacrificed material. So I'm really glad for Adiban that he found such amazing moves and resources for himself. And draw is a good result. Draw is a good result.
Indeed. It's a fantastic save, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So,
There is
which
a
game shall we move? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we
no.
can conclude this is probably a draw,
Mhm.
and move on to one of the other games. Yeah.
Yeah, we should definitely look at Vidit's game because I mean Artimeyev is in time pressure. Vidit has 4 minutes on the clock. What's happening here? But he like what is happening? Seriously, what is happening? Knight f4 has been played. Rook g4. Knight e6 is definitely a move here, and
Yeah,
securing
that
the
is what
d4
Vidit
pawn.
plays. You know your friend VD, yeah?
Yeah, after seeing so
Putting
many
his
of his
pieces in compact positions,
exactly.
coordinated.
And actually, now black is threatening rook into c2 because the knight on e6 is a fantastic defender as well, apart from being so well placed.
Yeah, I was thinking of defending with something like rook f1, because then if you take rook into c2, I make a draw. Oh no, I make more than a draw.
Oh, yeah, you just win, I guess. But rook f1 is a good move. Can I play like, oh, rook f1 is a very good move, but he played rook g2 here. And
Yeah, but I think
maybe,
rook f1 is in the assembly line.
right. So rook c8, maybe? Rook c8, can I play?
To be honest, I wouldn't mind making a draw with rook f1 as white. Okay, I'm not attempting. No, it's more than a draw. So, no,
Why?
actually, knight e7 check is there. No, rook into c2. There
Ah,
is always knight c7. So rook into c2 is not even a threat. So in that case, I'm not sure if rook c8 is such a good idea.
all
But
right,
yeah,
right.
you can play king h8. But then why not start with king h8, and king h8 also looks strange in this position.
Why not play a move
But
like h6 and king h7? I know it is
h6.
weakening.
No, but you're losing the pawn, no, directly.
Oh, that's why not. We shouldn't.
But
Why?
h5 I was thinking of.
Oh, h5, right. h5. But the problem is rook g6, but then knight f4, is it?
Yeah, rook g6, knight f4. Yeah. Yeah, knight f4 or even rook e8, because this rook on g6, it doesn't have a long stay visa. It's the c2 pawn is hanging. So,
But long stay visa is so funny. Yeah, h5 is a serious move here.
it's an option. Yeah. It comes out of reciprocal thinking. Yeah, you think about all these different moves. It doesn't work for whatever reason. Meanwhile, we do have a result in the AD Arjun game. It's another draw between them. That's their fifth draw in a row in rapid chess. And AD being smart and not playing 1b3 saved him half a point there. And this B3 jokes, I don't know if they can ever get old. At least for me, it won't.
Hey, by the way, let's have a quick look at Gukesh's game as well. He's playing Ding Legend and he's a pawn down in this knight end game. But can he save it? He has played King D5.
To be
Uh,
honest, Prag saved a similar night hand game against VD, right?
right. And actually, it's not easy, no, to win this. I think because now knight D3 is a legit threat.
Yes, but again, the big difference from the VD game compared to this, I think Ding has a lot more time, and that makes all the difference. No, but yeah, of course, with Kukish, I would never, never ever relax thinking I'm going to win this. He always finds some counter chances. I think he can do this against the very best. So King F5 with the idea of King G6, King G7. But you're right, Soumya. I think it's tricky. It's very tricky. It's very tricky. Very tricky for white. Not at all easy. If you go King G6 now, black takes knight into F2, King into
Oh,
G7, and knight into G4, all equal. He takes
oh,
knight into
look at
H6
what
with the
he's
idea of
doing.
G5.
Yeah.
Takes
Is it
G5,
winning?
H into
H5.
G5.
No, H into G5, H5.
Yeah, I was also thinking of this. I was also thinking whether he will go, but is this winning though? Because let's say I continue knight E5,
Knight E5, H6, Knight
knight
F7,
F7,
H7,
knight
H8.
king. Yeah, knight H8. You will take the G5. Ah, no, king G5 or king E5. So what do you say?
Yeah. So you Knight H8, I'll play King F6.
No, this is risky for you, Soumya. King
Why?
D6.
King
King D6.
G. Ah, you will
Yeah,
Zugzwang
yeah,
me.
yeah,
You will
yeah, yeah,
Zugzwang
yeah.
me.
You lose here. So here,
Right.
maybe this doesn't lose, but because E6 comes as a check. But yeah, it should lose. Black will just taking into E6. No, so he takes H into G5, King D6, King F6, and now Gukesh has to find somehow a way to take knight into F2 and stop this pawn. Yeah.
He's played Knight
No, with the
E5,
sixth with the
G6.
sixth rank, you can stop the pawn with checks. On the sixth rank, the knight can stop the pawn with checks. So King F7, Knight E5, King F6.
Mm,
So maybe he's
97.
got this. Yeah, 97. See, these kids
Hey,
are
but
so slippery. Yeah.
oh, this is very good actually. Knight E5, King F6, Knight D7, King F5. There is King E7.
Ha.
Very important save there, no? Bapre. What a nice way.
Yeah. Soumya, there's a big update. Vidit has just blundered. I think Gukesh will draw that game. So quickly moving on. Vidit has made a major blunder. Here after knight d6, he played king to g8, which was a
Wow.
big.
Oh my God. Knight E8. Wow. It's a difficult move to spot. But Artimev did spot it. Knight E8, Rook E5, Knight C7, Knight C7. Oh my God. Rook Gf2, Knight D5, Rook F8, King G7, Rook F1, F7, King H6, and Rook H8 coming in next move.
Yeah, the A7 pawn is going, the H7. No, but still the game is not over. There are some tricks with Rook E1, Knight E3 remaining. Artemio has to be careful. I think that's why he wants to keep one of the rooks on the F file. So if Rook E1, there is always Rook F1. But now the time advantage has also been nullified.
Can he play Rook E2 here? If H4, I have King H5.
Yeah, he can play Rook E2. Rook E2 makes sense. No, there is still some counterplay for Black for sure. There is still some counterplay from a practical perspective, but everything can be refuted by calculation. That is the problem. He does go King G5, Rook H7. This is what I thought he would do because King G5, Rook H7. Now you can play Rook E2, but just Rook F2. Yeah, Rook e1, king g2, knight e3, king f3. So maybe rook e2 here, also the same thing. Yeah, you take rook into h7, king g5, and now rook f2. So every move of VD, and there is a concrete refutation against it. Knight f4 is another option with ideas of rook e1, rook e2. But yeah, so he goes king g4 and king f2 maybe. Next move h3 check will come, and then the king will move forward.
King f2, what is the idea? Okay.
I just don't
h3.
want my king to be bogged down
But
on
knight
the first
f4 I
rank.
can play, no? Knight f4 I can play now.
Yeah. You
After
can
king
play
f.
knight f4. Yeah, true. Yeah, white has to be a bit careful for sure. And in a blitz game, this position I wouldn't really be sure, with 2 seconds increment, 3+2. But rapid game with 10 seconds increment, it just gives enough time for Artemiev to try and keep things in control. He does play king f2, so let's see what he intends after knight f4.
What happens for knight f4 is the big question.
I think rook e7. You have to play. You can't allow rook e2 check.
Rook e7. And knight h3, you
Oh,
have
he
rook.
takes. And
And
he's
take
going
on
for the
d4.
pawn up. No, but there is, it's not clear. King f5, rook into d4, rook c5. What do you do?
So what about this end game, first of all, after rook c4?
It's this endgame I can take and play king e4. I win back one of the pawns.
Are you sure? King g3?
How can I be sure? I don't
I
know
mean, are you...
Stockfish.
Okay. No, I think white will win, no?
Maybe king f4 here. Maintain that
King
position. Yeah.
Nice.
So c4, rook a5, and it's a draw here. It's equal, guys. Guys, we are back. Vidit is back. He's still there. He's still out there, and I think this game is going to be a draw. So Vidit is with 1.5 out of 4. And guys, so this is also what happens to Vidit some of the times. I think now you understand better. Winning position doesn't mean you're winning. Of course, if Stockfish, you can tag team Stockfish, then you would win. But human games, people make mistakes under pressure. You can't replicate Stockfish moves. I mean, at least not until Elon Musk comes up with something mind blowing where you can have a chip and your brain becomes Stockfish. But that's still some time away. So this is what happens. The elite players, they defend very tenaciously, whether it's Vidit or Artemio or Anish or Dubo.
Meanwhile,
nice. Gukesh has drawn that game against Ding Soumya. So another swindle in Gukesh's and he's showing that he can do this against the very, very best. Yeah, in that sense, he's similar to Alireza Firouzja from Iran, who is also incredibly slippery. You can't just win winning games against him that easily. He's so awesome in finding resources in bad positions.
Absolutely. I think Vidit, very nice save here by Vidit, and this will definitely he will be able to hold this.
Yeah. Of course,
Let me just thought maybe we can check the chat. Chad is saying Gukesh drew. Chad is like super happy about Gukesh making a draw as well, and good results by both the players.
Yeah, this is kind of the opposite of round 3, where now Gukesh drew from a lost position, and Vidit also drew from a bad position. And AD and Arjun is probably the best result we could have hoped for among Indians. Yeah, we don't want anyone to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arjun and Adiban's game was excellent. I mean, what a nice game. by both of them. So yeah, very nice, very good result for all the four players in this round. They're still trying. I mean, this is even though it's a draw, you still need to make the draw, right? Both the players need to make the right move.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
they both are trying, and with it plays a5 uh, by rook b2.
Rook
What
b2,
is the
you're
point?
wondering. Yeah? Rook h3 check, my friend. Rook h3 check.
Oh my God. See, that's what I mean by you still need to make the draw. Rook
Yep.
g2 he has played, which is a much better move. Rook h3, king b2 maybe. Or
Yeah,
king
king
c2.
b2.
King c2, controlling the d3 square, no?
No, I think Vidit can even press a bit in this game, yeah, because you see the position of the kings.
Mm-hmm.
Vidit's position better placed, but I think if Rook g3 is possible, he will play that because this pawn end game is a draw. You can't take this king because of d5. As white, you don't want to go like this, yeah. So Rook g3 is what I will
Overpress.
play, I think, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this pawn end game is a draw because the king cannot go too far, and neither kings. Oh, he goes
Oh,
king
he
c2.
played king
Okay.
c2. Okay. So king f6, king f5, sorry, is likely. But then rook e2 maybe. No, he plays king d7. Okay. Rook f2, a4, a4 coming.
Okay, maybe I was a bit too greedy in saying that greedy VD can press here because rook h4 there is always king d3 and if
No,
a3
but
then
a3, king b1, king d2, king a2, huh?
yeah, king b1 king a2, yeah, rook c3. So whenever this rook moves away, this pawn is hanging, this pawn is hanging. So d5 played. Okay, a2 there's king b2, got it. And king d6, rook into g6 check.
No, but g5 is possible. But okay. Anyway, this is
Yeah,
fine.
this is
g5.
every pawn getting exchanged. Yeah, one
Yeah.
way or another.
Yeah,
It's going to
exactly.
be trades.
By the way, there were a lot of results in this round where Anish won against Wesley in that game, beautiful game, which saw Magnus won against Fiddler and Duda won against Yifan. A very decisive round overall.
Yeah, rook a7, rook into a2, and now b5, and it's a draw. There is a question from Ridham Chauhan, which I really want to address. So he's like, serious question. Why you guys are always praising players even when they are not playing well? As commentators, it's your job to be critical of players when they don't play well.
Where is
Honestly, I
this
don't see the
question?
commentator's job as something to be critical, nor as a coach or a parent's job. The way I say it, the way I say it, it is to bring out the perspective of the players, which is not that easy to understand for others. And I think that is exactly what we are trying to do. We are bringing out the perspective of the players because we have been in that situation and we understand how it feels. So it's not that we are praising players or criticizing players. That's not something we consciously do. We are just bringing out the perspectives. We are trying to explain the position. We are trying to explain what is going on and trying to do it as well as we can. So I think that's all we are trying to do.
Oh, absolutely agree, Shri. And especially if you have been a if you've been or you are a professional player yourself, you can exactly understand how the players are feeling. So there is criticism comes is the last thing that comes to your mind when you see a game, because you know how it feels. You have made those same mistakes. You know how difficult it is to convert winning positions, to save difficult positions, to face a well prepared opponent, to face a player who is completely opposite of your style, who is much stronger than you, and be intimidated, all these feelings. So I completely agree with Shri that I also look at our job as something that we try to show the जनता कि
Like yeah, your internet got
players का.
disconnected by 5 seconds there.
Oh, so what I was saying was I completely agree with Sri that my perspective is also the same, that we try to show the जनता कि players का perspective क्या है. So yeah, criticism
Yeah.
is like literally the last thing that comes to our mind actually.
Oh, I think it's my internet which went off, maybe. Soumya, sorry. Yeah, it's back now. Yeah. I think it's probably my internet.
It's
But
fine.
it's okay. I think you explaining it one more time, no one is complaining. Especially, it was something that's worth emphasizing.
Awesome. So let's just see the standings maybe before we go to the fifth
Yeah, let's quickly
round.
check it because the game is about to start any second. In fact, one of the games has already begun
Oh,
between.
wow.
So let's quickly take them through the standings. Soumya, do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that. So Ding Lijen and Anish Giri and Jan Christoph Duda, all three of them are on 3 out of 4 points. Anish and Duda won their games and Ding drew against Gukesh. Artimev and Dubov Daniel, Magnus as well as Aronian, all four of them are on 2.5 out of 4. Wesley So, Arjun Erigesi, Salem Saleh on 2 out of 4 points. Firuja and Vidit on 1.5 out of 4. Gukesh and Adiban on 1 out of 4. I think this round, Vidit is playing against Adiban, by the way, in the 5th round. And Yifan
Yes.
and Swidler are also on 1 out of 4. So that those are the standings as of now, and 5th round encounter clash of the round would be Vidit
Yes. And look at the opening,
versus
Soumya. Look at this
Adiban.
amazing opening on the board.
You know, this clash used to be known as the unstoppable force playing against the immovable object within the MCL circles. We used to play this tournament, Maharashtra Chess League, which was a very popular tournament in the Indian circle until like 2 years ago. And whenever there would be a clash between Vidit and Adi, this would be the theme of it.
Soumya, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I am speechless. My course is being played out on the board
Oh my
in the game
God.
Arjun Ding. This is
Oh
exactly
my
the
God.
idea I suggested.
Do you think the whole of your course is going to get leaked on the Champions Chess Tour? What are the chances?
I wouldn't complain if that happened.
So would you prefer if the whole course gets leaked on the Champions Chess Tour, or the sales are the highest on Chessable? What would you prefer, Sri? Let
Uh,
me put you on a spot.
well, it's pretty easy for me. Yeah, I mean the the scores being leaked on the champion chess tour. No matter what you do, you cannot you cannot cover 1,000 trainable variations or the 200,000 plus words that's on the course. I would like the course to be leaked on the champion chess tour because it gives a pretty good short and sweet version,
Mm-hmm.
and people learn something from it. And if they go back and get the course to learn more, that's double the merry.
Oh, also, it's a great endorsement for the course. So, the fact that it's being played at the highest level speaks a lot about your work.
Yes, absolutely. That you can out prepare Ding with by just following the course, the first 12 moves. I'm I'm amazed. Yeah, takes now bishop a6 wins the pawn. The queen goes to b2, bishop into e2, rook e1, and white gets a lot of compensation here. So if Ding doesn't know this, then he deserves that I don't pronounce his last name. Wow. And Arjun is just giving me more and more reasons to be
Be
fond of
proud
him.
of him. Yes. I
Yeah.
understand.
Of course, for me personally, him winning against the one B3 in the finals of the Indian qualifiers, it surpasses any other thing achieved by any other students, including the online Olympiad and every. everything else. It's the pinnacle.
Oh my God. Imagine someone watching this who doesn't have any context about this beef between you and Adi and the B3 course. And imagine what is going through that person's mind right now.
Yeah, that is the problem with contextual jokes.
So, by the way, Gukesh's game has also begun against Levon Aronian. So, do we stick to Arjun's game or do we have a look
No, no,
at
I think
Gukesh's?
let's do a roundup before the VDAD game starts. The game we are
Right.
looking forward to.
So,
Uh,
Gukesh Ragozin without Bishop G5. What is it called?
it is
Bishop B4.
Ragozin.
Yeah.
Forward bishop b4, here it's called Ragozin.
So,
And queen a4 check, knight c6 a3. I think not exactly the main move. Usually, I think they go something like e3 and bring back the queen. My
exactly.
memory is terrible. Yeah, but
No, no, I also thought that was the main direction because after, like the point of Queen A4 is basically to provoke Black to play, force Black to play Knight C6 because Black would like to play C5 and take a break in the center in the Ragozin. So when you put Knight C6, the C5 break becomes difficult to achieve. And now Black instead tries to take the E5 break. So that is the crux of
yeah, perfectly
the
summed up. Yeah.
opening. And white actually played a3, which is not known to us. So bishop into c3, pawn into
No,
c3,
how
knight
Gukesh
e4.
functions, he looks through all the games that are happening and then he picks up interesting little ideas like this and then he just goes and plays it. That's his MO, modus operandi.
Hey, this h4 move is very interesting. 10th move h4. Just look at this. So he gave up a pawn on c3 for better development. And then he plays h4 even against Levon Aronian. By the way, this is happening. All this is happening against Levon Aronian, who's an extremely creative player, apart from being one of the strongest players in the world. And knight d6, c5, knight c4, e3, all of this is his preparation clearly. He's taking hardly a few seconds to make every move. B5 on the board. Uh, Aronian also seems to be very well prepared because he also is not taking much time. So B5, A4, B4. And here Gukesh had his first think and he took on C4 with the bishop, pawn into C4. And here queen into C4. So he got the pawn back, but he gave up his light squared bishop. And also now after a5, black has this protected pass pawn on b4, which will be a cause of concern for white if they enter into the end game. So uh, also here short castle is not possible because bishop a6 and bishop into f1. So white has some things to think about here. Maybe he plays rook. I wanted to play rook h3 here, but maybe it runs into e5.
Yes, it runs into e5. But of course, it wouldn't really be out of trend if Gukesh does another exchange sacrifice, but maybe a bit too much here. Yeah, I'm not
Even
I'm not
h5
totally sure.
and even h5 and rook h4, like Raja versus Carlsen, in that game he had. Okay, completely different position, but the same idea of bringing your rook into the game is possible.
By the way, Soumya, the main event has begun. Oh, Long Castle.
Oh my
Uh,
god. Oh my god. What a move. Long castle. Oh my god. I would be so tempted to play b3 here and just open the b file.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god. Long castle.
It doesn't look attractive. No, but
Wow.
again, I'm drawn by the start of the VDAD game.
Yes, let's go to Vidit versus Adiban. Gukesh's game is extremely interesting and we can return to it after a few moves. Vidit versus Adiban, already they've flashed out 11 moves. They both are in their preparation. King's Indian on the board.
Yes, yes, this
Wow.
is going to be really, really interesting, by the way. you know, the chat who has been following VD and AD for close to a year now, they have a perspective based on these casual banter blitz games and the blitz games and all these different things that they have played. But in serious tournament games, VD and AD are actually quite evenly matched. So it's not like the 3+0 chess and shell streams that you have been used to looking at. This is completely different. And so far in this Kings Indian encounter, I think it's been AD who has managed to take VD by surprise. Not exactly a surprise, but probably slightly unexpected. VD, of course, will still know what to do here. It's pretty early, and he, of course, knows how he wants to continue, but he probably is thinking, recollecting and thinking what exactly AD wants. So this is going to be a really thrilling and interesting encounter.
Yeah, and
It's a bit like
Bayonet.
Batman versus Joker. Please don't ask me who's Batman and who's Joker. Sorry,
Who are you
Soumya,
talking
please
to?
continue. The chat. I know
Right.
you won't ask me such questions.
Oh, Batman is actually like Dark Knight is one of my favorite movies, actually. So, and Adiban's favorite movie, by the way, he loves to quote Dark Knight quotes. If
Yes,
I
I know. AD likes to think himself as the Batman himself, Dark Knight and everything, but I mean that's just AD being AD in his fantasy world, which has no connection to reality, by the way, and
so
has
we
other
have
things like
the
1B3 is the best opening in the world. Sorry, please continue.
so we have the bayonet attack of the classical variation of the King's Indian on the board. Ninth move B4. Kramnik used to play this line a lot as well. And B4 ko A5. B4 ko actually there are two moves here. There is one A5 and there is knight H5. Both of them are like the main moves. And black here went for A5, BA, rook A5, A4, and rook 8. So basically, one of white's ideas is to kick off the rook on A5. So black voluntarily goes back so that white won't get any tempos. And rook A3, black played king H8. So he could, okay, king H8, he could play like knight G8 at some point if he wants, but I think he wants to play knight H5 only. And rook
Ah,
E1 on the board.
yeah,
He
after
could
Rook E1,
play.
AD goes into a long think. So I don't really know what exactly is happening here from a theoretical perspective, but yeah. And we also have a poll on the Chess 24 India channel. So do like the stream and subscribe to Chess 24 India. And you can also participate in the poll, VD versus AD. Are you going to root and vote for VD or AD? Soumya, are you saying something?
No, I'm curious why he went for King H8. So I'll just have a quick look at what is the theory here so that we can uh, inform our chat
Explain to the
better.
people.
Yes, because some mysterious moves need to be checked.
Indeed. My first reaction when I saw King H8, probably, some knight G8, bishop H6, exchanging of the bad King's Indian bishop, the dark square bishop. But that is probably not the case. And if after King H8, Rook E1 is probably one of the natural moves. So if AD didn't consider this, I don't know what to say. Come on, AD, come on. What are you doing here? Rook
Okay.
E1, such a natural move. Yeah, Soumya.
Okay. This is strange, but Rook A8, there are exactly two games after Rook A8. Basically, the main move after A4 is knight D7 and C5 and B6 and knight E8 and knight H5 and all these usual moves are played in this position. And there are exactly two games after Rook 8. So Rook 8 clearly a new idea by Adi, and Rook A3 by Vidit is never been played before. But anyway, Rook 8 is so rare that any move here would be as good as a novelty. Previously, White played Bishop A3 in this position with the idea to go Bishop B4 and C5 and put pressure against b6 maybe. But I really don't understand king h8. So king h8 was something he just played voluntarily. Probably he feels that it will anyway be useful later. So he just made a useful move. And rook e1, black plays knight d7. He could put his knight on c5 and put his pawn on b6 to be very solid on the queen side, and then play f5. So that there is, he prevents white's activity on the queen side and then continues his activity on the king side. So that is one idea. And I think that is the most likely idea, actually.
Yeah. Again, perfectly summed up. But when black plays f5, he has to be really, really careful with his knight g5, yeah? And the knight coming to e6. This is one of the biggest points in the bayonet way. Did you cover that, or am I...
What I meant to say was that after knight d7, I thought black will go knight c5 and b6 first, so that
okay.
we are
A4
secure on
pawn
the
doesn't
queen side.
advance.
Yes, and then play f5. So when the knight is on c5, it also covers the e6 square, right? So the knight on c5 does a very good function of blocking the queen side as well as covering some weak squares and attacking e4 as well. And black can actually go knight c5, b6, f5, and then actually go knight g8 and knight f6 as well, and put a lot of pressure on the e4 pawn.
Yeah, sorry, I got I spaced out a bit.
That's fine, Sri.
I was thinking of a joke. I couldn't say it out loud on stream. At least not yet.
My phone has switched off. Otherwise, I would have asked you to at least tell me on the side.
It's based on a context though. It was cricket based.
I see.
I'll tell you post stream.
Nice. So right. So with
H3
this game,
played by with it.
H3.
Yeah, sorry, Soumya, go.
Wow. No. I'm sorry. H3 is such an unusual move to play in the King's Indian.
I mean, clearly these people have spent a lot of time here and they understand things that we are so far away from understanding.
So Adi plays knight g8 in 39 seconds.
Wow.
He definitely wants to play knight c5 and f5 for sure.
No, but knight g8 is understandable, I thought. Yeah, king h8's idea itself, I thought, was knight g8.
Exactly.
Why he played knight d7 is because maybe he's preparing for, okay, so I'm starting to get a picture of what AD wants. That is somewhat easier. So he wants to put this bishop on h6, take control of g5 and get f5. So either he exchanges the bishop or he doesn't. And but the main thing is knight g5 is not an option for white anymore after black plays f5. So this is what AD is trying to do. Now, what VD is trying to do with moves like rook e3, rook e1, h3, this I'm not yet sure. This seems a bit over my head. Maybe we can hear from the man himself if
Srinath,
he comes here after the games.
Srinath,
yes.
I would like to place a bet here. Please, I'm sorry to interrupt your thoughts. I am 100% sure his idea is not to exchange that dark squared bishop. That is the triumph of black's position in King's Indian.
The dark square bishop?
Yes, I'm sure he doesn't want to play bishop h6. I think he'll play f6, and then he'll play knight c5, and then he'll play f5. And knight f6.
We will see.
Let's place a bet.
See.
Yes, let's play.
Come on, chat. Bishop h6 or not bishop h6? Let your thoughts be known. Meanwhile, I don't know about the game, but in the poll, VD seems to be clearly leading against AD. 64% for VD and 36% for AD. Did you vote yourself, Soumya?
No, I haven't. I don't want to choose. Please don't make me choose.
I voted for AD because of bishop f Soumya. He exchanged the dark square bishop. I told you. I win.
Oh
now you have to choose.
Oh my god. Wow. This was completely unexpected. And he went back bishop e3. Okay.
Yeah, now bishop e7 and f5. Maybe.
I think no matter how much chess you study, there are still some things you never understand. Yeah.
No matter how much you know AD, there are some things you cannot predict of him doing. That's another way to look at it. But maybe bishop f6 was not necessary, f6 would have done the job, right? Unless the VD wanted to go bishop h4 to, okay, now I understand the point. So he probably wanted to go bishop h4, queen e8, and now knight b5, making f5 difficult to execute. And bishop f6, bishop e3, he has basically just won a tempo. So he just goes back bishop g7 now. I can't help but notice that maybe VD has become a bit thinner, or no, the way he's looking in the frame.
Well, I have no idea. I'm just completely shocked by bishop f6. So please give me a few minutes to get over my shock.
Sure.
Bishop e3 on the board. Do you want to see how Arjun is doing, or did we cover his game already? We haven't actually.
We looked at the start, but we can always go back. I mean, the fabulous opening that he played, we can look at it even 1,000 times.
Oh, right. Now I remember. So, knight e5, rook c8, knight d f3, knight e4, bishop e3, f6, knight d3. Wow. Bishop
Yeah, but
c4.
seems like he's gradually getting outplayed by Ding here, yeah?
Yeah,
Or maybe
exactly.
not. Too early to
Yeah.
say, yeah?
I thought black has handled the opening really well, but white's knight on b2 is terribly misplaced. But if we can get e4 in and open the position, maybe it's all fine. I would even
Maybe I was a bit
consider.
too. Yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
I
You
would
didn't
even
even consider?
consider a plan like f3, bishop f2, and e4.
Yeah, me neither. F3 doesn't. No, bishop h3, bishop f5, bishop e6. These things appeal to me. But like for example, bishop h3, bishop f5 is a threat now. Yeah, how do you defend? I think queen d3 is the direct threat is bishop h3, bishop f5.
Oh, so you have to play queen d7, which he does.
Yeah, but now queen b5.
Queen b5.
Yeah. This is a common move in the setup. Knight d3, knight f4. Because you have to put pressure on these 2 pawns.
Oh, that is the point. I was thinking, what is the knight doing on b2? How will it ever come out? Okay, so you want to go queen b5 and knight d3, right?
Yeah, the knight went from, I think it went from e5 to d3 to b2. For what reason exactly? It just got kicked away. So it wanted to, queen b5 has not yet been played. Okay, queen d3 is a live position. Queen d7 played. And yeah, all the games are interesting. No, but all the games are interesting, but there is some freshness and beauty to the way these kids play. Kids like Arjun and Kukesh. It's so refreshing. They are so original and creative with their ideas. Whereas when you get older, maybe you tend to repeat a bit too much of what you have done earlier. A combination of that and what other people do. Maybe we stop.
By the way,
What are you?
speaking of
Yeah.
Kukesh, he has an crazy
Yeah.
position on the
Do you
board.
want to quickly check that out?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the position on the board. What would be your evaluation, Shri, if you did not know? Then what would be your evaluation
I
of the
like white.
position?
I like white, honestly.
Now I feel
Because
white has sorry, because
because of these 2 pawns, they're controlling too much of black's territory.
exactly, I feel like black couldn't like achieve much. The knight on b7 is completely restricted because of the pawn on c5. And how does he get out? What is black's idea to get out?
I think he just has to move his king for now and wait for white to push something so that he can get some space for his pieces. So maybe king h8, king h7.
But knight h4, no?
No, but then I thought I'll take queen into h5.
And knight f5?
Queen e2.
You have queen e2, but rook c2, no? I have.
Yeah, rook c2, queen into
Then
e4.
you take queen e4 as well. Right.
Yeah, I mean, although it's an opposite side castling, the sides are, it's not your typical pawn storm. It's a bit different. Here, it's I think more about control of the center, getting the knight to f5, which is what you tried. So king h7, knight h4, queen into h5, and something like f3 also is worth considering. But it would be ideal not to allow the queen to h5. So maybe white can do something in between. King h7 has been played by Aronian, so it would be ideal for white to do something to protect h5 and then get this knight h4, knight f5.
Certainly, but how does he ever protect h5 and get knight h4 at the same time? That looks next to impossible unless he goes back queen d1, which is a very weird move to play. And maybe as soon as the queen moves from the b3 square, black plays b3 himself. But probably black doesn't want to play b3, because black had a chance to play b3 many times and he didn't play it.
b3, white can just ignore it for now and then take it at an appropriate moment later. Yeah, maybe some knight d2, knight into b3, king e3. But it can't also be totally ignored because you do open up squares and files for your pieces. So I think on the whole, it's also not easy to improve with white. I really want to make knight h4 work, to be honest. I don't see other useful moves. So knight h4, queen to h5, f3, this is what I'm tempted by. And I think Gukesh will also go for something like this. Queen g5, knight f5. You sacrifice the pawn, but get the knight to f5, open up the h5. Okay, you allow queen d2, but I mean, you have to allow some things in life. You cannot have everything. I think this is a nice and dominating position, no?
Yeah, f3. But you're okay with allowing queen g5, you mentioned, right? And
yeah,
this
queen g5 and queen d2.
rook c2.
Yeah. I mean, we can't have everything in life, yeah?
Yeah, I also like the knight on f5, and I think giving up a pawn is totally worth it. Obviously, giving up e4 pawn is not, but giving up h5 and opening the file for your rook, I like it.
He goes a different direction. He goes knight d2. Maybe he wants to bring his queen in. I'm not sure what his idea is. Maybe he just wants to improve his bishop. Also not a bad move, to be honest. He's just improving his pieces. So f3, bishop f2, c into d5. He can always take e into d5. Still an advantage. But if he keeps going low on time like this, his opponents are going to exploit this. So that is something he has to improve on.
c6, you will never consider d6, is it?
No, I wouldn't say that. D6 I do like, but I just don't see the point of hurrying with it if we can keep things under tension, because if black takes this, you get access to squares like knight e4. So why commit? Why commit when you don't have to commit? When you can keep options open. So that is why f3, bishop f2. You never know. In the future, maybe you want to take d into c6. Also, it keeps the queen tethered to the pawn,
Yeah.
But yeah, d6 is also d6 is a nice achievement. It does give you a protected passer, but also allows the stuff like knight d8, knight d6, knight d4. Maybe not a big deal because you do have a dark square bishop that controls everything. But again, it's just a better order of moves to start with f3. I think maybe Stockfish doesn't agree with me.
No, I also like f3. I was just thinking of some options, but I also like f3 myself because there is no need, as you mentioned, since white is not forced to commit, why should he commit?
Yeah,
and think of many life jokes about that as well, but I think I'll refrain myself.
But you have committed.
Yeah, it took a long time though. So
Okay, back to VD, AD.
Yes, let's look at Vidit's game versus Adiban. Let's see how they have handled their King's Indian bayonet position. After Bishop G5, Bishop F6. Vidit came back with Bishop E3. We left it here. And Adi actually went back Bishop G7.
Sorry. Let's go to this question. Now we have it on screen.
Right. And here he went back Bishop G7. So here he was like, okay, let me see if you are willing to repeat or not, And with it, decided to go Queen C1 now, preventing any kind of Bishop H6, which I find so difficult to believe, but maybe that was the idea indeed. And after Queen C1, F5, EF5, GF5, Bishop G5, Bishop F6, Knight B5, and Knight C5 and Bishop E3. What is happening? Like there's this dance going on with this dark squared bishop, going back and forth on G5 and E3. And black doesn't even play B6. Black plays Knight A6 here.
Yeah, I think defending the C7 pawn is useful for some reason, whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure, but I think VD probably doesn't quite seem to have the thread of this position. That's the impression I get from the way he has handled this position so far. If you see, he has made 4 moves with this bishop from this point onwards. He started with Bishop G5, went Bishop E3. This was totally understandable. But then he did this the second time. He went Bishop G5 again and Bishop E3. This didn't make much sense because here Bishop F6 is just helping black. So here he seems to be losing the thread. He also doesn't quite seem to be understanding what he should exactly be doing. These 2 pawns on E5 and F5, they look menacing. So I think VD is trying to prepare for F4 and G4. And then maybe this rook will come in handy. Maybe Knight H2's idea was exactly that. He wants to try and get F4 and G4. But are you surprised that AD played Knight E7 so quickly and didn't consider F4 at all?
Yes, I am. But yes, I am very surprised actually. I was definitely thinking about F4, Bishop D2, and I was thinking whether we should give up the E4 square or not. But Adi made that decision very, very quickly.
Yep. Unlike his life decisions, he made this instantly. And Bishop G7, Knight F6, Knight C5, Bishop F5. This looked tempting for black for me. Now come back Knight C5, for example, attack A4, control E4, Bishop G7, Knight F6. Yeah, so AD wanted to meet VD's F4 with Knight G6. I think he's taking back with the pawn. Yes, this was expected. I think still black has a nice position here.
Yeah, absolutely. Black is, this is a completely open game and it can go either way, I feel, because so far it's not like there's something clearly wrong with either of the sides. There is no clear weakness of something in either of the positions. And these pawns on E5 and F5, they're usually vulnerable in this bayonet, but here they are not that vulnerable either. So I think black is fine.
Yeah, exactly. What you're saying is true that it can go all 3 ways, but just the fact that black has been allowed to get into a situation where he equalizes and it can be all 3 results, I think that is a success in the King's Indian opening. Usually it's objectively, not the soundest opening, but it's also an opening which we as humans have struggled to understand, I think, over the years, even with the help of engines.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Yeah, it is a bit of a success for black that he has got such counterplay.
Yeah, definitely. I think King's Indian is an amazing opening actually. And it's about handling it well rather than what is the evaluation, because there are so many ideas for both sides. And it's a very, very resourceful position. And Yeah, black. I think it's completely in Adiban's playing style to play King's Indian, by the way, because he loves
Also, this
to.
position at present, no?
Yeah, exactly. Like G8 and all his pieces playing, and I'm sure he's enjoying himself out there.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's enjoying himself out there. And again, in the poll, VD clearly leading 63%, AD at 37%, but the position on the board looks the exact opposite. So I'm um, now knight c5 incoming.
I have a question. Would you consider a move like C6 here or not?
C6 definitely. Uh, it wouldn't have come to my mind if you hadn't suggested it. But I completely understand your point. You want to kick away this knight, right?
No, I want to open my bishop. And I was thinking how to bring my C8 bishop into the game. And one way to do it with C6, so that if you take on C6, then I take back. And after rook D1, I play queen E7. And now suddenly my bishop on C8 is not bad, no?
Knight d6,
Bishop E6.
c5.
But then bishop,
So knight c7, knight d5. No, then a5,
yeah, knight
e6. Just opens up stuff for white, no? Knight to
white as
d6,
well, you
pawn to
think. So
c5.
it's
Yeah.
it's better for white if the position opens up like this.
Allowing the knight to d6, and that I don't feel good about specifically. Allowing the knight to d6 and
All
this
right.
counterplay, because in the current position, existing position which we have, black already, you can open up this bishop with f4. You don't like, because you have the c5 square under control, so black can do stuff like f4, knight h4, knight e4. The
Yeah,
knight to
absolutely.
c5 attacks the a4 pawn, so first Vidit has to defend it. If he plays something like a5, then I think even something like f4 is not a bad move, because white cannot put a knight on e4. Then you get the bishop to f5. G4 played by VD. Wow.
G4.
Yeah, G4 is a very, very nice move. Sorry, a very, very provocative move. I don't know why I said nice. I was reading some message.
All right. G4, very, very provocative indeed. And actually, if black gets F4 at the right moment, the bishop on H6 is trapped uh, and never getting out. So white needs to be careful. I mean, knight E4 has been played with the idea after GF5, knight H4 can be played and knight F2 checkmate is threatened.
Yeah, I
Oh my
think the game
God.
is totally slipping away from VD unless there is a brain fade from AD,
Yeah.
which has happened in the past. But in general, AD in such positions with the initiative in the King's Indian, he's totally in his element. It's like giving Bhuvaneshwar Kumar the new ball in England. Uh, it's right in his zone. And yeah, so knight e4. So what is black's threat right now? I think knight h4 is one of the threats. He wants to put the knight on h4. The pawn comes to f4 ideally, and then here f4 looks attractive. Bishop h4 looks attractive, and this is in a way a bit annoying that you have so many good options and you have to choose, because this also lets the game run away from you. Uh, if you choose the wrong one, it also makes you take too much time in
I
some
mean,
situations.
in fact, I feel white is like screaming for black to play f4. He's doing everything in his power that black would be tempted to play f4, and black is doing everything not to play it, because just see on every single move. Oh my
Rook
God,
into
rook a4.
a4. Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh
God,
my
knight
god.
g3 and knight e2 coming in after rook a4, knight g3, king g2, and knight into e2. Oh my God, what is happening?
AD. It's just AD is happening.
Beast mode on, man. What is happening here? I don't understand this move, Rook F1 at all. I was sure that VD will play Queen E3 here, preventing F4.
No, but this might not necessarily be bad for VD, Soumya. Because King G2, knight into E2, the queen moves, there's some knight F4 check, and maybe you can give back the exchange. It's not totally clear. Yes, these positions, it looks very, very nice for black. Yes, but many things that look nice aren't necessarily always nice. And if black is not able to find a concrete follow up here, it can go either way. We have seen these things about the winning positions. So I think still the game is very much on. In such a position with Queen F4, there are threats like Queen into C7 incoming. So again, Black has to find something concrete here after Knight into E2, Queen D2, and it's not totally clear for me. It looks flashy, it looks nice, it looks awesome, but still remains to be seen if it is actually all of these things.
Seriously, I would think it's like almost like really bad, because after Queen E3, there is Knight F4 check. After Bishop F4, Knight F4, Rook F4. If you give it back, I'll take it with the pawn, Queen into, and there is this problem with the G4 pawn, right?
Yeah, but you have a problem with the C7 pawn, and the G4 pawn you take only with a pawn, right? Like, for example, I was calculating, oh no, this goes to Queen H6 mate. I was calculating, so now how do you exploit this G4 pawn? Because my threat is Queen into C7. And then I can also generate counterplay with Rook 8 and stuff, VD actually doesn't take on F4, he just goes King H1. So then the question for AD is now what? C6.
This is a crazy game, and we haven't been able to predict any of them so far. Right. Yes, please tell me, Shri. What were you thinking?
No, I mean, with AD, it's hopeless for me to try and predict his moves, but with VD, I'm usually more successful. He's rational and sane and all these things.
Oh no, actually, I was very impressed with Rook A4. By the way, can we just have a quick look at that position once? Because instead of Rook A4, there was an option of F4, and I just wanted to see, like, why was Black rejecting F4 all the time? I couldn't get it
that
at
I
all.
can answer. So AD probably imagined the stream and all these people watching, and he was probably thinking, "Oh, what can I do to make people go crazy?" And then he looks at Rook into A4 and he's like, "Oh, this looks nice. Okay, I'll do this."
Because
This was his thought process.
Because F4 is such a natural move here, and you're threatening Knight G3, and it's really hard to face this move, I feel, as white.
Yeah, but when you looked at Rook A4 the first time, you probably were like, "Oh my god, this is crushing and demolishing," right?
No, I was just shocked by it. But yeah, I understand the temptation to play Rook A4 if you spot it. I get it. But just wanted to find out if F4 there's something wrong, but probably nothing. Probably this
No,
is
nothing
also
wrong. Nothing wrong. I think F4 was pretty strong. But AD values piece activity a lot. So maybe what he thought was this position, all his pieces are in play. So knight on F4, this knight on G6. He was also probably intending to get his bishop onto B7, something like C5, bishop B7. So if he gets all these pieces out, if he gets all these pieces in action, it's probably over for white. He has to find a concrete defense against this. So this was his thought process. He likes piece activity. He prioritizes it, and so he went for the exchange sacrifice with initiator.
see, that's a logical explanation now. So after what position do they have on the board now? They will play C5. That's what you're predicting, right?
I think so, because I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the bishop has to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What a game,
but
this is like full.
We have an update on one of the Indian results. Arjun has drawn against Ding Lijen.
Wow.
Right?
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, bishop G5 played by AD. Soumya, this game is topsy-turvy. It's going down the wire. So Arjun finishes the day with 2.5 out of 5. I think kudos to Arjun. He deserves an Arjun OP with lots of hearts. So guys, do spam Arjun OP and let's give him the love that he deserves.
Wow. Yeah, just quickly, Arjun drew the game against Ding Lijian, and Gukesh is still playing against Aronian, but looks very bad. His position looks bad, no? What do you think?
Yeah. His position looks lost. He lost his way in time trouble. So that's what is happening. The 2750 level is, of course, faster, quicker, better, stronger. So that's the tough initiation that Gukesh has. But it was similar with Ali Reza Firoja also. First time he played in some of the elite events, he was also struggling a bit and mainly relying on swindling his opponents. So for Gukesh also, that's the direction that I predict and forecast. He will struggle a bit here initially, but you can't really make conclusions on what Prag is scoring, what Arjun is scoring, what Gukesh is scoring, compare, because they all grow in different ways. There are different things that work for each of them. So they won't grow like clockwork. They won't be like seconds of the clock, the hands of the clock, you know. So but I am confident that all of them will go forward.
True. By the way, yeah. By the way, and with this game, crazy things are happening. Bishop G5 was played. Bishop into G5, Queen G5, Rook A7. I think the idea is to play Knight F3 and Knight into E5 now.
Yeah, things are coming back for VD because Rook A7 it effectively prevents his bishop from joining into the game, and AD from a position from where he was completely winning, it has turned around for him. So he's just staring at this position with his mouth a bit open. This is AD's expression when he's befuddled with something. AD's body language 101. Uh, Things have taken an unpleasant turn for AD. So he really has to find a disruption now to try and turn the game back towards his side. But how? Not easy.
He was completely winning, you said? Is it? Instead of Rook A4, maybe if he plays F4, that position, is it?
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Oh, and Rook A4 is not the best move, is it? Like, but in that, but even there he had an advantage. No, I think because Bishop G5 is very suspicious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe C5 as you predict, as you suggested, and then we bring the bishop. Like that bishop is dying to get into the game. You know, it's like maybe tournament खेलने आया हूँ, यहाँ बैठने नहीं आया हूँ देखने के लिए. You know, it really wants to participate, and it's still sitting on C8 anyway. The Rook A7. Let's find if black what black can do against white's threat of knight F3, because it is a strong threat. For example, let's assume it is white to move here after knight
Mm-hmm.
F3, queen H6, let's say, just for the sake of assumption.
So Queen H6 right now.
No. Like let's assume it's white to move,
So
and
yeah,
then knight.
that was my point. You know, if to prevent knight F3, I can go Queen H6, right?
Oh, absolutely. So that was like the idea for white is in the present position with the queen on G5
No,
to
but
go
what is
knight
AD
F3.
doing? He cannot spend so much time. He's down to 20 seconds. He has to make a move now. Come on, AD, make a move. Can you hear us? Make a move right now.
He plays queen
Yes, he has
H6.
played Queen H6.
Queen H6 is a strong
Okay.
move. Prophylaxis again. Prophylaxis again.
Yeah, I think AD's position is okay, but his time, I mean, with 20 seconds, yeah, it's different when kids like Ali Reza and Nihal go to this 20-second zone. But AD does not have as much practice. I think he should keep himself more time. This is
Yeah,
what we grew
absolutely.
up in.
But queen H6 also allows knight E2, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
92, I thought you can take on H3.
right. Take on H3, knight takes, pawn into F5.
Knight
Um,
F4.
yeah, this position. Maybe black is still better actually. No, but black is an exchange down. Black has given up an exchange. Sorry, I completely forgot
Yeah,
about
this
that.
looks kind of equalish to me. Like all the pawns are getting exchanged, liquidated, and bishop f5, bishop e4. There are threats, so it's not easy for white. So I think it looks kind of equalish. Knight e2 played on the board. Oh, 80 is low. Time. He
No,
played
no,
that
no.
with
He
one
has.
second remaining.
Oh my God. FG4 he played.
Yeah, he played it with one
But
second remaining.
knight F4? Sorry?
Yeah. I think that was
Knight F4?
he's losing. He's losing. Knight f4 is losing.
Exactly. That is the problem, right? After abhi queen C3 or queen D4? Queen D4 khel do. Queen
And
D8.
something is happening, no?
Queen D8.
That
No.
Queen f6. Yeah, queen d8, rook
Queen
g8,
D8,
queen
rook G8,
f6,
queen F6, rook G7 and rook 8.
rook d1.
Rook 8. Oh, rook D1 also.
Yeah. This is over. This is
Oh
over
my
for
God.
AD. That was one hell of a turnaround. AD just not being in his zone today. Wow. And kudos to VD. I think he played at a really high level today, starting from round one. And there was this one game against AG, which he really should have won, by the way. Very uncharacteristic of VD to fluff that. But he also saved a game against Artemiev. So we know that this happens to anyone. And the last game, yeah, he has played rookie one, and AD cannot really survive this. He has nothing. This is a position where he's totally paralyzed. King cannot move, queen cannot move, knight cannot move, rook cannot move. Bishop can move, but it will get captured. He has to resign, and it's game over. So that was unexpected, but in tune with the level of play they have shown today. So VD goes to 2.5 out of 5, and AD ends day one with 1 out of 5. Not a great day for AD. Gukesh
Yeah.
also finishes day one with 1 out of 5, and Arjun has 2.5 out of 5. So that sums up day one of the Gold Money Asian Rapid for the Indian players. And we have the standings on the screen. It's not quite complete, I guess. Oh, it is complete. All the games are over. So that sums up the end of day one in general. And it has been a difficult day for some of the people below, which also includes Ali Reza Firoja, the Iranian super talent, the boy who was forecasted to actually be a serious challenger for Magnus Carlsen, and he defeated Magnus Carlsen in round one. And then after that, he didn't win another game again. He scored 1.5 out of 5. He's that just half point above Gukesh and AD, which really shows how incredibly strong the tournament is. VD and Arjun, on the other hand, they're at the middle at 2.5 out of 5 each. And the reason is because a lot of people have a plus score. They have 3.5 and 3. A lot of people. So Arjun and Vidit, if they have to qualify into the top 8, I think they are going to need at least 8 out of 15. This is the benchmark. It's the same for Gukesh and AD as well, but they have a pretty tall task ahead of them to get to 8 points out of 15 from here, but not impossible.
Oh, certainly not
And
impossible, because I remember Raja in the first CCT that happened in November. He was 1 out of 5 on the first day, and then he scored like 4 out of 5 on the second day, and he was comfortably in. So it's just about having a good day here, Things
absolutely,
can
absolutely.
absolutely turn around.
Yeah, things can absolutely turn around. I mean, that's how sport works. And do stay with us for some more time. We might have a guest joining us, so do hang in there. Do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess 24 India if you haven't. And maybe we can just go through some of the highlights of today. Yeah, maybe we can go
Absolutely.
through. What do you want to go through? I was thinking we
Absolutely.
can.
Let's
Okay, you go.
no, tell me, what were you saying?
No, I was thinking we can just have a look at how the critical moments of VD's games today, and kind of sum up his day.
Sure. Let's see the all his games one by one. Maybe the first round game was against Anish Giri, and Anish played an novelty in the opening. It was a Slav defense, and Anish played 9 e4 in the Slav defense, which was a novelty for sure. Definitely a very difficult move to face in rapid, especially. And Vidit got a pawn in the opening, but Anish had a lot of piece activity, and Vidit decided to exchange this e4 knight with knight d2, which was probably a very good decision to exchange the strong knight on e2, e4. And then he even went back queen d1, rook c8. So he was much behind in development, but because he is white and he has an extra pawn, it was still all right for him. It looks like white was very passive, and black had a lot of initiative, but with it managed to hold his position together and keep his extra pawn. And as Srinath pointed out, at one point, AG had to be a little precise with this bishop b5, bishop e2, rook c2, king f1. At this moment, he had to play b6 here, kick back the rook, and then take on e2. And win back the pawn and go into an equal endgame. But AG misevaluated the position perhaps and went into this double rook endgame, which is minus for him. And then white even exchanged a pair of rooks and was completely winning, actually. King coming to d3, and the b pawn just rolling in. Here there were many ways to
Sorry,
win.
Soumya, I lost track. Yeah, I was not in sync with you.
So this end game, there were many ways to win, as we saw, and one of the easiest probably was to just support the c pawn with the king and go rook h8 instead of this king d5 idea, right? That worked, right? It looked that way.
Exactly. I didn't check this with Stockfish, but to me, I think this looks like it's winning.
It does look scary, but the point is that the d5 pawn is also hanging, right? So you can take king d5.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Rook
then you
f8.
go rook g8. No, rook g8
Rook
first.
g8 is even better. Yeah. No, but in general, I think white is so much faster. No,
Exactly.
he had so many ways.
So he had a lot of ways to convert this, but in the end, instead of king c6, he played king d5 in the game, and he still was winning for sure. But AG managed to trick him somehow, with this f1 knight coming in. Oh my God, who had expected that? And completely managed to survive. Wow. Completely
Yeah.
unexpected save there by AG, and Vidit must have been very disappointed by this draw. But
Indeed.
I guess he got his act together in the second game against Duda.
Hey, by the way, Soumya, can you just check your Zoom chat?
Okay, sorry, but my
I know, that's why Zoom.
oh, thank you so much. Right. We will quickly sum up Vidit's games, and since we are on it, and
Sure.
then take the stream ahead.
So the second game against Duda, Vidi was black against Duda, and from what point? During the stream we were looking at this point: e3 bishop g4 and h3 bishop h5 d4. Oh, people are going like Soumya for DD news.
Yeah, I saw, and I was like, oh, thank you. I also feel exactly the same. I was going to write thank you in the chat. Okay. Yes, please continue, Shri.
So yeah, we were looking at this during the stream, and we concluded that d4 is like the main move, which white has to get. Otherwise, black gets knight before knight d3 in, and it gets really unpleasant for white. So white had to play d4, and this is what happened. Duda managed to get it in by inserting this h3 and g4 against bishop g4. So this happened: knight into d4, e into d4, knight e2, d3, knight d4, and white managed to get back the pawn, but VD also got a lot of activity, so he was completely okay here. And this pawn went on to go to d2, rook c2, bishop b4, and here the game went completely berserk. in complications. A3, bishop into B3, A into B4, rook into B4, bishop F3. Here, as we pointed out during the stream, something like bishop C2, queen into C2 would be bad for black because the D2 pawn would be taken pretty easily. But instead, black could attack the C2 rook. Queen D3 was one of the ways to do it. Rook C4 was another way. We chose to play Queen D3, Queen into D2, Queen into F3. The point being that if White took Queen into B4, then Black has Bishop D5. So White didn't do that. Instead, he played Rook C3. And here the main tactical thing was if white played bishop a3, then black always had bishop c4. So bishop a3, bishop c4, it was like two cowboys holding guns against each other, and everything got exchanged with this. Duda, in fact, preferred to keep one of the rooks on, so only one pair of rooks got exchanged. Takes f3, rook e8, and here Duda didn't find anything better than queen d5 check, takes. This went into a long endgame in which Duda kind of played a lot longer than he needed to. But the game ended up in a draw, which was the logical result. So pretty solid play by VD in this game. And in the third round, Vidit played against Dubo. Oh, uh, we actually have Vidit joining us.
Hey, VD.
Vidit has joined us, by the way.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the stream. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I feel good about the last win, not how it happened, but with the result, I feel good. I feel like Adiban was better at some point, clearly. And he played much better. So I'm not very happy with how I've played. I feel definitely there is a lot of chance and scope for improvement in the next 2 days. But yeah, this is the nature of Rapid. Yeah, you will always feel at the end of it that you can do better because there are so many mistakes towards the end.
Yeah, it was a crazy game and we were following it and we couldn't predict most of your moves, actually, both of your moves while we were following it. For example, Rook A8 is already a new move by Adiban. Like there are exactly
He was just blitzing out, and when he put this knight d7, knight c5, I didn't know what to do, like how to break through. What was the mistake actually?
No, we were not sure.
Yeah, actually, we had no idea what was going on. We were hoping that you would be able to take us through the game.
Guys, that's what you have to tell me, not me, the other way around.
We don't use Stockfish, you know.
We're not checking with the engine, so we are not really sure what went wrong. Okay. But Rook 8, we checked with the base, and there were exactly 2 games. And then this whole idea with King H8 and Bishop F6 totally shocked me. Did you expect it with it? I was expecting F6 there.
Yeah, I was also expecting F6, but the problem is, he can do anything, and I don't know how to improve my position, like what to do next. I didn't see a plan, and at some point it got really nasty. When his knight came to e4, I was like, oh, I messed up. It felt wrong.
And you lashed out with g4 over there, right? But I mean, was it like
desperation? Yeah, desperation. Like I didn't see what to do if I just play slowly. But I think rook a4 was completely unnecessary here. He could just play f4.
Yeah. Exactly. F4
that was basically just AD being AD, right? This rook into a4.
I mean f4, and I don't see a move. Knight g3 is coming, and it was just. Clearly this is not how you play King's Indian with white.
Yeah, f4 was exactly what we were thinking about too. Soumya was also wondering what was wrong with f4.
Right.
So you were actually happy to face rook a4 instead of f4,
of course, right? Like that was like a blessing. Like, I didn't even see this move. Rook a4, and then suddenly I have counterplay. Maybe I'm even slightly better. I don't know. It just
Do you think Black could have still played c5 at this point?
Yeah. Here c5 bishop b7. I was worried about this. I thought maybe I'll go rook a7, queen b6, rook f7, and it's a complete mess, or something else. I don't know. It looked,
but it looks bad, no? Bishop b7 and queen c6 coming in. How do you stop this?
Knight f3. I don't know. Does it work?
Knight f3. But knight h4 is not coming in?
Rook b1 was my hope.
Oh, wow.
But bishop f3, you can still go.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
bishop
just
f3.
doesn't look good.
It just feels like
Yeah.
something should happen for black.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, bishop
definitely.
f3 is game over. Yeah, queen into f3, queen into b1.
No,
Definitely.
the f6 bishop is hanging, but okay. Knight b1, knight f3, rook
Yeah,
f6.
but then you will mate with rook d8. Yeah, rook f8 is still there.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, this is not how it's done.
Something
I
should
think after
happen.
c5, I have to play something else. Maybe ef5 or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he
Absolutely.
played 2-3 moves quite wrong. Like bishop g5 was also very weird.
Bishop g5 was a mistake for sure, right? Because you get
Yeah.
this rook a7 in, and that was
Yeah, I
really
think here
nice.
it's just winning for white. At least after 92, he should play queen h3. I thought that was the only move.
Exactly. Yeah, that was what
Takes gf5, knight gf4. Now I take, but isn't this winning? Knight f4.
No, how is this winning?
Rook e7, I was thinking. He has knight e2 or something. Crazy stuff. Knight e2,
Yeah,
knight
knight e2, knight h5. Knight e2 or knight h5.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe knight e2 is better.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also maybe just c5 here, yeah?
No, but then I
Wow.
take
Maybe
knight
not.
f3.
Yeah,
Or
you
either
have.
I can now
Yeah.
play knight f3 or something, just go with the king.
True. Not necessary. Meanwhile, Vidit, your chat is going full of hearts. They're just
Yeah,
spamming hearts for you.
I was just reading it. Thank you. How was it for you guys to stream? How was the experience of the first day?
Oh,
It
it
was
was a lot
awesome.
of fun.
Yeah, it was awesome. First of all, the pleasure of streaming at sane hours, 4:30.
Yeah, definitely. That's nice. Like you don't have to stay up. What is the standings, by the way? What are the standings? Who is leading?
So Ding, Aronian, Magnus, Artemiev, and Daniel Dubois, all 5 of them are on 3.5 out of 5.
Okay.
And Wesley, Anish, and Duda are on 3 out of 5. And you and Arjun are tied at 2.5 out of 5. So that's the
No, it's
score
the
at the moment.
biggest pity was not winning against Anish. That game, I mean,
Yeah,
it was still
there
winning.
was
1,000
so
ways, I
much.
think, to win.
What was
Yes.
it that you missed with it? Like, if I may ask, I know you were playing in
Many
kind
things.
of trouble.
Many things. I think everything is winning. That's the problem. Like I
I
don't know.
know,
Which
and you have like 20 seconds, yeah?
I don't know which one. Like I can play here. King c6 also should win. Even this should win.
Yeah. This was what
This
I
is
was
the
predicting.
simplest. Yeah. This is the simplest.
Yeah. This is the simplest, yeah.
And just queen and king d5, and this is just lost. Okay, but king d5 also should win, I feel.
Yeah, but
I
it,
saw
it, it
one.
already becomes more complex, yeah?
Now I can play
Yeah,
king
Soumya,
c6.
please go ahead.
No, I saw an engine line, and exactly after the game got over, I was checking on this website. With the game, the way the game happened, everything is correct.
King c6 also
basically.
here. I can.
Yeah, everything is correct.
Yeah, you
and
can go king c6 here, true.
Again winning. This is also just.
No, like the way you played is also winning, basically.
Yeah.
And in the end, you can
I just had to go king d6, king c7. Just go with the king up, yeah?
No. In the end, like you can give rook h7 check. That is one option.
So this, but okay, this
like if
is
we can
very
get the position
unrealistic
on
to
the
find
board.
in.
Yeah, it's very tough. No, instead of
So-
check, give rook h7 check.
At what more exactly?
Here, now, rook h7 check.
Uh-huh.
And after king moves,
Okay.
You make the queen.
Rook e1
And
check.
after rook e1, king
d6.
f6. King f6. And go to g7
Yeah.
with your king and hide.
Yeah. This is also unrealistic to find.
But king d6 is also winning. That's the thing, I feel. Even if I don't hide, I go to king d6, that's also winning. Rook d1, king c7.
Because you have an extra rook, yeah.
Yeah, I have an extra rook, just like
But
it's just winning.
this is really not how you want to convert, no? Such a position.
Just king
With
c6 and rook
and
f8.
queen.
Yeah.
King c6 and rook h8 was the simplest. But then also, even this at this point, even d8 queen was winning. I mean, after rook into b7.
Yeah, that's what I played, no? This.
Yeah, but did you actually work this out? That
I thought that the king is close. I don't know if it is winning. Like king h1.
Yeah.
And I bring my queen, no? Queen h5,
Queen h5, king g2, queen g4,
king h1.
Yeah,
queen
as I
f3.
recall, this is winning. This is winning for white,
How?
but
Yeah, it's not
within the
clear
square,
actually.
it's winning.
How is
I
it
think
winning? I don't
Probably
know.
that's
not
a
winning.
question for the.
It's probably not winning.
Yeah, this
No,
game was the
I'll
hard
tell you.
drive.
I'll tell you how. Okay.
Ah,
You have to try and bring king f4, king g3 at a time when your queen is not on e2. That's
Ah,
the
yeah,
tricky
yeah. No, no,
part.
this is winning. Bring queen to
Yeah, this is
d2.
winning.
Bring queen to d2 and
Ha,
then.
yeah. So bring queen to d2, queen g5 check, king h1, and with the king on h1,
queen
how do
f
you bring?
queen f4 maybe. Queen f4, king g1, queen
Ha, king
e3,
g, yeah, queen e3, yeah.
queen
Bring
e3,
him to
king
No, no,
g2,
d2,
no.
queen
king
d.
g1,
No, he goes
king
king
f.
h1, no? Always.
True.
Ah, he goes king h1. That's true. Oh no, but now you can give queen check. Now queen d1,
Yeah, king
king
g2.
g2. Ah, queen e2,
Someone in
king
the chat,
g1.
please check with the table bases and let us know.
Oh, this is, but this is very complicated.
Yeah, I know. I just had a class teaching this thing and I don't remember already.
But with it, we wanted to ask you how are you feeling about the timings? It's at
Yeah, the
4:30.
timings is good. And I don't know why still I felt sleepy. This was like,
Yeah. Do you
but
think your body clock has gotten adjusted to the usual time?
no, nothing like that. I just probably the anxiety before playing the games. Maybe that's
Right.
why I didn't sleep well or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm definitely happier to
It's
play this
probably
time.
just the first day, right?
Yeah.
The f-
Right.
Crazy. Yeah.
So, yeah. So we are really, we were glad to see you win the last game, even though, of course, it's against Adi, but still 2.5 out of 5. Good score on the first day and
Yeah,
lots
I
to
mean,
look forward to.
after what happened against Dubov, this was the best I could hope for.
No, but honestly, I didn't understand the Dubo game. He was just literally flashing the moves, and his opening was super weird. I thought,
Yeah, he was
just
really,
give.
he was just worse out of the opening. I don't
Yeah,
know what I played. Like, it was just,
what was the idea of queen d8? We thought he wants to go knight e4 now, like bishop b7 instead of queen d8, and bishop
no, but
f3,
Bishop
knight
F3.
e4.
No, this is
We
not
thought
so great. No, knight e2, knight g3.
we thought this was his
Yeah,
idea,
true,
that put
but
pawn on f5.
No, he just played so weird throughout the game, and I had like a
exactly.
very good position. I think
Yeah,
many ways.
we checked the opening in this game, and then we went to check some other openings. And when we came back, you were already worse. What
Yeah.
exactly happened in this middle game after queen d8? How did it?
No,
Or
no, this is just
where?
better. Like if you can just go ahead till move 18, for example, 18, 20. Yeah. No, this is just a fantastic bind I have here. He has
Yeah,
no,
fantastic bind and space.
yeah. And whatever I played, it's also good. A4, what I played here. It's good enough. I mean, this position is just completely good. I just panicked at some point. I missed one move and then it like knight b3, h5. You can go ahead, bishop e1, h4, rook a2, c6. And I thought this move c6 is so weird. And I instantly played rook a c2.
Actually, it was a pretty strong move. The point is,
e5, yeah. He wants to
yeah,
play
e5.
e5.
Yeah. Point is, he wants to
Like,
play e5.
exactly. And I just blitz out rook c2. And here the game changed. Like he got to easy counterplay after this. After rook c2.
So what do you think you should have played instead?
Uh,
Like,
I
how
can
do you
even
deal
play
with this threat
b5.
of e5?
I can even play b5 here. I mean, clearly no reason for me to be worse. I think white is still pressing here, without doubt.
True. I think
No,
b5.
here
Probably
yes
b5 was
c5.
really important, no?
Here yes c5.
Yeah, but c5 maybe you can just defend this somehow. Or
Yeah, but yeah, rook
bishop
d2.
c3.
Rook
Yeah,
d2. Yeah. No, it was
and
just weird
he's
how I
not
did.
breaking through. Yeah, no, I think b5 was really important here because once you allow this e5 and this knight to f4, he's just breaking through.
Yeah. It was just a tilt moment there. Mm-hmm.
But already, do you think? White is maybe not worse here, but is White really that much better here? Do you think already the game had slipped somehow? Maybe you have to play something earlier. Yeah.
I don't know, but definitely not worse for White. And
Yeah,
to
it's
lose
not
this
worse for
one.
White,
Yeah,
but what Stockfish says is maybe F3 is not
ideal.
optimal. Yeah,
Mm.
because Knight F8, Knight G6, it wants to meet with G3 and H4 later. So
Got it.
just Rook C1, Rook C2, don't commit the pawns, double the
Mm.
Rook, and then G3 and H4.
I wish I can play like Stockfish, man. Like if I want one blessing, I would take this. Give me Stockfish, Stockfish brain. That would be amazing.
Maybe Elon Musk can do something about it. But you're greedy, yeah? You want it only for yourself.
Yes. At least one tournament, give it to me and then take it back. I don't have any problem.
Before we let you go, I wanted to show you one huge error that we committed in this Anishka analysis, is that we don't need to take the G6 pawn, and then there is no stalemate.
What is Anishka?
In your
That
game
F2
against
pawn.
Anish,
Oh, this is very nice. Very nice.
then there is no stalemate, right? After rook, like instead
No,
of
but
F2,
how do I play?
queen,
How do I bring
F2,
back my
queen
queen?
B,
Queen
queen
B7.
B7, right?
Oh, this is how I win.
Queen,
Nice.
yeah.
I don't think I would have found this. This is
No.
really good.
So this wins.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Amazing. It's like a study. Soumya is our in-house endgame expert on Chess24 India, and this is exactly why.
No, but like I was like Queen B7 is the only move that you need to find actually.
Right,
Otherwise,
right,
you
right.
obviously get it.
Right.
Awesome.
I hope chat had fun. Oh, I'm just reading the messages.
Oh, there were so many hearts.
Chat,
and
what do you think?
So many messages.
Yeah, it's also long stream. Yeah, 5 hours, and many people watched it. That's very, very nice. So many people watched it.
Indeed.
You guys must be tired too. I'll not trouble you more. I also need to eat.
We won't trouble you more. What? It's like ulta.
Video is
Thank you
like
so much.
prophylaxis, yeah.
Yeah, most
But
polite way of
thank
saying.
you so much.
And
So
Soumya,
it's like
nice
this
sari.
relationship thing,
Thank you. I was
What?
very excited that we have 4 Indians playing, so I was very excited for this tournament.
Achha, 3 Indians is not sari. Okay, 4 Indians is sari. Good.
And we wish you the best with it for the forthcoming games, and we'll be cheering for you, rooting for you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you tomorrow as well.
Yes, see you tomorrow, guys.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hope to have you on the stream for as long as we can.
Mm-hmm.
So, all the best.
Thanks.
All right, guys, that was a fun stream. A couple of super chats we missed. One from Aditya Singh, very fun stream, guys. There was an earlier super chat which complimented me and Soumya for our commentary. So thank you so much as well. I don't quite recall the name and I cannot go back. But thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll leave it to you, Soumya.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Srinath, for being such a great co-host always. And thank you so much to the chat for being so involved today. We had our stream was being streamed on different channels. So I would like to thank the chat of all the channels who joined in and participated and went through the games with us. It's so great to cover this event, and all of you joining definitely boost the morale of the players. So thank you so much. And of course, in the end, it was very nice to have Vidit join us and explain his thoughts, and such a nice end to our stream today. And we will see you all tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. same time. Take care.
Yeah. See you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. And do like the stream and subscribe to Chess24 India if you haven't. Thank you.